So, manood muna tayo ng hearing. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Panoorin natin ang hearing ng Committee on Legal Franchises na may kinalaman po sa issue ng Ngcp. Okay, mga Duterte Dihad supporters, behave kayo ha. Huwag maingay.
Prayer and the Philippine National Anthem.
And of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, our Father, we praise and thank you for this day. You have given us another opportunity to fulfill our mission as your instruments of peace and progress. Bless today's meeting and guide us in our discussions. Enlighten our minds in every decision that we make, and equip us with the responsibility of our elected position. May we effectively do our parts as public servants for your greater glory. All these we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Philippine National Anthem.
Please take your seats. We will now proceed with the roll call of members.
Mr. Chair,
The Honorable Trustee
I move
Jesus.
to dispense the column of the roll.
There's a motion to dispense with the roll call.
Second motion.
Duly seconded. The chair in objections. Roll call is dispensed with. We now proceed. May I ask the committee secretary to please recognize the names of the members present in today's meeting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and to our honorable members of this committee. In today's meeting, we have the following members in attendance. We have Representative Zia Adyong, Representative Michael L. Romero. We also have Representative Lex Anthony Colada, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan, Representative Rufus B. Rodriguez, Representative Jose C. Alvarez, Representative Dan S. Fernandez, Representative Rodante Marcoleta. We also have Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Deputy Minority Leader Presley De Jesus, and Representative Francisco Paulo Ortega V. Your Honors.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to our dear members of and distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone, and to the members of the committee, our guests, our resource persons. Thank you very much for your cooperation and assistance to this committee. By the way, are we already online? May we have the link? I'm sorry.
Live stream na
Are
tayo.
we on live stream?
Yeah.
I'd also like to, that's the reason why I asked, because I also wanted to welcome the public here at the, who are physically present and those that are following us online. Welcome to this committee hearing. Today, we continue the motu proprio inquiry on the performance of franchise grantee National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. For this meeting, we have invited resource persons from DOE, ERC, NEA, SEC, Ngcp, Independent Electricity Market Operators of the Philippines, Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, Philippine Competition Commission, More Electric Power Corporation, NTC, NCL Power Consulting Corporation, Royal Asia Appraisal Corporation, Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation, Calaca High Power Corporation, Synergy Grid Development Corporation, One Taipan Holdings, and Pacifica 21 Holdings. As provided under our rules of the House of Representatives, the committee has jurisdiction over all matters directly and principally relating to the grant, amendment, extension, and revocation of franchises. This committee, with its mandate, must ensure that the privilege of a franchise is given to those who have complied with our laws and have worked for the good of the Filipino people as always. It is a common good that the committee continues to strive in this process. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdating. May I now ask the service director to inform the committee of the resource persons who responded to our invitations.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of this committee, we have invited resource person and in attendance today from the Energy Regulatory Commission, we have Chairperson, Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan, Commissioner Catherine Maceda, Commissioner Florecinda Baldo Digal. We also have Commissioner Marco Romeo L. Fuentes, and they are assisted by Attorney Krisha Marie Buela, the Director for Legal Service, Engineer Alvin Jones M. Ortega, Attorney Josine Alexandra Gamboa. From the Department of Energy, we have Undersecretary Sharon Garin. And from the National Electrification Administration, we have here Deputy Administrator Rosan Rosero Lee. From the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Attorney R.J. Bernal and Attorney Abigail Shakina Tria.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see them. Yeah, can you raise your hand so that we can...
Please,
Yeah,
please
can we
raise your
request
hands.
that we recognize...
Once recognized, please raise your hands. Thank you.
From the Philippine Competition Commission, we have Maria Dominique Lucenario. From the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, NGCP, we have the President Anthony Almeida. Attorney Paul Sagayo Jr., Ms. Nanette Nancy Bugnosen. We also have Mr. Attorney Karen S. Ong, Attorney Ronald Dylan Concepcion. From the Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation and Kalakahaya Power Corporation, we have Attorney Paul Sagayo, Justice Lady Soriano, Attorney Cheryl Saldana de Leon. From the Synergy Grid and Development Philippines Incorporated, we have Attorney Paul Sagayo Jr., Justice Lady Soriano, and Attorney Cheryl S. Saldana de Leon. From the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, we have Attorney Richard Netherscott, Engineer Robinson Descanso, and Mr. Sherwin Kasidsid. From the National Transmission Commission, Transco, we have Ms. Dina O. Dizon, the Vice President, of Transmission Management Group. We also have Attorney Donna Calosa Aleria, the Department Manager of Corporate Legal Services Department, and Engineer Joseph Rosalier Atienza, the Department Manager of the Technical Services Department. From the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, we have the President Dennis Edward de la Serna, Attorney Christian Miguel Candelaria, Attorney Frederic Tamayo, Mr. Abner Tolentino, Virginia Reyes, and Racelo Celades. From the NCL Power Consulting Corporation, we have Chris Pauline Tampinco, and we also have the former President and CEO of Transco, Attorney Melvin Matibag. That's all, Your Honors.
Thank you very much, Service Director. In our last meeting, last January 14, the NGCP, along with other resource agencies, were required to prepare the respective comments and documents related to the issues raised as requested by the committee members. A few key points were raised in the last meeting. The DOE confirmed that delays in NGCP's transmissions projects have an effect on the overall cost of generation, which affects the price paid for by consumers. It was also pointed out that NGCP was not compliant from 2011 to 2022 with respect to the non-passing of its franchise tax to consumers. Some members flagged NGCP's possible violation in terms of franchise grant, given that it opted to execute a share swap to comply with the public participation requirement. This led the SEC to state that a share swap is not a public transaction. As such, it is not akin to a public offering. Other members raised concerns as to who controls NGCP, especially since its minority shareholder, per person, is a foreign national. To further shed light on this matter, we ordered the submission of various documents and position papers from the involved parties. So far, we have received submissions from ERC, SEC, and Transco. After their inability to produce certain documents, we also issued a subpoena ducis tecum to NGCP for the submission of the following: shareholders agreement between Synergy Grid, One Taipan Holdings, and Pacifica 21, GIS and other corporate documents, GIS and other documents, Kalakahay Power Corporation, GIS and other documents, SGDPI, GIS and other corporate documents, One Taipan Holdings Inc., GIS and other corporate documents, Pacifica 21 Holdings Inc. The first attempt to serve the subpoena was effected on January 16, but it was refused to proceed as apparently the NGCP allegedly no longer holds office in Quezon City, as stated in its SEC documents. As such, a subpoena was served on January 17 at its San Juan office. May remind everyone that NGCP was ordered to produce documents by Tuesday. However, it has not yet submitted the documents until today. We would like to reiterate that the lone purpose of this inquiry, which is to bring down the price of electricity. This is why we implore everyone with the power and influence to do so and cooperate in relieving the Filipino people of this burden. Tulungan po natin ang isa't isa, tulungan po natin ang mamayang Pilipino. Magandang hapon at maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Okay, so we understand that there were documents that were submitted just now. So we will review, and I would like to thank NGCP for submitting the documents. As I say, better late than never. So thank you very much for submitting the documents today, and we will review these documents for the future hearings of the committee. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, before I recognize the Honorable Fernandez, I would like to remind everyone that there were supposed to be two presentations last hearing, which were not presented because of the time element. So before we continue with the questions, so that we can discuss it intelligently, may I ask first that the presentations, para po matapos na po yung mga presentation, di na ho kayo, then nakakahiya ko, dapat to last week pa ho nyo dapat pinisend po yan. I will ask you now to present while we're going to prepare some of our questions based on your presentation. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, this is an administrative issue because a while ago you were discussing about the invitations and I wasn't able to ask some clarification on the invitation that we sent to the resource persons. Like, we have invited the chairman of the NGCP, si Shu Guang Chao. Nandito po ba siya ngayon?
Yes. They have letters. That's why after the presentation, we will call NGCP so that NGCP will explain the letters of all the persons that we were invited but were not able to show up in today's hearing. So now we will ask first,
So,
the Honorable
excuse me.
Eunice Junicio is recognized. You're here. Thank you very much for coming. Oh, thank you for coming.
So we're going to present some presentation
Yes,
first
the
and then we
presentation.
will go back to the administrative
Yes.
matters. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we now proceed. May I ask Transco to please make your presentation first. Then after that, the next presenter would be
IMOP.
IMOP. Okay. Is that the right presentation? IMOP, right? IMOP. Okay, so we start first with Transco.
Good
Please present.
afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Silence requested.
Good afternoon. I'm Dina Dizon, Vice President of Transco. Mr. Chair, our President is currently in a board meeting right now, Transco board meeting, but he will catch up later once that finishes. So we present the aspect of the projects when it comes to transmission rate setting. May we request the Secretariat to pull up our materials, please? It's the other. This is IMOP. Kasi 4 inches. So again, good afternoon. Our presentation intends to provide insights and show the implications of the projects in transmission rate setting. Next slide, please. The transmission projects, sorry about that. The IPIRA has allowed ERC to enforce a methodology for rate setting that not only takes into account efficiencies, but also penalizes the regulated entities for inefficiencies. As a regulator, the ERC must aim to balance fair returns to the investors and at the same time ensure reasonable price of electricity for the consumers. Next slide, please. The transmission projects that are much discussed go into what is referred to as the regulatory asset base that the regulator considers in setting transmission rates. The RAB, as we call it, in fact is the primary driver of the two components of NGCP's maximum annual revenue, or the MAR. And the two are the profit component, this is in red, and the depreciation in green. In fact, for the third regulatory period final determination for NGCP, these components represented 82% of NGCP's MAR, with return on capital or the profit component as 66% and the depreciation as 16%. This being said, the proper consideration of the RAB value is essential to the whole rate determination process. Next slide, please. The objective of performance-based regulation is to ensure that only completed projects and efficient cost of ongoing projects are included in the opening RAB. The opening RAB is the reckoning point for the regulatory period, and the reason for including this only is to maintain fair and reasonable transmission rate. Allowing ongoing projects is not bad per se, since it encourages investment by the transmission network service provider. What is important, though, in the whole process to promote fairness is the reconciliation portion. Only completed projects are added to, and a reasonable provision for ongoing projects are included in the opening RAB. While forecast capex expenditures are allowed to earn the weighted average cost of capital, the reconciliation process ensures that there are efficiency adjustments as well. Next slide, please. Here is a more detailed representation of the previous slide. The point we want to highlight here is that the projected depreciation component is based on only on existing and newly completed projects. This is a fair framework. However, under the recent as-spent approach adopted by the majority decision of the regulator for the lapse period 2016 to 2022, the depreciation for ongoing projects, which for the most part encountered project delays, had been added to the depreciation building block for the annual revenue requirements or MAR of NGCP. Just to illustrate the point, next slide please. We want to tie in the discussion of the performance of NGCP during the fourth reg period, considering the draft determination allows the as-spent approach for the lapsed period. The figures here have been lifted from the ERC draft final determination. And NGCP completed only 75 projects out of 258, or 29% of the target, 258 projects. And in money value, this is roughly 10%. Next, NGCP completed much of the other projects within 2023 to 2024, or beyond the fourth regulatory period. There are projects with maximum delay exceeding 9 years. Similarly, 51 of 68 ongoing projects, or 75%, are also delayed, with the maximum delay again for some exceeding 9 years. With the noted delays, the ERC even filed NGCP for unjustified for these, and a total penalty of 15.8 million was imposed. Next, please. The adoption of the as-spent approach results in a higher transmission rate by 80 centavos per kilowatt hour, give or take a few. These pieces of information have been lifted from the actual draft final determination released by the ERC. So our last slide is on the potential impact of delayed transmission projects. While there is cost implication directly for the transmission charge, that is, our analysis is that for every 5 billion worth of capex, the additional amount of transmission rate is about 1/2 of 1 centavo per kilowatt hour. But there are also indirect impact, like the cost to the economy, then the allowing other alternative sources to come in, so the renewable energy integration benefits are not optimized. And then finally, the higher electricity cost here may be a result of using more expensive alternative power sources because the lines are not available to deliver the cheaper sources. So that's our presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Very much.
thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I find it a little bit difficult to understand why Transco is the one passing judgment on the performance of NGCP. I'd like to believe, Mr. Chair, it should be ERC who should be advising us on the aspects and the pertinent indicators for us to understand whether or not NGCP performed well in accordance with the role. Kasi, Mr. Chair, I think it is better for us to determine which performed better, in relation to the grid performance. Nung panahon ba ng Transco o nung panahon na ng Ngcp? This is more understandable for us. Lawmakers, kaya namin intindihin ito, ma'am, but I don't think you are in a position to pass judgment on the performance of Ngcp. Kayo po ang may-ari niyan eh. Kayo ang may-ari, pero sila po yung operator ngayon. But I think, and Madam ARC, kayo po ang kayo po ang merong role dito eh. But before that, Mr. Chair, I think you made the opening salvo and said that the very purpose of this hearing is for us to determine or to lower the rates of electricity in this country. If that is the primordial objective, I believe, Mr. Chair, the cost share of Ngcp in the entire electric bill of our people is only 3%. 52% still in generation. 25% is in distribution. So if we are serious enough in focusing our attention in reducing the electricity in this country, let us focus on which area takes up the largest share. Dapat sa generation tayo eh. Pero ang daming problema po, Mr. Chair eh. I already pointed out this to the DOE. Noon po, ERC muna, if we wanted to reduce the electricity in this country, let me ask the ERC, bakit hanggang ngayon po wala kayong regulations on aggregation? Bakit yun ating pong ARCOA hindi nyo pinatutupad? This is where we can reduce our electricity. Retail competition and open access is a provision in EPIRA that we have not seriously considered. Ilan po yung nag-migrate from the captive market of Meralco? Ilan po kaya? Napakalaki po ng relation nito, Mr. Chair. If we are really serious to lower the electricity in this country, kailangan po nating i-implement po yung EPIRA. Nandun po yung sinasabing retail competition and open access. So, alam po ba ninyo kung ilan ang nakaka-graduate or migrate from the captive market of Meralco para contestable market na sila? Wala naman kayong report eh. What about aggregation? There are no rules on aggregation here. Pagkatapos ni-raise po namin ang issue way noon pa, you suddenly adopted a modality you call performance-based rate. Mr. Chair, before we had EPIRA, ang ating pong modality is RORB. This is return on base rate, which is more practical because everything else is based on capex. Kung ano po yung gastos ninyo, doon tayo kikita. Pero doon sa performance-based na po kung ano lang pinlano nila, hindi pa po natin napatunayan kung talagang yung plano natupad. Doon na po natin ibe-base ang singil. Kaya ang taas-taas po And we need to look into the loss. Magkano po yung system loss? Meralco, maybe 10%. Electric cooperatives, maybe 20%. Ang taas po. Bakit hindi po ito yung unahin natin? Why are we focusing our attention on the transmission, which is only 3%?
Thank you very much, Honorable Marcoleta. Ano po, napaganda ho ng inyong
Mr. Chairman.
at inyong mga tanong.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable,
Mr. Chair.
po
In the support.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Kaklaruhin lang po natin to ha. Meron pa ho isa pang presentation.
Yes,
Patapusin po natin muna yung isang presentation, then lahat ng mga nakalista.
Point of
tatawagin ko
clarification,
po kayo
Mr.
para
Chairman.
Maayos po yung ating presentation.
Mr. Chairman, point of
Thank you.
clarification and point of information. And hindi po naman natin dinidepensa ang Transco. But tama po si Congressman Marcoleta that we have to follow kung ano sinasabi ng ating pong EPIRA. And specifically, EPIRA law, binabanggit po yan sa Section 34F. Para po i-determine yung pong rate base, Transco and distribution utility, ang sinasabi, shall not be allowed to include management inefficiencies like cause of project delays. And that's the reason why Transco, binabanggit po nila yung mga delays ng mga project.
Okay.
And it is the right of the Transco na sabihin po sa atin, ano itong mga proyekto na nadidelay po. And that's the reason why sinusuportahan po ng EPIRA Law under Section 34F that the management inefficiencies and cost of the project delays must be considered and must be updated by the Transco.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dan
Mr.
Fernandez.
Chair.
We will now proceed.
Mr. Chair, before we go,
With,
because you gave point of
oh,
clarification kay
yeah.
Comidan, so it's my time siguro.
No, no,
just
wala
one
po.
point clarification lang, Mr. Chair.
Before,
I think I discussed already last
The
time.
Honorable President Jesus,
Mr. Chair.
patapusin po natin muna
Hindi, kasi,
yung IMOP.
Mr.
So
Chair,
that
very
I will now
important.
entertain all the questions.
Mr.
Because
very-
kung lahat magpo-point of clarification, hindi ako matatapos
Mr. Chair,
dito.
last isa lang, Mr. Chair, kasi misleading sinasabi lang delay. Pakisabi nga kung ano ba reason ng delay? Is it all problem by the
Wait.
NGCP or ERC rin? Or
Maybe that's
because-
already a
kasi,
question. Yes, that is already a question for interpretation, and I suggest that you are already on the list, Honorable President Jesus. So now I will now recognize IMOP. IMOP, may you please prepare for your we may now deliver your presentation. We're taking notes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you please, your attorney?
I'm Attorney Richard Nethercott, Mr. Chairman, Vice President of the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, or IMOP.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the honorable members of this committee. So last December 23, we were directed by this committee to prepare a study or a report on the cost impact of delayed projects. Considering the data that are in our possession, what we prepared, Mr. Chairman, is to present to the committee a comparative study of the market price impact of completed transmission line projects. So we focus on 4 completed projects of the NGCP from the last 2 years, particularly, well, actually 3 years. No? We focused on the Mindanao Visayas Interconnection Project, or MVIP, the Mariveles Hermosa and the Hermosa San Jose transmission lines, Cebu Negros Panay Backbone, or CNP3, and the Cebu Bohol Interconnection Project, Mr. Chairman. So may we request our thank you, Mr. Chairman. So next slide, please. So these are the considerations or the assumptions that we've used in this project. So the target completion dates were based on the TDP 2020-2040 submitted by NGCP, approved by the DOE. We used the actual energization date reports coming from NGCP, and we also used the average price, the actual average price based on the WESM market results. Next slide, please. Mr. Chairman, just would like to emphasize that this price that we're going to discuss are prices of electricity in the market only. Now, at the average right now, only 20% of the consumption, electricity consumed in the system comes from the market. So this is only representative of that portion. And this is only generation cost. Okay. We have identified market price drivers. So, of course, basically, at the end of the day, price is determined by the interaction between supply and demand. No, moderated maybe by transmission lines. No? So, these are the price drivers. For supply, there has to be available supplies, and of course, outages has to be taken into consideration, the offer price. For demand, the economic activities and the seasonality. No? The season actually affects demand levels. Transmission lines also affect prices in terms of congestion and also outages. No? From time to time, transmission lines go into outages. So next slide, please. The first project that we have considered, Mr. Chairman, is the Mindanao Visayas Interconnection Project. So as I said, the reference is the Transmission Development Plan. It was supposed to be completed on December 2020. but the actual energization happened on May 2023. So, disconnected Mindanao and Visayas. We have considered the prices, the average prices from January 21 to 2021 to April 2023. That is the period without the energization, no? Before energization. Ito po kasi dapat na-energize 2020 per the report. So for that period, the average prices in Luzon were 6.49 for Visayas, this is 7.39 for Mindanao. For the billing period, February 2023 to April 2023, February lang po sa Mindanao because the Mindanao WSM only started in January 2023. The price before MVIP was 6.17. Now, when the MVIP was energized on May 2023, the prices from May 2023 to December 2024 with MVIP are now 5.67 in Luzon, 6.85 in the Visayas, and 4.87 in Mindanao. So yun po yung average prices. Now, we got the difference, no, without and with. And then, meron pong table dyan which says monthly average quantity or spot quantity. Ito po yung binibili sa WSM. For Luzon, that is 618,512 megawatt hours. For Visayas, 155,643 megawatt hours. For Mindanao, it's 140,788 megawatt hours. So we multiply the price difference with this monthly average spot quantity, we get a potential price reduction. So yung price reduction po is 1.99 for Luzon, 1.77 for Visayas, 1.19 for Mindanao. But yung cumulative price reduction potentially could have been 1.2 billion in Luzon, 274 million in the Visayas, 167 million in Mindanao. Now, if we multiply that with the number of months from December 2020 to May 2023, which are around 28 months, the potential cumulative price reduction for that period is 34.5 billion pesos in Luzon, 7.6 billion pesos in the Visayas, and 4.7 billion in Mindanao. Next slide, please. The next project we considered is the Mariveles, Hermosa and Hermosa San Jose transmission lines. Now, there's a map there, Mr. Chairman, showing where these lines are going to. No? Yung isang line po was connected all the way to Tayabas. The other one went to San Jose. This line actually was instrumental in allowing the new power plants constructed in Bataan to be dispatched and transmitted. So, ang target completion date nito based on the TDP 2020-2040 is May or December 2020. The actual energization happened on April 2022. So comparing the prices, the average prices from January 21 to May 2023 without the transmission lines, and from June 2023 to December 2024 with this completed Mariveles San Jose corridor, the price difference is 1 peso and 10 centavos for Luzon. This is also only in the island of Luzon. Now, yung if we use the spot settlement price, that will be a difference of 1 peso and 47 centavos. And if we multiply that with the monthly average spot quantity for the period from the target completion to actual energization, the potential average monthly price reduction cumulative, no, is 923 million pesos, Mr. Chairman, or equivalent to 26.7 billion pesos for 29 months. Next slide, please. The third project we considered is the Cebu-Negros Panay or CNP interconnection project number 3. Per the TDP of 2020, no? TDP 2020-2040, target date is December 2021. The actual energization happened on April 2024. And the computed price difference is 1 peso 19 centavos for Cebu, 1 peso 16 centavos for Negros, and 0.09 no, or 9 centavos in Panay. That was during the period when there was an N-1 contingency imposed in the Panay sub-region. However, after NGCP implemented their SIPs, no, the prices in Panay went down. So if we compare the effective spot settlement prices, the prices in Cebu, the difference is 2 pesos 65 centavos. For Negros is 2 pesos 86 centavos. And for Panay, it is 2 pesos and 42 centavos. Multiply that with the monthly average spot quantity, the potential monthly price reduction, cumulative, average in Cebu is 136.2 million, 142.42 million in Negros, and 88.8 million in Panay. For 27 months, that translates to 3.6 billion in Cebu, 3.8 billion in Negros, and 2.4 billion in Panay. Next slide, please. The next project, or the last project we considered, Mr. Chairman, for this report is the Cebu-Bohol Interconnection Project. The Cebu-Bohol, this project was targeted for completion last December 2021 based on the TDP of 2020-2040, and the actual energization happened on September 2024. The price difference, the computed price difference based on the spot settlement price is 1.24, Mr. Chairman, and multiplying that with the monthly average spot quantity of 8,964 megawatt hours, we get a potential cumulative monthly price reduction of 11 million for Bohol. For 32 months, that translates to around 354 million. Now, the observations that we have gathered from this study is that transmission lines is only one of the factors affecting price, but the most important contribution of complete transmission projects, basically, Mr. Chairman, is the improvement of supply reliability and the potential to transmit cheaper power from available resources. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your brief presentation. Since the subject matter is NGCP, today present is the President, Mr. Anthony Almeida, who we've invited several times, and in the last hearing there was a request that a subpoena be issued, but we opted to still invite him, and I would like to thank him for coming in today's hearing. Since kayo naman po ang subject matter, may we hear from you first before questions are asked.
Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon all to the congressmen who are all here. I'd like to read Mr. C's opening statement. Mr. C intended to attend today's proceeding after his pre-scheduled morning appointment with the embassy. However, he was unfortunately held up and cannot make it to Congress on time. He sends his sincere apologies, and he asked me to deliver this statement on his behalf, Mr. Chairman.
Please, right.
NGCP is a Filipino corporation, and we run the company as Filipinos. We bought the transmission business from the government in 2007 in an open public bidding at the cost of almost $4 billion. We did this in good faith and in accordance with the PIRA law passed by Congress. This was not a negotiated bid, but was a solicited contract subjected to public bidding. We followed the law, we followed the contract you gave us to sign, we followed the regulator. As the operator of the transmission system of the country, we are a partner of the government in the energy sector. We have undertaken to pay PISAM $3.95 billion as concession fee. We have also invested so much into improving the system, almost 400 billion pesos as of the end of 2024. We have increased the capacity of the transmission system to transmit power 865 times compared to Transco. We have taken up the government's directive to loop the entire country with the completion of the Mindanao-Visayas interconnection project. We have also finished the Cebu-Negros-Panay interconnection, the Cebu-Bohol interconnection, and the Hermosa-San Jose backbone. We are not in breach of our franchise, our concession agreement, and the Philippine Grid Code. The price the consumer pays for the transmission services have gone down significantly since Transco ran it in 2008. Our portion of the bill is only 3%, but we find the other 97% has not been subjected to the same scrutiny. On our projects and alleged delays, if there's any delay, there can be directly attributed to the delays in right-of-way procurement, the long permitting process, and most significantly, ERC's delay. We have more than 100 projects pending approval with the ERC, and these projects have waited for approval for almost 4 years on the average. The last regulatory reset conducted was for the period of 2011 and to 2015. Since then, we have not been given a revenue scheme that reflects the development needs of the transmission system. Despite no clear revenue stream and uncertain recovery, we continue to invest into the grid. We continue to build and we continue to serve our country. Even now, we are locked in discussions with the ERC who chooses to penalize us for every little delay and refuse to acknowledge their part in the regulatory mess the energy industry finds itself in. We follow the rules you set, the contracts you drafted, and the franchise you passed into law. We have done our job. We have bent over backwards to pursue our mandate and hold our end of the concession agreement. Our SCADA system is a secure, standalone, isolated system that is not connected to any other network. It is not connected to the internet and it cannot be remotely hacked. It is Ngcp alone through its Filipino directors and personnel and not the Chinese, which has the control over the system operations. The Chinese do not have control over the grid. There is no proverbial single red button that can instantly turn off the grid. There are protocols that actually prevent this. Ngcp's procurement of goods and services included the updated SCADA system from NARI is through a competitive selection process as required by the ERC. The State Grid Corporation of China does not exercise control over the power grid nor over Ngcp. Domestic corporations Monte Oro Grid Resources Corporation and Kalakahay Power Corporation each hold 30%, or a total of 60% of the outstanding capital stock of Ngcp, whereas SGCC only holds a minority share of 40%. SGCC's shareholding in Ngcp is consistent with the Constitution. Moreover, during the bidding of the concession agreement, the government required the participation of financially and technically capable participants. Since the operation of the transmission business has always been monopolized by the state, only foreign participants possess the relevant with domestic and international experience and expertise to operate transmission system comparable to the Philippine transmission grid. As to why we choose to partner with SGCC, I direct this question to the former owner. He bought into the Chinese. When I bought the shares in 2010, the Chinese were already there. Similarly, the shareholders agreement that has been the topic of so much speculation was already there when we stepped into the former owner's shoes. But I do not wish to throw stones. I also want solutions. Speaking as a businessman, we need stability, not just in the energy supply, but also in law, policy, and regulation. I strongly urge the DOE to look into the problem as a whole. The data is clear, 97% of the power interruptions from 2016 to 2013 was caused by problems in supply. We need stable, affordable baseload power. We need comprehensive aligned plan and considers the need to all sectors. We are willing to be part of the solution, but transmission should not be the solution for everyone's problems. For DOE, ERC, and Transco, Ngcp, and IMOP, we should work together hand in hand to have a better energy plan. God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony Almeida. That was the statement of Mr. C.
Yes,
Junior.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you very much. I will be asking you the first question, but before that, I'd like to acknowledge some members who have arrived. The Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Franz Pumaren of the 3rd District of Quezon City, the Honorable Bong Teves Jr. of DGP Party List, and of course, the hardworking Stella Luz Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina City. Welcome to the committee hearing. The chairperson of ERC is here also. May please raise your hand. The chairperson, the Honorable Dimolanta. Yes, ma'am. Welcome to this hearing. Na-late kayo. Yung isang hearing, hindi kayo na-late. Na-late kayo. Mukhang may meeting pa. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Almeida, for appearing before this committee. And thank you for your manifestation and the manifestation of Mr. C, that indeed you're here to solve problems. You're here to help solve these problems. And of course, a lot of questions will be asked later because of the presentation made. But I just would like to ask one question. Regardless of the percentage, because you claim it's 3%, in last week's hearing, some members have said it was 10%, effective because of the delay of transmission. Kasi alam po ninyo, ang GENCO, marami. Ang DU, marami. Pero ang grid, ang highway, iisa, kayo lang po yan. Kaya ang focus sa inyo eh. Kasi kayo po yung nag-iisa ron eh. Okay? At ang sinasabi nila, and I will have to, and I'm sure the Honorable President De Jesus will admit in the previous hearings of all the DUs na nagre-request ko ng mga franchise renewal, ang lagi ko nilang tinuturo, Ngcp. Kaya daw, because of the delay, it's not only 2%. Mas mataas ang effective rate na maapektuhan ang presyo ng kuryente. Now, pwede po ba ako magtanong? Isang tanong lang, Mr. Almeida. Andito man po kayo para magbigay ng solusyon. Paano po natin mabababa ang kuryente sa ating bansa?
Maybe all the energy family has to work together to put the prices down. Kasi if we're 3%, we have to talk also to the 97%, Mr. Chairman. So 100% of the whole energy family should discuss and talk. Kami naman on the 3% as the highway will be here. Mr. Chairman, the most important thing here is maybe we can do energy planning as a whole, from transmission, generation, and distribution on where to put our plants para we as transmission know where to go. Hindi po kami yung naghahabol po sa, kunwari, sa pataas, pababa, paleft, right, so that it would be also more viable and consistent also on the timeline. Because we have issues also, of course, on the right-of-ways when we pass through. And in any other businesses then po, Mr. Chairman, those are the issues. And issues on permits and everything. Although DOE has been helping us out also on our to-do list on permits. But as a whole, as an energy family, to put the price down, all the sectors has to talk together and put the 97% and the 3% has to work together and work on the price scheme on putting the price down. So, Mr. Chairman, it's a holistic plan. It's just not only us transmission.
But you will have to admit that you're part of that plan. I mean,
Yes,
if,
of course,
if you
Mr.
don't
yeah.
cooperate and
Yes,
the
Mr. Chairman.
delays
Yeah.
as presented earlier,
Yes.
you're only 30% compliant.
Yes.
You have a 70% backlog,
Yes.
as they presented earlier. From 250, you've only done
75?
Yeah, 75. So you're like you have a backlog of around 70%.
Yeah, can I, yeah,
And
yes.
do you agree that this will cost an increase?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to validate that number also, and we'd like to look the figures that was presented by Transco. Because as far as I'm concerned, there are a number of backlogs also on the approvals that we need. Remember, we're a regulated company, so we need also approvals on all those regulations also. Although, if it is a shortcomings of NGCP, I would admit it right now as the CEO here. But of course, I'd like to look at the numbers also and validate the numbers also. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if
So
that's
you
okay.
confirm that indeed the delays could also bring the prices up?
I haven't worked on that. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
yeah.
Chairman, may I be
Yes.
recognized?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Mr.
Sagayo.
Paul Sagayo Jr.
Yes,
here
please.
From
Please.
NCCP. Thank
Sir
you.
Paul, yes.
Thank you. In the interest of fair play and due process, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is the first time that we had been seeing all the presentation materials of Transco and IMOP. May we just be given 7 days from today to consult with our consultants, and we will submit the necessary comments. And also, Mr. Chairman, I would just want to, as our president mentioned, we are part of the energy family. And as Congressman Marcoleta mentioned, we are just 3% in the total energy bill. We want to assure this body that when we took over the transmission system, transmission charges had gone down. And before I end, I would like to inform this honorable body that Transco, PISAM, and NGCP entered into a concession agreement. Under 2.01 of the concession agreement, it is clearly provided that Transco has no regulatory powers over NGCP. Just a gentle reminder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Sagayo.
Mr.
Honorable
Chairman,
Dan
Mr.
Fernandez,
Chairman,
you have now the floor. You're the next.
Sakto.
secretary.
I just wanted to have
Honorable Dan
a,
Fernandez is recognized.
Sir, before we proceed with interpellation,
Yes.
maybe perhaps here I'd like to hear from the former president of Transco. Kasi po I understand the current Transco administration gave their point of view, but I'd also like to hear from more historical institutional
Honorable Dan
members.
Fernandez,
If with the indulgence of the
it's his turn, so he will have to ask that question.
Kay former Transco
Are you yielding to the question?
ask kay yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair,
So,
question.
Honorable Matibag, Attorney Matibag, please respond. This is now the time of the Honorable Dan Fernandez. I'd like to remind everyone it's 5 minutes questions. Time of the question will be 5 minutes. You can go for a second round if needed, except the answer, ha? Hindi kasama answer din, ha? So 5 minutes po tayo. The Honorable Matibag.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. What are the rules of this committee in terms of there's a representative asking a question and using the time of another representative?
No, this is now, that's why I have to, I sought the permission of the Honorable Dan Fernandez. So it's now Dan Fernandez's time. So he agreed. That's also a question.
Representative
Yes.
Fernandez yielding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Matibag.
Thank you,
Attorney
Mr.
Matibag, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, salamat po sa inyong imbitasyon at paumanhin na pangatlong beses ako na-imbitahan. This is the first time that I attended this hearing. And I'm glad to be here. I'm here just a former president and now just a consumer at isa pong Pilipino. I was just listening to the report and to the statement of President Almeida and the good lawyer of NGCP. I've heard that report long time ago. That's the same things that they've been saying na magtulungan tayo, magayos tayo. But let me share my experience when I was the president for 5 years. Wala po kaming pagkakataon na nakapasok at na tingnan man lamang ang mga pasilidad ng Ngcp na pag-aari ng Transco. Ngayon lamang po ako nakakita na kami yung may-ari ng bahay at gusto mong tingnan kung anong ginagawa sa bahay mo, hindi kayo pwedeng pumasok. I just like to remind everyone, pinag-uusapan natin dito, presyo, 3% ba, 10% ba, ganito yung binayaran. But more than that, this is something that should be a concern of everyone, and that is the national security and the national interest of our country. Alam niyo, nag-uusap-usap tayo, West Philippine Sea, may nakita tayong mga barko ng China na malalaki. Ito po, hindi na ito kailangan pumasok pa sapagkat nandito sila sa sistema mismo natin ng ating power grid. Nanonood po ako ng hearing ninyo, pinanood ko yung replay. Sinaga ko talagang panoorin. I was struck by the question of the good Congressman Ace Barbers, which was followed by Congresswoman Luistro about the system, the SCADA system, which was replaced by Ngcp when they assume. Yung pong existing na mga ano dyan, na mga equipment is General Electric noon sa EBB. Ngayon pinalitan nila ng NARI. Hindi po kailangan itanong kung may pumasok na armado, terorista. Simple lang po ang tanong ko kay Engineer Clark. Ano ba yung NARI? Proprietary ba yan? Alam nyo ba yung source code? I will make an example para maintindihan po ng publiko. Cellphone. Lahat tayo may cellphone, di po ba? Hardware. This is Apple, iPhone. Anong software? iOS, di ba? Pag nakalimutan mo po, Mr. Chairman, yung password ng iyong cellphone, hindi ba pwede kang mag-message, forgot password, ipapaalala sa'yo? Ibig bang sabihin, yung SCADA ba, na ginather, yung mga data ng ating power grid, hindi ba nakikita ng China? 3 control, walang single red button. There was already an incident na nagkaproblema ang power grid natin. It was resolved remotely. Twice already na nangyari. So ano ibig sabihin nito? Remotely pwedeng gawin. Hindi po totoo. Magaling si Engineer Clark, sa alam ko, na-research ko yung background niya yung sa mga yung mga performance. Pero ang tanong, do you know the source code? Proprietary yan When we made the research, when we made the presentation doon sa Senado, lumabas that NARI is a state-owned company na used by a military. So nag-report kami niyan, December 2019. We were able to capture yung website nila. Yun yung pinipresent ni Congresswoman Luistro. Sabi ko, ito yung dokumentong binigay namin noon sa Senado. Nakita namin. Kiniklaim talaga nila na first overseas nila na paggamit na equipment at ng SCADA ang Pilipinas. Nung ni-raise namin yung issue sa Senado, February, tingnan nyo ngayon sa website ng NARI kung nandun pa, wala na. But I have the screenshot already. So more than that. Now, yung question naman noon ni Congresswoman nung nanonood ako, Kimbo, the Honorable Congresswoman Kimbo, sinasabi natin 3%. Huwag natin paginitan to. I yield to those position of the honorable members. But hindi po 3% lang pinag-uusapan natin dito. The presentation of IMOP was very clear. Nakita nyo yung diferensya because of the delay. But even before that, there was the study done by Butuan, the power plan of Butuan. I'm sure the good chairman knows about this. Nang diferensya because of the delay of the project of Visayas Mindanao connection, there is a price difference of 2 pesos compared to Luzon and Visayas. Ano pong basis dito? IPIRA law. Because under the IPIRA law, the WESM, bibilin nila yung excess ng generation. Wag po natin sisihin yung generation. Yung excess po ng generation, binibili ng WESM during peak, doon binibenta Yung off-peak, binibili nila Yung po yung totoo niyan. Bakit wala sa Mindanao? Dahil ang requirement is there should be an interconnection before magkaroon ng WESM sa Mindanao. Kaya yung presentation ng IMOP na bumaba because there's already interconnected. Bakit? Because under the IPIRA law, ang sabi ng IPIRA law, bibilhin niya. Ano ang nangyari sa Mindanao? Fully contracted. Yung mga excess kailangan bilhin ng electric cooperatives. So, sino nagbabayad? Tayo po, ng mga consumers. So, may I make an appeal, Mr. Chair? Huwag na sabihin 3% lang. I must remind everyone, the only natural monopoly in the entire energy sector, in the entire business sa Pilipinas, is transmission. Napakarami po yan. Alam niyo po, naririnig ko sa news yung tinitira po kayo sa Kongreso, 777. Alam niyo, mas maganda pong sagot na 77 na pag-usapan. Yung 7 na violation concession agreement ng Ngcp, yung 7 po na violation ng national security ng Ngcp, at yung 7 po na abuse nila as to the financial status ng government natin. Paano natamaan? Bakit nalugi tayo? Ang ganda po ng opening statement ni Mr. Almeida. Binili namin to ng fair square. Pero pag binilikan po natin, it violates the IPIRA law. Because under the IPIRA law, dapat maximum value makuha mo eh. That is in the implementing rules ng IPIRA law natin eh. Hindi natin nakuha yung maximum value. Katunayan, we are losing. During the time of Transco, sinisisi natin Transco, delay, ganito, ganyan, kaya natin binigay. Doon pa rin yung delay eh.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification. My clarification is, Transco rin na nagpabid nito eh. Kayo rin, di ba?
Hindi po.
No, yes or no?
Pisam po.
Pisam, because according to the IPIRA law, a cornerstone of IPIRA law was the privatization of the Transco, transferring management of the national grid to private operators who could bring efficiency, innovation, and capital investment. So, joint kayo ng Transco and Pisam who bidded this in 2007 as it was clear.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, Attorney Matibag was not part of Transco at that time.
But,
Because if I was there at that time, I will not allow it.
Yes, but let us be clear, Attorney Matibag. So, before you answer
May I
your
reclaim
question,
my time, Mr. Chairman?
Are you done with your...
Well,
Are you done?
alam nyo, hindi ko tayo matatapos kung gusto nyo.
Oo.
Meron pa po sana kung gustong idagdag.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
I said
Chairman.
there is 777.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you
Chair.
very much, Honorable Attorney
So
Matibag.
I just wrap up.
Mr.
Yes, I will give you 2 minutes to wrap up.
Ito kasi yung
Hindi lang
problema,
po.
tinawag niyo po ako rito, nananahimik na ako eh.
Okay.
Kaya nabuksan yung ganito eh. Ako po hindi nagre-represent ng taong
Okay.
bayan na po yung pinag-uusapan dito. In fact, I was a victim of mga white paper and everything during that time. Pero ngayon, wala namang maakusa sa akin ako pagkakakitaan ko to, kung ano man. So, I can speak freely. I'm speaking as a public now. I'm speaking for the people, Filipino people. When we are singing the national anthem, na hindi tayo papayag, di ba? Huwag tayo magpapapi. Hindi na tayo kailangan sakupin. They are there in their system. Because, ibinenta natin. Let me cite this. Tama po yung sinasabi nyo. I was very happy last week to find out, to read the news from Reuters. Alam niyo po ba ang ginawa ng United Kingdom? Na dati ang nagpapatakbo rin ng China yung...
Mr. Chair, I think malayo na yung ano niya, Mr. Chair eh.
Hindi po malayo
So,
yun.
because the question is direct kanina eh.
No, lang. Dr. Say, I asked him to wrap up. Please wrap up so we can go back to the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Privately owned ang transmission ng UK noon. I was redeemed because noong 2017 we're already pushing na dapat government at least the systems operation. Kasi this is include national security. Hindi po ito malayo. In fact, isa pang news, tinanggal ng UK ang NARI system for the same reason that I am saying now. Kung ilalayo natin, sasabihin natin, hindi na tayo Pilipino nito. Pinagbelit na natin ng 30, parang pinagbenta na natin sa pilak yung ating bansa.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Pero you will agree, Attorney Matibag, that nung nagkabentahan, Transco was also part of that sale. Kasama,
It was Pisamo was under it.
But you were not the
Maybe
president.
Maybe we can ask.
Yeah, but you were
Attorney-
not the president.
I was not the president, but
But, you know,
somebody in the room can answer it because
Yeah.
Attorney Alabanza was part of Pisamo.
Okay, we will discuss that later.
Mr. Chair.
We will now give it back to the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chair, and for the record. Mr. Chair, earlier when I wanted to hear from Attorney Matibag, my point, Mr. Chair, was not as to take time from the good Chairman Fernandez. This was because he is a resource person po. Nagbigay ng statement yung ating other resource persons. I just wanted that for the consideration of the committee that he be given the time. So I hope, Mr. Chair, this would not be taken against yung oras ni Mr. ni
Don't
Chairman
worry,
Fernandez.
your question was short enough.
Thank you very much,
It
Mr.
doesn't
Chair.
include the answer, remember, okay?
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Chair.
but you know, it was the time of Dan Fernandez, so I had to ask the Honorable Dan if he was willing to also ask the same question you were raising. Para hindi ho tayo kasi kailangan ho, time ho ni Dan Fernandez. The Honorable Dan Fernandez, you should have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. At don't worry, Mr. Matibag, welcome to the club. Yung mga na-experience mo, hindi lang ikaw nakaka-experience, pati ako. And going back to what you were saying a while ago, darating tayo dyan. Siguro sa part 2 ng pagtatanong ko at part 3 ng pagtatanong ko, kahit abutin tayo ng madaling araw dito. But going back to what I've been discussing a while ago, Mr. Chairman, kasi meron pong administrative matter na hindi pa po tayo natatakel. So, I just wanted to go back there para at least po ay malaman ko yung mga nirequest ko noong nakaraan. Because sa list po ng ating pong mga invited guests and list ng nandito po, parang hindi ko nakikita yung mga taong inimbitahan natin. Like for example, yung chairman ng NGCP, si Su Guang Chao. We invited him. Yung director, si Yao Sheng. Yung director ng Wang Li Jin. Si Lin Xinhua. Asan po sila?
There's a letter.
Yes, what's the
from
letter all about?
Do you have a copy of the letter signed by Mr. Almeida for all of these directors?
So ano po reason, Mr. Almeida, kung bakit hindi sila dumating sa araw na ito?
Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Mr. Almeida, please.
Okay.
We
Mr.
have a copy of your letter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's Chinese New Year, so they're there in Beijing right now.
Kailan po ang Chinese New Year,
On
Mr.
the
Almeida?
29th, and then they have a special meeting yata every year on January of all, yeah.
So hanggang kailan po ang Chinese New Year?
29 yata, Mr. Chair, yeah. I'm
So-
not so sure of the date
So,
because
Mr.
I
Chairman,
don't keep track on the date.
So in the next hearing po natin, I'm sure na makakarating na po sila, no? Na sana po ay dumating na po sa susunod na hearing.
Yes.
And even all the resource persons that we have invited as well, like si Mr. Helen C. Saan po siya nagpunta? Sa embassy?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Embassy and...
Embassy lang po.
okay. Hanggang anong oras po yan?
Well, within the day, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
I hope that next time he can attend as well.
Yes,
Mr.
Chairman.
Robert
Thank you very
Cuyuto po. Mr. Almeida.
Mr. Robert Quinto has a letter. To save time, they
Okay,
have a letter.
go ahead.
He has a medical certificate. So Robert Quinto has a medical certificate. And who else have submitted their Robert Cuyuto has the Attorney Ferrer also has a letter. So all of them have letters, and of course, Mr. Pardo has a medical certificate also. So to save time, maybe we can go into the
Mr. Chairman.
discussion. The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, okay po sa akin that they have not attended this hearing today, but I hope that in the next hearing that
We
we will
will
be
do
going. Yeah. And before I proceed, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
mukhang nagtataas po ng kamay
Yes,
si...
Mr. Chairman, ang point ko lang dito, Chinese New Year is January 29. So if they find this hearing very important, ano ba naman to fly back here, attend the hearing, then fly back again to China? Are they trying to avoid the hearing? January 29, Chinese New Year. Tama po ba?
Mr. Paul.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Paul, You may
We
reply.
confirm that the Chinese New Year is next week. But on top of the Chinese New Year, Mr. Chairman, the Chinese, our Chinese partners, their corporation has an annual meeting yesterday, which they need to attend. And we would want to assure this honorable body that we are not evading attending the hearing of Congress.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that's
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to the statements of Mr. Matibag?
Paul, later, we will give you the time because it's Honorable
Okay.
Dan Fernandez.
Yeah,
I
Mr. Chairman,
apologize.
yes,
Please,
Mr.
please
Chair.
reserve your reply. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's the reason why I said a while ago na sana next na hearing natin makapunta na po sila. At I hope that they will consider that these hearings that we are conducting are so important regarding the franchise of NGCP. And in the last hearing as well, Mr. Chairman, we have a list of documents that we subpoenaed. At isa doon, Mr. Chairman, na hiniling po natin ay yung pong shareholders agreement of National Grid Corporation and yung pong state grid of China. Ito pang state grid of China, siya rin ba Mr. Anthony Almeida ang State Grid International Development Limited? Are they the same and one?
No, it's a holding company.
So iba po holding company yung yung State Grid International Development Limited? O siya ang State Grid of China?
No, the other one is a holding company. State Grid of China is the mother company.
Okay, so
Yes.
can you kindly submit to this committee yung shareholders agreement of the NGCP and the China Grid, yung State Grid of China? Okay, shareholders agreement. We need to find out because sinasabi mo kanina walang control ang Chinese sa operation and maintenance of the of the operation. So we will find out with the shareholders agreement. Submit it to us. And please, i-remind po namin ang NGCP na sana po hindi po sa araw ng hearing kayo nagsasubmit ng mga dokumento. Bigyan naman po kami ng oras para basahin ng mga dokumento na dinadala niyo po sa amin.
Yes,
Give
Mr.
us
Chair.
at least 2 days or 3 days prior to the hearing itself.
Opo, Mr.
Thank you. And secondly, Mr. Chairman, all requests for authority to purchase land executed by the NGCP or any of its officials. Third, yung pong mga memoranda executed by the NGCP or any of its officials in relation to construction projects by the NGCP. Ikaapat po, any and all documents submitted by the NGCP during the bidding for the privatization of Transco. And number 5, any and all documents submitted by the NARI group in relation to the bid proposals submitted to NGCP. Share purchase agreement among Henry C., Robert Kyoto, and Synergy Grid and Development Incorporated. Submit it to us as well. Number 7, proof of approval by the Philippine Stock Exchange and Philippine Competition Commission of the share purchase agreement or the share swap transaction among Henry C., Robert Kyoto, and Synergy Grid.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
This is a administrative matter, Mr. Chairman.
No, but I would like to make a point of order, Mr. Chair, because I am guided by the subject matter of the inquiry. This is a motu proprio inquiry on the performance of the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. So we are supposed to be assessing the performance of NGCP and in relation to the very objective of lowering the price of electricity. I do not find the connection why the Honorable Fernandez is asking several documents to be submitted before this committee.
Can you,
I think
Mr. Chairman, because with all these documents that we are asking from the NGCP, we will be able to assess their performance. Because
Mr.
these
Chair,
are all
the
pertinent
one that
documents
will
coming
assess
from
the
NGCP,
performance
and we
of
haven't received
NGCP,
any documents
Mr. Chair.
yet coming from NGCP just now. Ngayon lang tayo naka-receive ng documents sa kanila eh. Ano, pipigilan niyo ako na kunin to. Ang tagal-tagal ko na kinukuha to, 2019 pa. Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed. Minutes of meeting for the election of corporate officers of NGCP. NGCP corporate policies on the functions and qualifications of officers and audit committee, compensation committee, and nomination and election committee. Number 10, authorization from the Department of Justice for the employment of technical personnel, list of names of nationality and all of managerial employees of NGCP, including their respective job descriptions and years of employment. Number 12, complete organizational chart of NGCP. Number 13, tripartite agreement of Transco, NGCP, DICT in relation to the National Broadband Plan. Broadband Plan and lease agreement between NGCP and DICT in relation to the National Fiber Backbone. Now, Mr. Chairman, I will proceed. Mr. Chairman, ang tanong ko lamang po sa ERC, yung po bang last rate reset natin, 13 taon na po tayong walang rate eh. Di ba? At lagi kapag sinasabi natin rate reset, lagi na lang sinasabi natin na ang sinasabi ng NGCP ay kasi ang ERC hindi sila nag-reset eh. It's always like that eh. Lagi ang sinisisi ng NGCP ay kayo. Bakit? Can you kindly tell us, bakit umabot ng 13 taon? Samantalang sinasabi sa atin ng batas, rules ng ERC, every 5 years, di ba? Every 5 years. Oh, kailan ang last reset natin? Kailan? Ma'am?
Mr. Chair,
Isa di Malanta.
Apo. Yung last na rate reset po ay para sa third regulatory period covering 2011 to 2015. So, natapos po ito bandang 2010. Pinatupad po nila ng 2011.
So, 16 to 2023.
Yun po yung hirap po akong makasagot, Mr. Chair. Kasi po kung maalala po ninyo, especially the Honorable Dan Fernandez, noon pong Agosto 2022, ang bandang Setyembre po, 3 weeks into the job, noon pong nag-budget hearing po, ito na po yung siningil sa amin. So, tinanong po naman kami ng diretsahan, nagkaroon ba ng reset, sumagot din naman po kami ng diretsahan na wala. Pero in a matter of weeks, sinimulan na po namin yung trabaho. Kaya po, November nakapaglabas po kami ng rules, December nakapag-file po si NGCP. So, pero yung between po nun, yun po yung hirap po akong makasagot, Mr. Chair, kasi po wala po akong personal knowledge.
Yes, so tama po yung sinasabi ni NGCP na kasalanan nga ng ERC dito.
Hindi po nakapag-reset po talaga yung ERC.
Yun lang. Yun ang problema. Ano ang impact na hindi kayo nakapag-reset?
Wala pong naging review nung rates ni NGCP at wala din po silang opportunity na makapag-file para sa bagong rates. So ang nangyari po, tinuloy-tuloy lang yung dating rates na naaprubahan ng ERC.
At wala pong na-assess, wala pong na-depreciate ng mga value ng kanilang mga assets. Mr. Chairman, 13 taon at hindi ako naniniwala na ito'y kagagawan lamang ng ERC, but nevertheless, darating po tayo doon. Ngayon po, ano ang status ng ating pong reset? Para sa kababayan natin na nanonood at sa mga kasamahan po natin, so pinag-uusapan po natin, ito po yung taripa. At ang pinag-uusapan po dito, okay, sinasabi yan ng NGCP at ibang members ng ating pong mga kasamahan dito that napakaliit lang ng porsyento ng transmission rate sa kabuuan na binabayad ng ating taong bayan. Pero tayo po dito ay niloloko. Ang ating pong transmission rate, tama, maliit lang, 1 peso and 19 cents per kilowatt hour. Yun po ang general na sinisingil. Pero Mr. Chairman, 13 or 10 cents lang ang difference. Malaking bagay po yan sa ating pong mga kababayan. Most especially na hindi tayo nag-compute, marami na po tayong overcollection. And this must be refunded to our Filipino people. Now, ang tanong, Mona Lisa, ano na ang status ng ating pong NGCP sa rate reset?
Sa reset po ng 4th regulatory period, Mr. Chair, ito po yung tapos ng period 2016 to 2022. Patapos na po kami. Ito nga pong siguro po ngayong susunod na linggo may meeting na po kami para final evaluation na po ito. Kasi natapos na po namin yung mga public processes. Required po kami na mag-publish, humingi ng consultation sa publiko. Natapos na po namin yun. So evaluation na po.
Salamat po, ma'am. Ito po, may hawak po akong 2 dokumento. isang draft partial initial determination. Ito, covered period of 2016 to 2020. At isang draft final determination 2016 to 2020. This was published noong September 2023 at ito naman noong August 2024. Will you confirm that you have the already signed? Lahat kayo nag-sign dito. Ikaw, Mona Lisa, si Catherine, si Commissioner Maceda, si Lumbatan, si Digal, at si Puentes. At sinasabi nyo dito sa draft partial initial determination from 2016 to 2020 was published on September 2023. Am I correct?
Tama po yan, Mr.
At ito naman, published August 2024. Draft final determination. I just wanted to confirm kasi pupunta ako sa dalawang desisyon na to. Hindi naman desisyon, sapagkat wala pa naman kayong final, di ba? And I just wanted to be cleared kasi medyo ako confused ako sa mga desisyon dito na sa mga value ng ating assets that was agreed upon by the ARC. And the power of this committee is the oversight power to check na yung pong sinasabi ng EPIRA that the rate base, no, Mr. Chairman, kailangan po nakabase doon po sa tinatawag po nating methodology na ginamit po nila. Now, ang tanong ko po, dito ba sa dokumento na to, na covered by this document, are you saying na 2016 lang to 2020 itong partial initial determination?
Tama po.
Tama. At ito naman, 21 to 22?
Hindi po, buo na po. 2016 to 2022.
So, imbis na 5 taon tayo ngayon, 7 taon na yung ating pong fourth regulatory period.
Tama po.
Am I correct? Okay. So, sinabi ninyo doon sa draft final determination which covers the 2016 to 2022, sabi mo, na-post to noong August 24 at na-post din to nung September. Dito sa discussion ito, napasama yung commission and completed projects should be allowed to be recovered by NGCP. At dito sa decision nyo at dito sa draft ninyo, nakalagay din yung spend. Am I correct? Tama po ba yung sabihin na nakalagay pareho dito yung commission and useful ng mga projects?
Mr. Chairman, point of order. We cannot be discussing non-final decisions and merely temporary drafts. We otherwise will be intruding into the authority of the ARC in finally determining what should be done to this particular period for reset. How can we be discussing drafts?
Mr. Chairman.
This, I would just like to ask.
Mr. Chairman.
Miss Dibanata, are you agreeing to discuss here something that you have not finally decided on?
Mr. Chairman, that's the reason why we have this.
Honorable Dan Fernandez.
That's the reason why, Mr. Chairman, that we have this oversight power to check the abuse of some agencies of our government, especially na maapektuhan yung sinacharge sa ating taong bayan. Pera ng taong bayan ito sinacharge natin Yung ang sinasabi natin dito ng mga proyekto na hindi pa tapos, itinacharge natin sa ating mga consumers. And yun ang pinaglalaban po natin dito. Bakit po hindi na
Honorable Dan Fernandez still has the floor. Let us give him
Yeah, but I have the point of order.
We
In
take
any
note of that,
judicial
Honorable.
decision, you cannot question yet if that's not yet final.
But
These are draft. The commissioners, the chairman, will change this draft and they have that authority under the law.
Okay.
So how can we be discussing drafts of possible decisions?
Okay.
I would like to ask, Madam, because we have a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I still
And
have the floor. Mr. Chairman, I still have the floor.
And the point of
Now you
order
have to
is
decide on the point of
precedes
order,
all
Mr.
kinds
Chairman.
of statements.
Decide on the point of order.
Yeah, the point of order is precedes all. The point is
Mr. Chairman, have we violated any rules
number one.
with the,
Yes,
with
may
the
we
manifestation
know
of
what is
Congressman
the
Rufus
what is
Rodriguez?
what rule has been violated, Honorable Rodriguez? Because
point of order.
you will have to understand that he's asking a question based on some research that he has made.
Yes, that's correct.
So let us give him that time
Because
you have to
a
understand
point
that
of order interrupts anybody.
I will agree, but you will have to cite also what
What
rule
rules?
what rule you have been violated, because you will have to understand. Honorable Rodriguez, para klaro tayo, para maging smooth naman itong procedure ho natin, itong hearing na to. Patapusin na ho natin si Dan Fernandez because there's also an accusation here na ikaw kasalanan ng ARC. So dapat, I think he's also going to go there. So I would like to hear, because in his statement, meron siyang statement kanina na meron kayong kasalanan. So I want him now to continue, and I will allow him to continue, the Honorable
With due
Rodriguez.
respect to our chair,
Okay.
our rules provide for precedence of motions. And in the proceedings of motions, the rules of Congress, it says that the point of order has precedence over all other discussions. And that is why I'm saying that I have a point of order that in this proceeding, we cannot be discussing drafts,
Mr. Chairman,
which
what
are
rule was
not yet
violated?
final.
Mr. Chairman, what rule was violated? Tama po yun.
Rule on the precedence
Tama po
of
yun.
Mr. Chair,
2-minute break, Mr. Chair. Break. Can we have a break, Mr. Chair? Ang
Session,
na-violate natin, Mr. Chairman.
Session suspended.
Wala naman tayo
Alam po
binabiolate
ninyo,
sa rules eh.
pag nag-cite ho tayo ng rule, point of order, you will have to be clear what's
Chair, akala ko
Oh, session is suspended. Ayaw nila pasalitain si si Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Okay,
Session
maraming salamat. Okay, Mr. Chairman, ERC, Mona, ito po inaaral ninyo, yung pong mga bagay na pinag-aaralan para alam mo, kailangan po natin maintindihan lahat ito. And I don't know why other members of this committee is trying to prevent me to explain the details in layman's term. Ngayon, ang ating pong Mona, so, sa pagbibigay ng tamang taripa na ikakarga sa taong bayan, ano ang mga kino-consider dito? Ito, alam mo nyo to, ito yung return on capital, operating expenses, taxes. Can you kindly explain briefly?
Opo. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, yun pong sistema po or programa ng rate setting sa ating regulated entities, Ngcp at distribution utilities, yung tinatawag na building block approach. So meron po tayo mga building blocks katulad nga po ng nabanggit ninyo na CAPEX, and then yung return on capital or return on the total CAPEX including the opening asset base, the return of capital, ito na yung mga kasama yung WACC, depreciation, at yung mga operating expenses or OPEX, mga O&M expenses po, at taxes po, kung allowed po sila under the rules.
Okay, in other words, Mona, para mapabilis tayo, ito tinatawag natin regulatory asset base, itong RAB. Ang sinasabi natin, ito yung pinaka-asset natin, di ba? Pinaka-asset ng transmission. Tama?
Tama po.
Tapos kailangan natin dito yung CAPEX, kung magkano yung
Ginastos po.
gagastusin para doon sa proyekto. Now, kapag mataas ang lahat ng ito, mataas ang singil ng kuryente.
Kasi yun po yung base po, multiply.
Correct.
Multiply mo dun sa...
At ang sinasabi po ng batas, kailangan just and reasonable na ibibigay sa rate para sa ating mga kababayan. Am I correct?
Tama naman.
Okay, question. Puntahan natin yung opening RAB. Kasi sa 2015, okay, ano ba yung opening RAB? Ito yung sinasabi natin na ano yung total asset nung 2015 ng transmission. Di ba? May opening RAB tayo dyan tinatawag May closing. Closing na yun, tapos na yun 2011 to 2015. Tapos na yung third regulatory period. Pupunta na tayo sa fourth regulatory period. At ang sabi, yung closing RAB o yung closing na asset na to, pupunta ngayon, moving forward, doon sa 2016, sa fourth regulatory period. Ang tanong, Sa draft partial initial determination dito at sa draft final determination, dahil sa tinatawag na roll forward methodology na ginamit ng ERC, mahalaga na malaman. Di ba? Malaman natin ang tamang halaga ng assets ng NGCP na dapat mag-roll forward doon sa fourth regulatory period. Nagsagawa ba ang mga experts na kinuha ng NGCP para malaman ang halaga na dapat may roll forward doon sa closing RAB papunta sa opening RAB ng fourth regulatory period?
May mga expert pong kinuha ang ERC para po
Sino po?
mag-validate.
Sino po?
Sandali.
Andito po ba inibitahan natin ang...
You have one more question, the Honorable Fernandez. Then we will have to move, then you will have to go for second round. One more question. Proceed. Are you done? Did you answer?
Mr. Chair, sagutin ko lang po kung sino po yung
Yes.
consultant. NCL Consulting po.
Yes.
NC, okay. One more question, the Honorable Dan.
Okay. Ang Royal Asia, Appraisal Corporation, nandito po kayo. Magkano binayad sa inyo para tayo po ay mag-appraise ng lahat ng total asset, yung regulatory asset base ng ating NGCP?
Nasa likod daw po, Mr. Chair.
Magkano yung binayad? Tinatanong lang natin binayad.
Pakisagot lang po.
Hindi, ERC na lang. ERC na lang. Magkano binayad? Sa 29 million for NCL and 12 million. Is this correct? Sa RAAC? Anyway, bigyan nyo na lang sa akin mamaya.
Sige po, may
Okay.
breakdown po kasi yan.
So, ang tanong natin sa RAAC, ano ang opening RAB ninyo? So, ano yung asset na natapos natin sa third regulatory period, moving forward sa 2016, anong opening RAB natin?
Last question, please reply. Yes.
Mga tao. Nangungupahan kami.
Walang sound lagi. Bakit pinatayan nila ng ano? Bakit pinatayan nila ng sound? Ayaw nila pasilitain si si Congressman Dan Fernandez. Walang sound. Ayaw nila pasilitain si Congressman Fernandez. Pinatayan nila. Si Ropos Rodriguez kasi yan eh.
Noon pa, na
Bakit kaya? Hello po, good afternoon. Walang sound. Ang ganda na sana ng ano eh. Wala oh, walang sound. Hala? Bakit walang audio?
Yung issue na ito, tama yung sinasabi po ni Mr. Matibag, na matagal na itong issue. As a matter of fact, pinatawag po kami sa Malacanang during the time of President Duterte. Nandun po si Mr. Matibag, nandun si Secretary Cusi, and we were confronted with several issues, and the foremost issue raised by Mr. Matibag at the time was this: saan ka nakakita ng may-ari ng bahay na hindi pinapapasok sa kanyang bahay? I would like to repeat my answer then, Mr. Chairman. Ang sinasabi ko po, may concession agreement po tayo. Para pong may lease agreement, nangungupahan kami sa bahay ninyo, ikaw nga talaga ang may-ari. We recognize that. Walang problema po doon. Ang sinasabi po lang namin, hindi naman po pwedeng natutulog kami ng alas 3 ng madaling araw, kakabog ka na lang sa bahay namin, papasugin mo kami, maiistorbo naman kami. In other words, there should be protocols to be observed. Yun po ang sinasabi namin noon pa. And truth be told, Mr. Chairman, we have pictures. Attorney Mutya here, Attorney Alabanza, have in her possession pictures that will show that we allowed Transco, we allowed DOE, we allowed NICA to enter and to inspect not only our buildings and facilities. I would like to go to the issue raised on the case na final namin against Transco. Yes, correct. We filed a case against Transco. Ganito po kasi yung nangyari dyan, Mr. Chairman. Meron kaming substation sa Pangasinan. Biglang may nag-aakyat sa mga bakod namin mga tao. Siyempre, huhulihin na ng gwardiya namin yon. It is our obligation as the concessionaire to protect the transmission facilities, and that is why we filed a case for trespassing against these individuals. And we later found out, Mr. Chairman, that they are employees of Transco. Now, Mr. Chairman, can we present the pictures that will show that indeed we allowed Transco, we allowed DOE to visit our facilities? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can we see the slides kung ano yun, ipapakita nila?
Rani, okay, he still has the floor. The Honorable President.
Yeah, before I proceed to my next question, can we see the slides?
There are slides that, are you ready to present the pictures?
Or later, while they preparing, I proceed to my next question.
Please proceed your next question.
I can send it to ComSec.
Please present.
The link po. I can send the link.
You will send, okay, please coordinate with the staff now.
Yes, sir.
Just
Okay, the
yeah,
Honorable
thank you.
President, Jesus.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Again, the last time the hearing that we had, Mr. Chair, lagi natin pinag-usapan about the Chinese na may one push, may button sa China na once na pinindot yun, magba-brown out. So I would like to ask Ngcp, totoo ba yun na may one button na basat pinres mo, black out ang buong Pilipinas? Maraming nanonood sa atin kasi natatakot sila rito. So gusto natin for the record, totoo ba yun na isang pindot lang magba-black out ang buong Pilipinas? Yung parang bang sa Mission Impossible movie, parang gano'n. Totoo ba yun?
Mr. Chair, wala pong ganun sa Ngcp na...
Mr. Chairman, he's our Chief Technical Officer, Mr. Chairman, a Filipino citizen. Engineer Rico Vega.
Rico,
Filipino ka?
are you in the position to answer that?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm the OIC Chief Technical Officer of
Okay,
Ngcp.
please, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
That has been a concern, correct?
Yes, sir. I confirm that there is no push button anywhere that can block out the whole grid of the Philippines.
So sinasabi,
But I just would like to, I think the question is based on, are you 100% because you did not make that? The National Grid did not make that software and did not make that. We're talking about button, we're talking of anything, but that they're able to tamper with our
Yes, sir.
supply
Now,
of electricity,
as we have
transmission of electricity.
reported, Mr. Chair, our SCADA is not connected to the internet, can be accessed. Yeah, it has the own
Okay.
hostages.
Okay, Mr. President Jesus, you still have the floor.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro follow-up question lang. Yung access ba ng Chinese counterpart nyo sa ganitong klaseng control, nakikilam ba sila pagdating sa ganito?
Mr. Chair, all our low dispatch center and engineers in our facilities are all Filipinos.
Mr. Chair, can I assure the Filipino people, especially yung mga nanonood sa atin, there's no such things. I want you to confirm that. You're under oath. Mr. Chair, na-under oath ba sila? Just to make sure na...
Oh, yes, that's a very good...
yun nga. Kasi very important to, no? Kasi ang ating mga kababayan, natatakot baka nga daw may push buttons. I just want to confirm na talaga walang ganun.
So on the request of the Honorable Presti, we will suspend your time. Please rise. The committee, everybody, all resource persons, okay? Pati yung mga nasa likod, no? All resource persons attending for the first time, okay? Please rise, please. At
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these congressional inquiries to help you God?
thank you. Please take your seats. Okay, the Honorable President Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, kasi, you know, we work in the energy sector for the last 15 years. So, hindi madali magpatay o mag-shut off ng kuryente. Can you explain yung procedure kung paano sinashut down ang buong grid? Yan ba isang pindot lang dito sa Pilipinas o iba sa Luzon, iba sa Visayas, iba Mindanao o iba bayan? Kasi meron tayong mga substation tender na sila lang ang ano. Can you explain that if you have a presentation? Para once and for all maintindihan ng ating kababayan. Ano ba kasi natatakot sila sa one button na yan na sinasabi nila. Please explain.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Please.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Are you a technical person?
I'm not. I just want to raise a point, Mr. Chairman.
Can you respond to the question?
Yes,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, we have protocols, but I would like to assure this honorable body that we can divulge everything about our protocols, but these are very, very sensitive issues, and they involve national security. May we request, Mr. Chairman, if we will be compelled to do that, we request for an executive session.
Ara na naman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much.
And last point, Mr. Chairman, on China being able to put off the whole grid, Mr. Chairman, that's fake news.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Paul Sagayo. The Presti, you still have Honorable Presti.
Yeah, so again, so hindi totoo yun. So at least just to make it clear.
Okay,
Attorney Paul, maybe Attorney Paul will confirm. Hindi totoo yun.
Yes,
Absolutely a lie, Mr. Chairman.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next question, who determines, who evaluates, and who approves that type of technical equipment placed in the control centers? Who is authorized to handle the control?
Mr. Chairman, again, the same answer, that all of these things will be covered. We can make, in a presentation that we can make, provided that it is on executive session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Again, my next question, have you opened these control centers to a cybersecurity or any security vulnerability audit?
Who's going to reply? Who's going to reply? Paul, are you replying?
Mutia.
Or
Mr. Chairman,
Rico Vega? Or
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have a third party to audit our our system, and in fact we have been audited by ERC, NICA, and NSC, and we do the regular audit, third party.
And Mr. Chairman, this has been raised a long time ago. That is why NICA and NGCP entered into a memorandum of agreement. And again, pursuant to that agreement, we allowed NICA to stay, to hold office in NGCP, and they are there. A lot of times, NICA, our intelligence community have
bakit
been
defensive
visiting not
kayo?
only our facilities in Quezon City, but all over the Philippines. General Esperon, at the time that he was an advisor of the Security Council of the previous administration, they were allowed to visit all our facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again,
You still have the floor.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, can you brief us further on the NARI, yung NARI, and why it was the chosen SCADA?
Mr. Chairman, can we ask Engineer Clark Agustin to answer the question? Engineer Clark Agustin, Mr.
Engineer
Chairman.
Agustin. Oh yes, you were present in the last because you were. I remember your name was Mr. Aguilar or Engineer Aguilar. Okay, so Engineer Agustin, please. There's a question. Please answer.
So NARI is our SCADA system that we use. Before acquiring NARI, we went through the competitive selection process as mandated. And then regarding the source code issue, raised earlier, for NARI, we have the source code. But for GE, during Transco time, we don't know about that, sir. But for NARI, we have it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much,
still
Mr.
have
Chair.
time.
Yeah, I still have time, and I still have more questions,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair. Thank you. Next question, have you partnered with the AFP or PNP or any government security agency to ramp up security of critical transmission facilities?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I've said, we have a memorandum of agreement with NICA. We have agreements with the Armed Forces of the Philippines with respect to the protection of our facilities and related documents. We can submit all of this if required. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
I move back to Transco and ARC, siguro my last question, do you pay taxes religiously?
Mr. Chairman, the question has been answered by the BIR the last time. We have no tax liabilities at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, to Transco, kanina with your presentation, so all the delays, is that solely liable ba dyan ang NGCP? Kasi karamihan, nailagay nyo, if you look at your presentation, you're blaming NGCP alone. Kasi wala sa explanation kung ano mga reason. Can you explain ano ba ng causes ng delay?
Mr. Chair,
Please proceed.
Firstly, just to clarify, we lifted the information from the partial final determination of the ERC. We properly put the source in our presentation, so that was lifted from the final determination. Now we monitor what the NGCP submits as its what we call in the industry as TPSR, or the Transmission Project Status Report. And for Transco, we compare the same to the expected time of completion, or the estimated time of completion under the ERC approvals, Mr. Chair.
NGCP, do you agree to what he said?
We are addressing the question to
NGCP, if they agree to what Transco said a while ago.
Attorney Paul.
Yeah.
Is it, who's gonna reply? Is it Attorney?
Attorney Mutia will reply, but can you please repeat again? Can you please repeat what you just stated?
Mr. Chair.
Can you please repeat that?
Yes, firstly, we put the source or the reference in our presentation, and our presentation says that we lifted from the partial final determination. No, initial is the earlier one, but we lifted from the partial final determination. And then also, at the same time, Transco conducts its monitoring based on the submitted TPSR, or that's the Transmission Project Status Report of Ngcp. And we have comparison as well with the ETC, or the estimated time of completion, based on the approvals of ERC. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I will answer that. We have already submitted with the ERC our answers, our explanations to all of these issues on delayed projects. I would like to, there is a principle which we call the principle of sub judice, that anything that is the subject of a litigation cannot be discussed openly. Well, anyway, we have already submitted that with the ERC. Mr. Chairman, as a follow-up to what the Honorable Congressman Rufus Rodriguez mentioned earlier, as the regulated entity, I would like to raise concern also about the proceedings that we're having now, with all due respect, because under the IPIRA, particularly Section 38, it is clearly provided that there is hereby created an independent, and again, I'd like to repeat that, an independent energy regulatory commission, a quasi-judicial body. As of now, this is the first time that I've been hearing internal discussions of ERC from the chairman herself. I believe that these things are matters which are now being deliberated upon by the ERC. What is the objective of the hearing? Is it intended to influence the ERC? Mr. Chairman, as the regulated entity, I am very, very much alarmed. Because if that is the case, we might just as well abolish ERC. Just a point of clarification, a statement as the regulated entity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Opinion
Mr.
is,
Chairman, I think I still have time, Mr. Chairman.
The opinion is respected, but we will have to understand that this is the oversight function of the committee, considering that you are a franchisee, and ERC is even the creation of Congress. So if there's any problem with ERC, then their department should be studied also.
I understand.
So thank you very much. So let's be clear. Yes, Chairman Di Balanta.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just for the record, because there were certain statements attributed as if I made them, but there were no internal discussions that I have discussed. All that I have discussed were contained in the published drafts posted by the ERC precisely for public consultation. So I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. So you're saying that everything that's been discussed here has been publicly posted?
Yes,
because of the consultations, public consultations that you have to do.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman.
As far as this, the Honorable...
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I listened to the discussions during the last hearing. There were discussions about 3-2 votes on as spent, as commission. I think I didn't find that in the...
It's published, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
That is published,
Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Sagayok. So that is also everything that's discussed here has been published, and they will attest to that. Please furnish NGCP a copy. This is still the time.
Thank you.
I would suggest that the questions has to be asked by Presley De Jesus. Okay, if you have any questions, please call to him and he will ask the questions. Attorney,
Thank you. You still have time. I think I had 10 more questions.
One more question. Please proceed.
I would like to know how many minutes I have. Oh, 1.5. So I'm allowed 10 more questions, Mr. Chair. To Transco. So how many pending right-of-way? May mga cases pa kayong pending sa inyo na right-of-way?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
So,
Pero these are for the right-of-way cases being handled by Transco pertain to assets that are already operating and operating at the time that we transferred the concession to NGCP.
As far as the NGCP, yung panahon nyo, nung kayo pa nagpapatakbo ng transmission line natin, meron pa rin hanggang yun pending.
Ongoing, Mr. Chair.
So, how many years is that?
Some even go beyond the existence of Transco because these are NPC-related projects.
Yeah, even though it is still a government entities, either
Yes,
Transco, NPC, same banana. My
That's
question is, how took it so, bakit masyado matagal? What took it so long na hanggang ngayon pending pa rin? If you being a government entity, hindi nyo nagagawa kagad in time, how much more ang private o ang concessionaire nyo, NGCP? Gobyerno na tayo kayo
Mr. Chair, at the time, these were projects of the government then, and they were building really the power or the network, the grid. This was way back 70s, 80s. Currently, I will not be able to have any say on what happened before, but it's actually when the concession was with NGCP was prepared or the bid was set out, the right-of-way portion was really left for the government to settle. So NGCP started fresh with their own projects, with their own right-of-way management, Mr. Chair.
So how many cases pending pa ngayon?
In terms of pending cases, right now, Mr. Chair, I don't have the number, but we can submit. But if there are no claims for Transco to settle these, we are not able to do this for all the entire Philippines because these are all done projects. We need the lengthy process here is in fact the validation, whether the piece of lot is really part of a transmission project before, and also the valuation that will go into that in the settlement of that lot, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable President Jesus, last question.
Okay, so before the last question, Mr. Chair, siguro I would like to make a manifestation here, no? So there's a motto proprio here about NGCP, but at the end of the day, whatever the results of this motto proprio, kung di rin natin mapababa ang presyo ng kuryente, useless din po yung ginagawa natin. So kailangan meron tayong gawin na bumaba ang presyo ng kuryente.
Okay.
Marami nanonood
Please
ngayon.
ask your question.
Yeah, before I ask that question.
You have to ask your question. The time is running.
Again, you're still relevant, Transco? Kung wala na rin, you had no control over NGCP. Ano pang relevant ng Transco?
Mr. Chair, this is just I cannot speak for or if there's no Transco, then there will be no say the regular monitoring of the operations of NGCP, because while you have the ERC, the regulator, they don't have the manpower or the setup to really dig deep into the operations or the goings on in NGCP, Mr. Chair. So yes, Transco is relevant, and especially in the planning aspect as well. We are the government should have a hand in the planning aspect, whether that's transmission, generation, the whole power industry. If the planning aspect is left only to private, then the government side or the objectives of the government may not be directly met, or there may be misalignments in terms of priorities, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so I'll go for the second round.
Thank you very much. The chair now, thank you very much, Honorable President Jesus. We now go to the third interpreter from the 2nd District of Marikina, the Honorable Stella Kimbo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Before I begin with my questions, I'd like to remind NGCP that the reason for why you're able to operate is because of the franchise that Congress granted you in 2008. And of course, by Section 2 of RA 9511, the term is 50 years. So hanggang 2058 po yan. But it was granted to you under the condition that it will be subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal by Congress when the common good so requires. So that's the reason for why we are here today. Gusto natin tanungin kung ano po ba ang performance ng isang napaka-importante po na korporasyon dito sa ating bansa. As we know, electricity is a very big source of inflation. At ngayon po, ang inflation ang pinaka-importanting problema po sa ating ekonomiya. And therefore, I appeal to our NGCP officials, particularly Attorney Sagayo, sana po maging cooperative lang po tayo. Mahinahon lang po. Wag naman po sana natin i-raise ang subjudice. Hindi naman po tayo korte. People center po ito, hindi po ito korte. Salamat po. So let me go to my first question, Mr. Chair. Kanina pa po, paulit-ulit sinasabi na 3% lang po ang transmission charges. Last week naman po, narinig ko, 10% ang transmission charges. Bago tayong malito, pwede ba natin linawin? Ano ba talaga? Kasi sa pagkakaalam ko, ang presyo ng electricity, at least for NCR, is about 11.42 pesos per kilowatt hour. Kanina po nakita ko ang transmission charges on the average. I saw a slide, it was 0.8 on the average. So, ano ba talaga? I saw an electric bill earlier, 4,000 pesos. Of that, merong 227 na transmission charge. So that's about 5.6%. So, ano ba talaga? Sino bang pwedeng sumagot sa akin? Pwede ba natin pasagutin si ERC Chair?
I think you're the right agency, being the regulator. What is the real
yes, ano ba talaga? What is the real score? Yung 227 of 4,000 dun sa sample bill na pinakita ninyo last week. Ano yun? Yun yung wheeling charges siguro. Tama po ba?
Baka po ang sinasabi po ng binabanggit po ng NGCP na 3% refers to wheeling charges only. So kabuuan po, pag po tinignan natin yung bill, yung linya na transmission charges, meron pong kasama dong ancillary services na hindi naman po, to be fair to NGCP, hindi po sa kanila napupunta. Sa Genco po yun or sa market po yun napupunta. Meron din po silang system operator charge, yun po sa kanila po napupunta. Yung wheeling po, yun po yung regular na rates na delivery rates po kasi yun po yun. Pag binuo po yun, siguro po yun yung umaabot ng 10% on the average. Pero sa mismong siguro po mahirap kasi pag porsyento yung pinag-uusapan. Sa mismong customer bulletin ng NGCP ng November 2024, for example po, nakalagay po doon sa kanilang website, nakapublish naman po yung kanilang mga customer bulletin. Kabuuan po na napunta sa kinolekta ng NGCP ay mga sa kabuuang 1 peso, for example, in average na po sa Pilipinas, 1.19. 0.45 po doon, 45 centavos yung wheeling charge. So, tapos po, 56 or 57 centavos yung ancillary service charge. Yun po yung dalawang malaking porsyento or bahagi ng 1.20, 1 peso and 20 centavos. Yung iba pong maliliit na SO charge na po yun, metering service charge, CCR, STC yung connection charge, and yung iba pa pong charges. Pero ang malaki pong porsyento, yung wheeling charge, at yun pong ancillary service charge.
Okay, so wheeling charge plus ancillary
ano na po yun?
is what percent?
Parang dun sa November rates po, 1 peso na po yun. Yun pa lang, 1 peso na. Sa
1 peso na.
1.20.
Okay, so tama naman, di ba, sa NCR 11.42. So, talagang nasa 10% Pag tinotal natin. So pwede natin pag-usapan ang 10%. Pag sinasabing wheeling plus ancillary.
Po, yung ancillary po kasi hindi po sa kanila po yung
Oh, so
napupunta.
ano yung-
Although sila po yung may obligasyon na bumili po ng ancillary. Kasi po sila nagbabalanse ng system.
Okay, so hindi pupunta sa kanila as revenues pero dumadaan sa kamay nila. Okay, pero gayon pa man, from our perspective as consumers, ang transmission burden is 10%. Kaya hindi dapat natin siya baliwalain. Yun lang naman ang punto ko. Okay, ang next point ko. Alam naman po natin na ang grid ay parang siyang highway. Di po ba? So ang mga problema sa kalsada, tulad ng traffic, congestion, pareho din yan. Tama po ba? Doon sa ating grid. So kaya po tayo tila na frustrate kapag delayed ang investments. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, hindi natin nakokonekta ang mga kalsada. Ibig sabihin, yung kumbaga sa kotse, imbis na natutuloy-tuloy niya ang kanyang pagtakbo, nahihinto. Tama? O di kaya, sobrang daming kotse, kaya tuloy mabagal. Tama po. So yun dapat puntahan na power sa isang lugar. Kasi halimbawa, sa isang lugar na sobrang daming supply, na pwede sana niyang dalhin sa isang lugar na sobrang konti ang supply, ay hindi nagagawa. Tama po. Magsa-stop go, and therefore, dahil sa kakulangan ng transmission infrastructure, na apektuhan ang generation cost. Tama po. So in other words, kahit sabihin natin na, nako, mas malaki ang generation cost share, which is about 51%. Tama po ba?
On the average, yes, ma'am.
Masasabi natin na, sa totoo lang, ang dahilan kung bakit malaki yung generation cost is because kulang na kulang ang ating highway. Kulang na kulang ang ating transmission infrastructure. Is that an accurate statement, ma'am?
It's a fair statement, Mr. Chair. Also, idagdag ko lang po, hindi lang po yung cost ng generation, yung pong cost ng ancillary, tumataas din po. Kasi po, pag hindi enough yung linya, naghahanap ng pampalit, ng substitute, dun po sa kawalan ng linya.
Okay, yan din ang aking commonsensical understanding. Pasensya na po kayo, hindi po ako engineer, ako isang ekonomista, pero ganyan ang aking pag-intindi. Na kahit sabihin mo directly, 10% lang yan, ay hindi po. Pagpalpak ang pag-invest ng NGCP, naaapektuhan po ang generation charges. Ngayon po, sino po ang may estimate na ilan porsyento doon sa 51% ay due to delays in investment in transmission infrastructure, Mr. Chair? IMOP?
IMOP, can you answer that? I think that was part of your presentation. Can you actually answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, so you're asking me parang percentage, ganun po ba?
Yes.
Some make us understand what portion of the generation charges would be due to inefficiencies in transmission.
Okay po. Yung po kasing so electric bill, so may generation charges po doon, mostly contracted po yan mga bilateral contracts. So we can say that the cost ng generation doon is the real cost of electricity or yung least cost na siguro sa contracting, CSP, etc. Pero sa amin sa market kasi, aside from the cost of the generation, may additional charge that's factored in that is called line rental. Yung line rental po, to be clear, to clarify, hindi po ito transmission charge. Hindi po ito na pupunta rin sa NGCP. Kaya lang tawag natin sa ngayon ay line rental. And we are proposing that it be changed actually to line loss and congestion cost. Ang ibig sabihin po nun, kung from point A to point B ay limited yung transmission line, maaaring yung lower cost generation from point A, hindi lahat makatawid to point B. And therefore, yung kulang na electricity necessary to meet the demand in point B ay imi-meet ng generation available at that point B na maaaring from time to time ay mas mahal. At kung mas mahal yon, magkakaroon ng price difference. At yung po basically is computed or attributed as LLCC or what we call now as line rental. So yung kaya po ang presyo sa WSM, minsan nakikriticize mas mataas kasi po hindi siya generation cost only. Kasama po kasi sa kinokolekta sa WSM yung LLCC na ang multiplier naman po niyan ay yung bilateral contracted quantities, hindi po spot quantities. So siguro in a sense sa market, no, yun po yung masasabi namin na contribution. No? Siguro the lower the LLCC, we can say that the more efficient the system is. No? Kung mas mahal ang LLCC, let's say latin yung Cebu Bohol, no? Kaya mahal sa Cebu Bohol kasi congested yung unlimited yung line. So yung pong necessary requirement ng Bohol na meet ng generators from Bohol na most of the time are diesel na. Kaya mahal yung presyo ng kuryente sa Bohol. Now with the completion of the transmission project, the second line, no, Cebu to Bohol, bumaba po yung presyo sa Bohol. So yun po yung masasabi namin na factor ng transmission in terms of prices. So mahirap po, hindi ko po masabi ko ilang. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. Just point of clarification sa ERC on the statement of...
Ma'am, are you willing to...
Please.
Yes.
Mikey.
Actually,
Honorable Mikey Romero.
you know, ERC, you have formulas for that. You cannot just blame the distribution or the generation kasi yung EPIRA broke it down di ba? Power generation, power transmission, the supply, and the... so, broken down na to So, kahit sa bill statement natin, either Meralco or any electric co-op, naka-breakdown na yung expenses. So, kitang-kita mo na magkano yung transmission. Number 2, no? ERC, if you can confirm. Ma'am, sorry. Sa cost ng generation, naka-breakdown din kayo on the coal, bunker fuel, plus CRF, di ba? Plus yung return on investment. So you cannot blame anybody, no? Whether it's a problem of the distribution or generation. Very, very separate itong dalawang to.
ERC.
Yun sa unang punto po, tama po. IPIRA required the unbundling. Yun po yung nire-refer ng Honorable Congressman, yung unbundling po ng bill. Kaya po ngayon, kita na po natin yung lahat ng distribution. Dati po nung panahon ni Napocor, nakatago lang yun sa isang number. So hindi po natin alam kung saan nagmumula yung, kung tataas yung bill, saan nanggagaling yung pagtaas. Ngayon po, kita na po natin. So dun po sa pangalawang punto, hindi ko po alam kung if I captured the question correctly, but yun pong sa tariff per, if you're referring po to PSAs, Power Supply Agreement, tama po, naka-breakdown din po yun pag inaprubahan ng ERC. Pero kung ano po yung masisingil dun sa mga consumers, dun sa iba-ibang cooperative or distribution utility, meron na pong mix. So, depende po sa galing, sa husay ng distributor, kung makakabili siya ng mura para mapamura yung mix niya. Or, yun nga po yung pinapaliwanag ng IMOP kanina, yun pong pagtaas sa WSM caused by other congestion charges. Pag po exposed yung isang kooperatiba or distribution utility sa WSM, buo po yung pasa ng congestion charges po na yun. So, hindi po natin ma-fix yun pong formula, kung yun po yung ibig sabihin. Kasi po, ang proseso ng pag-approve ay per contract.
Ma'am, but you're the one setting the formula. Like for example, if it's 8 pesos ang cost ng, or 11 pesos ang sinabi ni, so magkano ang cost ng generation mo? No? Di ba, kung ako may PSA, okay, PSA ko, power generation is 6 pesos. Sa 6 pesos, 3 piso ang coal ko o ang bunker fuel ko. Plus, yung babawiin ko sa pagtayo ko ng planta, which is the CRF, lagay mo na lang sa 2 piso. So may 2 piso si generation. So I don't really understand. Saan ang problema ng transmission dito?
Kasi po, hindi naman po makakarating yung ginawa ni generator dun sa consumer kung hindi po siya tatawid dun sa
Ma'am, pero kayo gumagawa ng formula on the price of generation.
Tama po. Tama po.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We still have the time of the Honorable Kimbo.
Sir,
Please,
baka
Honorable Kimbo.
Ulyanin na ako, baka makalimutan ko yung
Okay,
tanong
please
ko.
proceed kasi huwag mo natin para hindi masira yung trend of thought. Go ahead.
Pasensya na po. But it was a very simple question. Generation charges account for about 51%. But I want to know how much of the 51% can really be attributed to congestion. That's a simple question. More or less. I know you're an expert. It doesn't have to be exact science. Ballpark estimate is fine. Just for purposes of discussion, sir.
Sige po. Your Honor, based on the report that we submitted, so if we take, for example, yung Cebu Bohol, no, we'll take na lang po in the lower amount. If we compare the period of September 23 to December 2023, no, yung period po na yun na target completion date to actual energization, let's say 613 ang presyo sa Bohol. Noong September 2024 to December 2024, after the energization of the new line from Cebu, the average price became 4.89. So same period po siya, period to period comparison. The price difference is 1 peso 24 centavos. So that's roughly around 20%. We can probably say, no, may error po yan, plus and minus. We can maybe say 20%, maybe attributable to the line limitation at the time prior to the energization of the new Cebu Bohol line. Kasi yung line loss naman po kasi parang kasama talaga siya, P6 siya eh. So yung contribution, no, yung benefit which the completed line offered, no, roughly translates to around a 20% price reduction. Siguro I can put it that way, Mr. Chairman, Madam.
So, Mr. Chair, malaki, di ba? Kasi on top of the 10% na direct transmission cost, meron palang indirect na transmission cost na nagre-reflect sa as an increase in generation cost. Is that a rough
Yes, ma'am. Pero dudugtong ko lang po. Yung pong binabanggit ko mga prices are all relating to WESM prices, only affecting WESM quantity. So hindi po ito yung entire generation charges that we see in our bill. So ang average po from last year is around roughly 20 to 21%. So ang offtake from the market. So we can say that 20% of our generation costs is affected by, or let's say at least in Bohol, by say 20% benefit after the completion of the project.
So, Mr. Chair, si Attorney Batibag wishes.
Just to add, no, I'd like to interject to the answer of IMOP, no? Kasi tama naman yung point ni Kong Stella na 10% tayo ng 10%. But effectively, doon na lang sa calculation, that's an actual study, 20%. Tumaas yung kuryente kasi kanina naririnig ko sinisisi natin yung generation eh. So, kahit anong computation natin dyan, cost of money and time yan eh. In fact, even before the study ng IMOP, during our time, there was a Butuan Energy Development Plan. Doon sa Butuan Development Energy Plan, it's an LGU study na ginawa nila. Probably, Chair, one is aware of this. Lumalabas doon, ang presyo ng Mindanao is 30% higher than Luzon and Visayas. Bakit? Because of the delay of the Mindanao-Visayas interconnection. It was delayed for 10 years. Can you just imagine 2 pesos more? Bakit? Because under the IPIRA law, ang WESM kasi is to balance the price for the generation. Binibili nila yung mga sobra. But doon sa Mindanao, good thing, may taga Mindanao ng mga kongresista rito, pinersa sila, yung mga DUs dyan, pinersang bilhin yung mga excess. At saan napupunta yun? Sino nagbabayad doon? Ang consumer yung nagbabayad doon. And one important thing that this committee should recognize, and all the people who's watching this, Para lalabas dito, sasabihin natin 3%, 10%. Tandaan ninyo, ang ERC, pag nagsimula na yung project, approved na yan, kinukolekta na ng NGCP ang bayad dyan sa development cost nila. Kaya yung tinatanong ni Kong Dan Fernandez kanina, tungkol doon sa sinasabing WAC na yan, yung computation niya, importante. Ngayon, kanina sinabi, may mga point, ang Transco, o ano yung mga delay because of right of way. There are projects, I think we can ask Chair Mona here, there are projects was already been approved, hanggang ngayon hindi pa sinisimulan. O sino may kasalanan ngayon dyan? Pangalawa, ang Transmission Development Plan, ang gumagawa ngayon is the system operator. Ibig sabihin, kung gumawa kayo ng plano, iplinano nyo na kung ano yung mga dadaanan. Alam nyo na kung saan pupunta. Eh ngayon, kung na-aprobahan yan at na-delay, sino dapat nating sisihin? Sino sisisihin natin? Transco ba? ERC ba? Sino gumawa ng plano? Ibig sabihin, nung plinano nyo yan, gumawa ka ng plano, gagawin mo yung highway, alam mo dun dadaan, may problema ka na dyan. So that's my point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, so just to summarize, Mr. Chair, we're not looking at just 3%, but we're looking at potentially as high as 30% share of total bill. So, importante pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chair, kaya salamat po. And my next point, magkano po, Chair Mona, ang ating total requirements to connect everything? Kasi right now, magkano ang amount na naka-reflect sa Transmission Development Plan, pero I'm sure you have computed, magkano ba ang required investment? Kasi nakakita po ako ng computation for Indonesia. Sabi doon sa study na yon, ang kailangan daw ng Indonesia para magkaroon ng sufficient transmission infrastructure, the equivalent of 1.1 trillion pesos. But this is for Indonesia. I'm sure meron tayong computation for the Philippines. Magkano po yun?
Mr. Chair,
Yusef Charongari.
we're retrieving the document. If it's in the Transmission Development Plan, the TDP is.
Yes, but I know that it says 300 billion ba?
Mr. Chair, if I may answer, for the period 2016 to 2020, NGCP claimed, the claim of NGCP was 387.8 billion to be allowed to recover 387.80 billion pesos. Meron po silang bagong application sa amin for 2023 to 2023, 24, 27. Nire-retrieve ko lang po yung numbers kasi yun po yung moving forward. Tapos na po kasi yung period na ina-undertake namin ngayon na ang pinag-uusapan po nating fourth regulatory period. But the moving forward, I'll get the numbers lang po so we can share.
And so, ilang porsyento po sa ngayon ng required investment ang in place na po? Are we half?
Meron naman po tayong detalyadong breakdown, Mr. Chair. We can submit. Hindi ko lang po hawak ngayon yung total. But there are still projects, for example, that were approved during the third regulatory period. This was the 2011 to 2015.
No, I'm not talking about approvals. I'm talking about in place. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin is yung pinapalawak na kalsada, pinapa-widen na kalsada. So ilang porsyento yung backlog ang tanong? Parang kasi mayroon ako nakita na parang 90 plus ang ganun ba kataas?
Yung may numbers na ganun kasi po yung yun po yung sinasama sa Transmission Development Plan. But we have our own numbers. I'll just need to pull it up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, pwede natin tanongin ang DOE.
Mr. Chair, we just have the number of, based on the number of projects. They're retrieving the numbers in cost
Or
today.
maybe what we call that circuit kilometers yata ang proper unit in terms of circuit kilometers. Can you just maybe at one point in time dito sa hearing, if you can let us know? Because I think that's probably the relevant unit to talk about. Kasi we're talking about expanding. Tama ba ako? Okay, so hintayin na lang natin yan.
Mr. Chair, just to, like on the number of projects, out of the 224 projects, this is based on the TDP, the completed projects are 97 and the ongoing are 46 and the rest are, di ba pala kasama? There are 224 projects. Now, out of the 109 projects, the 109 completed projects, 97 of that are delayed projects. And then the ongoing out of that 224 is 46 plus 55, Mr. Chair. And then the delayed within schedule is 9, and then the delayed is 46. The rest are in pre-construction stage. As of our calculations, together with ERC and Transco, about 6.71% of the projects are on time. The rest are delayed.
Only 6.71.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
94, yeah, 94%.
These are without considering kung anong reasons. It's just like if you have a contract, you're supposed to deliver. So in our studies, 6.71 if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair. Ang delayed. Yes, Mr. Chair.
How much, maybe si IMOP, how much is the maximum reduction in price that can be achieved if all of these projects can finally be completed? Kasi meron kayong computation na 0.005 per kilowatt hour ang magiging price reduction for every 5 billion peso. I don't know who's, I think that was
Your
Transco.
Honor, Transco po yun, yung sa 5 billion na 0.005. Maximum, ma'am, pardon me, I can't give you a maximum only because yung price po kasi maraming components. From this study po, can roughly say that after completion of all of these projects na tinake namin into consideration, we can look at around really roughly 20% price difference, at least period to period, from yung mga areas affected by this project. Like for example, after the completion of the MVIP, the price in Mindanao went down from 617 to 498, comparing the period of May 2022 to April 2023. Comparing that with the same number of months from May 2023 to April 2024. So that's 1 peso 19 centavos in Mindanao. In Visayas, the price went down by 1 peso 77 centavos. And in Luzon, 1 peso and 99 centavos. So roughly, ma'am, on the average, mga around 20% of the price from that period. Pero pagka month to month po kasi, ma'am, yan, especially during summer months, prices are of course higher. Kaya ito po, average prices to for 1 year po ito.
Sige po, sir. I'll give you some time, but can you compute in pesos,
Yes,
kung magkano ang pwedeng ibaba per kilowatt hour, considering both direct and yung indirect na pinag-usapan natin kanina? Kasi hindi po ba ang congestion mawawala?
No.
So maapektuhan po yung 20% portion of the generation cost. So I'm sure you can easily compute that, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Ang ano lang po is that yung po kasing offtake from the market, really around 20% only. Now, if we will try to extrapolate.
Yes.
How it affects yung pricing of electricity contracted naman.
Yes,
Kasi yung contracts po kasi most of them, well actually all of them, wala po kaming data from the BCQ except the quantity. No?
I'll ask you the second round. Just give me back of the envelope
Kasi po nga, we'll try
computations
and we'll give you
Yes.
More or less non-speculative
Yes,
answer, ma'am.
yes,
Thank
yes.
you po.
My last question.
Last
To
question.
be very quick. For the ERC, who is the regulator of the NGCP. So I believe as regulator, Mr. Chair, they must be at least checking on the compliances with the concessionary agreement. Tama po, no? Ay, hindi. Sino po nag-check?
Concession agreement, Mr. Chair, hindi po. Si PISAM po yung
PISAM.
counterparty po.
Nasaan po ang PISAM? Yes.
Pisam, please answer the question.
So, can you confirm that? You check on the compliance of NGCP?
Madam, Mr. Chair, Madam Congressman, yes, we have formed a joint committee between PSAM and Transco, which we call the TR flat.
And you do that,
That monitors the compliance of NGCP.
so
with
you
the
do that
concession.
annually, right?
Yes, ma'am.
May we know, like, of all the agreements or provisions in the concession, or the stipulations in the concessionary agreement, are there violations? And if so, like how many of the total?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Congressman. Based on our latest report issued on December 2023, we have found certain non-compliances, specifically 66 out of the 83 provisions in the concession agreement under assessment are either have not been complied with, or there is no basis for us to assess compliance.
66 of the 83?
Yes, ma'am.
Kung teacher po kayo, ano gagawin ninyo sa estudyante ninyo kung 66 out of 83 ay hindi nga nasagot sa exam?
We have reached out with the DOE in sometime in 2023 to seek a coordination with Ngcp on how we can resolve these issues.
What is the most, I don't have time anymore, but can you just give us the most important or the biggest violation in this 66? Something that Congress must be alerted.
Madam Chair, that's why some of these items, Mr. Chair, Madam Congressman, are subject to arbitration, so I cannot easily divulge what these certain provisions are. But again, it's
So
subject
you
to
are
confidentiality.
also invoking.
Well, these items. There's certain items that are subject to arbitration. However, there is a confidentiality agreement between Transco, PSAM, and Ngcp. And the consent can be obtained by written consent, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Madam Congressman.
Okay, I'll ask you in the second round again. Sorry, just very short promise, Mr. Chair. See, Mr. Rico Vega is the OIC CTO. Short question, bakit po kayo OIC?
Honestly, ma'am, yun...
Sino po ang totoong Chief Technical Officer? Alam namin, kayo po ang OIC. So, ang pagkakaintindi ko po, kung ikaw ay OIC, meron pong permanenteng CTO na hindi lang po for whatever reason functioning or available, and therefore, you are temporarily designated as such. But in the GIS, curiously, you're also indicated or naka-indicate po dito sa GIS na kayo po ay OIC, CTO. So matagal na pala kayong OIC. Ilan taon na po kayong OIC?
Madam Chair, when nag-retire po yung dating OIC namin, yung Pilipino po, si Sunny Di Maliwat, in April 2021, I was designated as OIC CTO.
Anong dahilan kung bakit hindi kayo ma-designate na permanent CTO?
Yun ma'am, hindi ko rin
Pwede bang malaman,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, pwede malaman kay, sino po bang, baka kay Mr. President, Mr. Almeda?
Mr. Almeda, there's a question by the Honorable Stella Kimbo.
Madam Chairman, on the OIC status of Mr. Rico Vega, there's a process also in HR, and once it's approved by committees, the board will approve his. But in the meantime, he's our chief technical officer.
And what happened to Mr. Wenbo?
He's not He's not even here. Yeah, he's not even our.
But you confirm that he was previously the CTO? There were documents that were shown in the previous hearing indicating that he was the chief technical officer and he was performing procurement, etc.
Yes, he was our chief technical before. Yeah.
Up to what date, sir?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may I answer the question?
Mr.
So, Mr. Chair, before you recognize Mr. Concepcion, Mr. Almada just confirmed that Mr. Wenbo, a Chinese national, was the company's chief technical officer. And this is, I think, a concern because sa pagkakaalam ko sa Constitution ay hindi ba dapat lahat ng executives ng isang public utility ay dapat po ay Pilipino. So, that's the concern that I raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. That's clear. Please, Mr. Concepcion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. Mr. Wenbo is no longer with NGCP. It is true that for a period of time, he was the chief technical officer, but he was allowed and given the proper permits by the DOJ, the BID, we even go through the DOE to ask for their endorsement of his visa and permit.
So until when? Until what date?
I'm to confirm that, Mr. Chair, but I think it's something like 2017.
So can you submit all of these correspondences that would indicate that DOJ and all of these agencies
We'll do that, Mr. Chair. I think that
permitted
was-
you to have a Chinese national? So you confirm that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be all, and please list me for second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Stella Kimbo. We now proceed to the next interpolator, and that would be, before I go to the next interpolator, from the 2nd District of Batangas, the Honorable Jervin Luistro. Ma'am, welcome to the committee hearing. The next interpolator is the Honorable Colada. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Proceed.
If I may proceed, yeah. 5 minutes. Last night, I took some time to study the topic that will be taken up today. And as expected, I encountered the words unconscionable delays, WAC, unbundled rates, unjustified delay in the implementation of the projects, and these so-called imperfections. I call these imperfections. Iniisip ko na, Mr. Chair, do we have representatives from Mr. Chair, do we have representatives from the Department of Finance? Marlica Fund?
DOF represented here.
Wala,
They're not.
Kasi I'm taking a different approach to this. Kasi while I was listening to the discussions this afternoon, parang yung trajectory niya is more on yung performance ng ERC insofar as NGCP is concerned. Yun ang impression ko. With all due respect dun sa mga legitimate issues na raised by Congressman Dan Fernandez and was aptly parang inopose ni Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. To a certain degree, tama yung manifestation made by Congressman Rufus Rodriguez kasi we're talking about yung performance, yung so-called performance, yung so-called issues na raised by Congressman Dan Fernandez. Am I correct in saying, Attorney Sagayo, that these are pending before ERC?
Or some of those were already decided with ERC?
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to that, as I have mentioned earlier, all
Is
these,
he, the Honorable Colada, is he,
Yeah.
he's asking
okay, the
me,
Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Bugayo, Attorney Bugayo. Bugayo,
Sag-
I'm sorry.
Sagayo,
I'm sorry.
Sagayo, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All these issues, as I've said earlier, which are being discussed back and forth between ERC and the Honorable Congressman Dan Fernandez, are now the subject of cases which are pending with the Honorable Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I just would like to remind everyone, this was raised already, the last hearing, that Section 1 of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, which was approved unanimously, the filing or pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial or administrative body shall not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a legislative purpose. Thank you very much. We now proceed.
So we are allowed based on Section 1.
Yeah.
So that basically address the concerns raised by Congressman Rodriguez. Correct, yeah. Going back to, this is like a manifestation on my part. The point why I made no mention of Martica Fund and Department of Finance was that when I tried to Google it, NGCP, January 2025, yung lumalabas, Mr. Chair, Maharlika Fund, NGCP. And rumor has it, or I don't know if it's rumor, but anyways, Attorney De Leon of SGP is here. She's in the best position to elaborate on that. The last quarter of 2024, I think, around August, thereabouts, Secretary Recto, the good secretary, came out with this pronouncement. I don't know if it's the official position of the Department of Finance, but being the chairman of Maharlika Fund, yung sinabi niya, Mr. Consing, Rafael Consing, you should take a good look at NGCP. Take a good look at NGCP. That is a good first investment opportunity for 4 reasons. And these 4 reasons are, number 1, security. What with the West Philippine Sea problem that we have right now. Number 2, profitability. It's a good business opportunity. Number 3, track record. And number 4, development-oriented, which basically is was in sight with the dynamics behind the creation of Maharlika Fund. That being said,
Pati ang kay Michael na abalawa dati sa division. Mga muli sila ang mga binakagahod na pictures sa university para pagdating ng research thesis.
Pero wala siya eh.
Ang pinaka natin Mackenzie.
Wala siya.
Yung graduation, tapos ko, pinakadapit ko ng graduation sa Mackenzie. Pwede ka man puro Mackenzie.
Is the high cost of electricity attributable alone to NGCP?
Not alone, Mr. Chair.
Not alone. Thank you, because there are a lot of things and factors that must be considered. Is it correct to assume that there was an ERC resolution some time ago where you set the return on equity for distribution at 13.65%.
Mr. Chair, I do not recall that particular, because there's a different percentage governing the distribution utilities po.
Suppose I show to you that particular resolution before this day ends na 13.65%. What will be the penalty that you should owe this committee? Meron po eh. Huwag mo nyo sabihin hindi. You set, nasa resolution po ninyo eh. 13.65%.
I'm trying to recall, Mr. Chair, because if you can share the year,
Namaya
then
po kasi
maybe we can
kukunin ko
trace
po doon
po.
sa aking notebook eh, nandun
Apa.
eh. But I
Kasi
assure
po-
you there is one.
Sige po.
The reason why I'm asking this, because yung 13.65% hindi natutupad because you are not even examining the financials of Meralco. Pag tingnan po nyo, yung return on equity is already more than 23%. Yun po yung pinagmumulan ng taas ng kuryente ngayon. Because you might be barking on a wrong tree. My friend Melvin Matibad, when you made this an statement earlier, what office did you represent?
I said I'm the former president. I'm now one of the consumers. And
No,
I'm
but you
representing the Filipino.
made a statement earlier.
I was asked by the committee to make a statement regarding
Yes.
my experience as the previous president of the National Transmission Corporation.
So you were with Transco at the time.
2017 until 2022.
Yes, that's
In
why
fact,
you were able.
just to be honest, most of the documents being plus here
Kaya na,
was
the reason why you were able to make a statement because you were with Transco at the time.
That's correct,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
And you said that you have not had the opportunity of inspecting the facilities NGCP. Did I hear you right?
That's correct, and it's even supported by a letter coming from NGC.
Never, not once.
When I was new, they invited me to view all the screens, but not the facilities. And in fact, as I was saying, there is a letter dated
Up to
August
what
28,
extent were you allowed to visit?
only in the monitor room.
The what?
The monitor room, the monitoring room, then they said how the electricity flow. I've never seen the equipment, the narrating and everything, just the screen.
NGCP, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, with all the respect to Mr. Matibag, he was allowed on the floor, the system operations floor in Quezon City, a place usually reserved only for dispatchers. Our guests are usually confined to conference room beside it, but because Mr. Matibag and then Secretary Kusi were of course, had a spot visit, we did allow them to come in without notice.
That's exactly what I'm saying with the monitors. Di ba yun? Sa Quezon City.
Mr. Matibag, that was for the system operations, not just the monitor, sir. That's the control center. That's where everything happens. That's why that's a very high secure area that I myself cannot enter without going through the security protocols, even though I am an employee of NGCP.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I continue? I think that was settled. Kanina po, sinabi ko na parang pinagtitripan natin ng NGCP sapagkat ang pinagmumulan po ng cost natin sa ating electric bill, kung pag-uusapan ng NGCP po, transmission, is only 3%. Parang ayaw po nilang maniwala. Mr. Chair, ako po, religiously po na kinocompute ko po, alam ko yun eh. Alam ko po 3%, yung nagsasabi po ng 10%, nagsisinungaling yun kasi hindi niya alam yung ancillary services. Alam ko po yun eh, 3% lang talaga. Madam ARC, may I continue with you, please? When you failed to provide regulatory reset for 2 regulatory periods, did it affect the operational cost of NGCP?
Mr. Chair. I don't think so, Mr. Chair, because they were still able to declare dividends during those periods.
That does not answer my question. They might have declared dividends, but I'm talking about operational cost. They might have absorbed the costs. Do you have an idea as to how much they lose? Or they lost?
Mr. Chair, they would have filed losses, but since they had unrestricted retained earnings, and from those unrestricted retained earnings were able to declare dividends, I would understand that they were able to cover their costs during that period where there was no reset.
So that is the kind of reasoning that you will give this committee. Kaya pala, kahit na mandatorily, kailangan kong gumawa ng regulatory reset. You are all taking your sweet time. Sapagkat alam ninyo, walang nawawala sa kanila. Is that your presumption, Madam?
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, I beg to differ. This
So
commission
you
has...
believe there is no cost on the part of
No,
NGCP?
there is cost, Mr.
That's
Chair,
why
of
I'm
course.
asking you, do you have an idea as to how much
They filed-
NGCP might have lost?
No, they did not file for losses, Mr. Chair. They filed for...
I'm not asking you, ma'am, if they filed for losses.
I
I'm
thought that
asking
was
you
the
if you have an
question, Mr.
idea.
Chair.
If you have an idea, please say so. Kung wala, okay lang.
Wala po, kasi po ang final po nila ay increase in authorized revenue.
NGCP, do you agree?
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Attorney Mona, what we filed for was correct, but that is because it represents an under-recovery on the part of NGCP.
How much was the amount of under recovery?
For, I think, our fourth regulatory period, we claimed for, applied for an under-recovery of 200 billion pesos.
200 billion pesos.
Yes, sir, because as you already mentioned, the last regulatory period approved by the ERC was conducted in, regulatory approval was conducted in 2009 for the period ending 2015. So beginning 2016 up to this date, the revenue scheme that we have been working on is interim in nature and no longer reflects the required capital expenditure needed for the continued development of the transmission system.
What was your capex in 2014?
Around 48 billion.
You might want to review your records. I'm asking 2014, madam.
Let me go back, Mr. Chair, to my record.
Huwag kang ninenervyos, ma'am. Wala namang nagko-contempt dito eh. Wala na si Congressman Paduano. Si Dan Fernandez hindi mahilig sa contempt yan.
May I be given a
Sige,
moment?
balikan na kita, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
mamaya. Sa IMOP po, sir, pwedeng tanungin ko kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, please.
Sa EPIRA po, sino talaga yung independent market operator?
IMOP po, after the transition.
Hindi, PMC po eh, di ba?
Hindi po, it's IMOP na after the transition. Nagsimula po kasi yun, nung magkaroon ng AGMO, PMC po.
ADMO nga po yun, pero
Opo.
PMC dati yun.
Opo, then nag-transition po to the IMO, which is now IMOP.
And the transition happened
2018 po.
2018. Afterwards, you registered IMOP in the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Ay, hindi po. We are a non-profit, non-stock corporation.
So ano po ang IMOP?
It's a non-stock, non-profit corporation, sir.
Ano nga po siya?
It's a corporate entity.
Wala po, hindi po ba na-transfer sa inyo yung assets ng ng PEMCO, ng PEMC?
Transfer po yung assets ng market operations.
Yun nga po, kung hindi kayo legal entity, na-transfer ang assets po, medyo mahirap po yan tayo.
Legal entity,
Kasi
sir?
tayo po kasi kumukolekta ngayon ng ng market fees, tama?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Karaniwan po, ang kumukolekta lang PEMC. Ngayon, pati kayo kumukolekta na, kaya doble-doble na po ang binabayaran po ng mga consumers.
Hindi po. Because the fees that were used to be collected by PEMC is now being collected by AMOP. So hindi po na doble, na-transfer lang po.
Hindi po ganun ang nasa record, sir.
Ay, hindi po yun po ang, yun po ang totoo po.
Hindi po, babalik naman po kayo rito. Then I will confront you with all these, the records.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Kailangan lang po, nagkakaintindihan tayo.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Ang sabi po ninyo, kaya kayo nandyan because kayo ang, ewan ko, non-profit. Pero, di ba ang inyo pong, katungkulan niya yung WSM?
Market operator po ng WSM. Opo.
Kayo po nga sa WSM. Bakit po nilagay ang WSM, ang IPIRA? Ano po ang objective?
Because before the PIRA, o before the WSM, di po ba lahat ng pamimili ng
O nga po,
kuryente?
ba't po tayo nagkaroon ng WSM?
Sa akin pong pagkakaunawa, yung kaya po tayo nagkaroon ng WSM to allow flexibility in contracting para po may source ng kuryente kung walang kontrata and para maging balancing market po siya kung sa
Makakatulong po sa pagpapababa ng ating elektrisidad.
Opo.
Pag binasa niyo po yung konteksto ng IPIRA.
Opo, sir.
Pero hindi po ganun na nangyayari. Meron po kayong pinakamataas, yung top po ninyo is 32 pesos per kilowatt hour. Maabot po tayo doon, tama o hindi?
Meron lang po mga intervals na gano'n, pero on the average po, hindi po tayo nagte-32
Oo nga, pero
pesos.
umabot po tayo doon. Ang ibig ko sabihin, dapat hindi po tayo maabot ng gano'n sapagkat mas mataas pa po kayo ng doble sa Meralco. Hindi po yun ang rational ng Kasi po pinag-uusapan natin ngayon kung paano natin ipabababa ang presyo ng kuryente. Titingnan po natin lahat.
Opo, sir. Yung 32 pesos po is the offer cap allowed by ERC in the meantime.
Pero, ibig sabihin, hindi po dapat umabot doon. Na kaya nga nandyan po kayo eh.
Yes, sir. Hindi naman
Sino
po
po yung nag-o-audit ng WSM?
ERC po.
Tama po. Anong pangalan po ng auditor?
Yung iba-iba po yan eh. So yung pinakahuli po, Reyes Takandong po yung auditor po.
Hindi po, ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Representative from IMOP, hindi po ba magbebenta yung generation company? Tapos ililista nyo. Yung po, sino yung nag-o-audit nung paano nyo may babato ng ganitong presyo, yung mga ganon? Hindi po ba sinusunod nyo ay algorithm lang?
Meron po tayong system. Opo.
Yun po, the system of algorithm.
You may say that.
Yung po ang problema natin, kung sinong nag-o-audit ng algorithm, Madam ERC. Dapat po tingnan ninyo ito sapagkat dito po sumisirit ang presyo ng electricity. Panay Ngcp na lang po kasi tinitingnan natin. Nakakahalata na po kami. Transco. Madam, sabi po nyo kanina, hindi po kayo nakakapag-visit sa facilities ng Ngcp na para bang itinatago sa inyo. Kayo naman ang may-ari. Hindi man lang kayo pinapayagang makarating po. Sinabi po nyo kanina, di ba?
Mr. Chair, I believe I did not say that.
Ikaw naman yata kaibigan na nagsabi.
Yes. In fact, there's a letter from NGCP. And let me read from the letter. NGCP replied on our request to do audit and visit. They replied August 28. We reiterate our opposition to the performance asset and audit for lack of legal basis. Therefore, we regret to inform your office that NGCP cannot accede to the planned pilot audit. And let me answer, in relation to that, yung ginawa po namin Attorney Mucha na pumunta ron, you very well know that is only ceremonial. Di nila kami ron ng secretary para mag-picture taking. Yan lang po yun.
Thank you very much. Was that, please proceed. You still have 1 minute, Honorable Marcolet.
Sige,
By
meron
one.
ako ng 3 minutes lang.
Opo.
Meron pong concession agreement, Mr. Chair, na nandun po, annually, pwede pong mag-inspection po kayo ng books and the facilities sa NGCP. Did you not see that, Madam?
We know of that provision, Mr. Chair.
You know that provision, but you don't take advantage of that provision. Nandun po yun eh. Hindi po pwede, hindi sila pumayag.
Mr. Chair, as mentioned earlier po, we have that TR flat with PISAM, and part of the TR flat, or that's the transmission regulatory, yung TRFLA stand for several areas. So, we may portion po sa TR flat that on the books and records of NGCP. Now, we can, with proper notice, we can get access to the books and records to verify or visit the performance by NGCP of its mandates under the concession agreement. I'm just paraphrasing, pero that's how I'm recalling it now. So, we take advantage of the inspection of books and records. Kaya lang po along the way, merong areas na hindi kami nagkakasundo. Sa scope, may hindi lang po napapagkasundoan. And then also for certain aspects, meron din pong, so generally, meron pong nabivisit, merong hindi. That's that's about it po. I cannot give more details kasi nga po this is part also of the issue between Transco and GCP.
Mr. Chair, nung ang Transco po ang humahawak pa ng ating transmission, can you honestly say that transmission cost is cheaper?
Mr. Chair, I think they are not directly comparable in that sense kasi po ngayon, ang denominator po sa transmission cost is the demand
Madam,
for energy. So kung,
this committee will be the one to judge whether it is comparable or not.
in terms of
You just have to answer my
numerical
question.
number, I believe nasa mga 6, yung 45 centavos ngayon, before was maybe at 60 centavos if I'm not
Di
mistaken.
mas matas kayo, di ba ma'am? Okay. During your time, can you safely say that there are fewer brownouts as compared today when NGCP is the one handling the transmission?
I
Mas
cannot
marami
recall
po kayong brownout, ma'am. Ako nasasabi.
wala pong ng records.
ARC, ma'am. If we will have more connections that will become, or if we will have more communities that will become contestable markets, we will have the chance of lower electricity. Correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin natin, palalaganapin natin yung retail competition and open access para bumaba po ang po. If aggregations is maximized in communities, electricity will be further reduced.
Tama
Yes,
po,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
If we remove the 12% VAT in electricity, we can lower electricity further. Tama, ma'am?
Immediately.
Immediately and significantly. If we remove the excise tax in fuel, which feed the generation system, especially the backload, will certainly lower our electricity, madam. Tama. DOE. Yes, ma'am. Madam DOE, considering ang ating pong mga fuel ngayon are more or less imported, yung pong nagme-meet ng ating base load, coal and petroleum, hindi natin mapapababa ang kuryente. LNG is also imported. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Last 1 minute of your 3-minute extension. Because we gave you the 3 minutes because you're the senior citizen.
Madam DOE representative, if we remove the cross-ownership provision in the EPIRA, we can rationalize better the price of electricity eventually. Kasi mapipilitan silang bumili doon sa hindi nila kamag-anak o hindi nila kaibigan. Tama, ma'am? Nakakatulong.
The cross-ownership prohibition.
Where the distributor kasi, part owner siya nung generation, kaya napipilitan doon sa bibili kahit mahal yun eh. Pero kung walang cross-ownership, at palalaganapin natin yung competitive selection process as if it is open and public, bababa ang kuryente, ma'am. I assume. Oh, yes daw, Mr. Chair. Philippine Competition Commission.
Last question.
Yes, yes, sir. Kasi po, ma'am, baka akala nyo hindi kayo kasali rito eh. Is NGCP violating any anti-competition or market behavior or whatever?
Mr. Chair po, with regards to having a single franchise owner, we note naman po that that is not uncommon in the energy transmission. But for markets like this where you have a single franchise owner, strict compliance po with regulation is key for that.
Parang hindi mo sinagot, ma'am eh. Baka gusto mong walang violation, di ba?
Mr. Chair, I'm not privy to any violations.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
You're the OIC for liaison.
Legislative liaison.
That's your position?
Yes po.
Asan yung boss mo?
Due to recent personnel movements po, ako po talaga yung for...
On the next hearing, we will call for your boss on this particular issue. Thank you very much, Honorable Marcoleta, for your extension, which is given only to senior citizens. Honorable Mikey Romero, are you a senior citizen? You're not, right? So you only have 5 minutes, okay? Karo to, 5 minutes ka lang.
Baka I need that. So anyway,
Honorable Mikey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. I just have 2 issues to settle in this committee. The first one being a question to Transco. What led to the transfer of Transco to NGCP?
Afternoon, Mr.
Please
Chair.
reply to the question of Honorable Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Mikey
be
Romero.
allowed to answer. Mr. Chair, it is provided in the EPIRA that the asset, the transmission asset, will be given to a private concessionaire. Nasa EPIRA po yun.
So very clear sa EPIRA na we need to bid this transmission grid, no? Very clear yan. So sino ang nagpabid nito?
Government po ang nagpabid.
No, which agency?
Through PISAM po.
Yes, no. So I just want to understand yung bidding process at that time, which is 2007. And maybe I can ask Pisam if you can go through or walk us through what happened.
Mr. Chair.
What is the basis also for giving that concession to NGCP or the Monte Oro consortium at that time?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Congressman,
please reply.
With regards to the question on the privatization, this is with regards also to the mandate of ISAM to privatize the assets of Napocor, which at that time included also the transmission business. The privatization plan was approved by the JCPC, the JCEC now, and as proposed also to the President at that time, the President of the Republic at that time. So the privatization of the transmission business went through a series of failed biddings, 3 in fact, and finally PISAM was able to privatize through open and competitive bidding the transmission business with 2 participants in the form of Monte Oro, Grid Resources, and San Miguel Corporation, Mr. Chair. Now, as to the bidding parameters, it's always a competitive bidding subject to specific qualifications on the financial and technical qualifications set by PISAM at that time, Mr. Chair. If I remember, it also followed the qualifications as required by EPIRA that the technical expertise of the potential bidder must be able to be comparable to us, the transmission business in the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
So who are the technical expertise partner of these 2 consortiums?
Mr. Chair, for San Miguel, I'm aware that it was Tenaga Nacional. I think it's a Malaysian company. And for Montoro, it's State Grid of China, Mr. Chair.
So at the time, no Filipino company has that technical capability. Is that correct?
The expertise in the transmission business, as specifically stated by EPIRA, no, Mr. Chair, because the expertise in the transmission business was in the form of Transco, and it's not being privatized. It's the concessionaire or the future operator of the transmission business.
So
is
that's why in the terms of reference of your bidding, you required a technical expertise coming from another country. Is that correct?
based on the Mr. Chair, based on the requirements, Mr. Chair, the natural technical experts would be coming outside of the country, Mr. Chair.
So did they violate at this point in time and the terms of reference that you have? Did NGCP violate any of your bidding procedures at the time?
Mr. Chair, no. The proof is that we entered into a concession agreement with them. And sorry, I'll step back, Mr. Chair. Now, once we go through a competitive bidding process, there's the bidding process itself, then a post-qualification, wherein we post-qualify the winning bidder based on their financial and technical. And the proof lies now that we actually have an existing concession agreement with NGCP, and which is the result of my assumption that they passed the financial and technical qualifications at that time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, no. So this was 2007, and up to now, NGCP was proclaimed the winning bidder by 3 Republic Acts. Republic Act 9136, the Imperial Law, which according to Transco, allowed them to allow the bidding process. Of course, the 9184, which the procurement law, which allowed technical partners such as Chinese or Malaysia, no, to be their partners, and the NGC franchise or the Republic Act 9511, which granted the NGCP's franchise. Now, I'm just curious if which of these laws did we violate or did NGCP violate?
Please reply.
For at least for on the PISAM side of the issue, Mr. Chair, we have the concession agreement, and we try to continue to implement the concession agreement despite certain non-compliances that we found, and that's why we have actually an arbitration proceedings with NGCP.
So very clear, no violation at that time of the bidding.
At the time of the bidding, Mr. Chair, for sure, we entered into a CA with them, a concession agreement, and
it was NGCP who proclaimed the winning bidder plus the Chinese technical partner.
As the technical partner.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
DOE.
Sir, I just wanted to,
Yes, please.
if you allow, Mr. Chair.
Please.
There are two the important documents. Now, there's the concession agreement, which was signed prior to the franchise, which was signed on 2008. February 2008. So that's the concession agreement, which is basically, in simple terms, subcontractor siya ng Transco. And there's provisions there on what they're supposed to deliver. It doesn't say that you cannot deliver once you have right-of-way issues. It just says what are your obligations. Now, following that, I think around the same year, Congress granted NGCP a franchise. Why was that very important? Because the franchise is a requirement in the concession agreement. But under the franchise, under the concession agreement, the issue basically there, even though let's say there are violations, it is bound for arbitration kung may issue ang mga parties. You can go to ERC or to the courts or kailangan unahin mo muna mag-arbit sila. Kaya that's why the parties here, NCP, PSAM, and Transco, they're still under arbitration on some issues pa. So you cannot go, you cannot subject them to legal proceeding kung hindi mo ma-exhaust yung option na yan. Now, when we go to the franchise, that's the power of Congress. The power of Congress, but also bound for the regulatory powers of ERC and DOE as a policymaker. Pero Mr. Chair, if there are violations under the franchise, it depends on what the issue is. Kasi for example, if you were talking about foreign ownership, it is required to be 60-40. Whether it was 60-40, it should have been 60-40 upon the concession agreement and the franchise and up to today and all the years in between that. So what are the laws that could be violated? There's Public Service Act, there's Foreign Investments Act na it's stated in the Foreign Investments Act. There's a constitution also. So marami pong pwedeng batas.
Yusek Sharon, I'm just asking the bidding process at the time.
Correct, but what are the violations?
Not after. Yeah. I'll go through it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you. My second issue is who is the body and tasked to regulate the operations of NGCP? Any of the... Yes.
ERC?
Mr. Chair, ERC is the regulator. We do not regulate their operations to the extent that we run their business for them. But we do conduct, in a way, oversight, because if they want to spend for operations, they need to apply for approval with ERC. If they want to construct a new project, they need to apply for ERC. But I'm not sure if that's what the question meant.
No, I'm just trying to clarify matters. So it's actually ERC, not Transco, who is the regulator. Okay, very clear now. So in doing that, who approved the Philippine Grid Code and the Transmission Development Plan of 2020 to 2024?
ERC reply.
Thank you po. The grid code is an issuance of the ERC. The TDP is approved by the DOE.
So in doing that, so ERC is mandated or has the mandate to approve TDP and the Philippine Grid Code, no?
Not the TDP, Mr. Chair. TDP po kay DOE po yun.
Can you explain, Ma'am Sharon, about the TDP?
The TDP is the Transmission Development Plan. Yun yung piniprepare ng NGCP, saying that which projects will be completed at a certain target date, no? And then they plan it out. I think it's, for example, now TDP 2024 to 2040. So it's a span of long period. Ang process niyan, maraming lang nangyari kasi previous to this administration. No? But ang process ideally would be prepared by NGCP in coordination with Transco, submitted to DOE for approval. Yun po yun, Mr. Chair.
Is it safe to say that NGCP's operation now is based on those TDPs as the Bible for their operations?
There's the TDP and then there's the grid code also, Mr.
The
Chair.
Power Grid Code. So kung yan ang mga basis natin, so ito yung report card, no? So together with Transco now, ito ngayon ang magiging basis kung ano ang grado ng NGCP for its performance. But can you really use a year-to-year basis as their grade? Because ang daming problema, right of way. Now, NGCP, may I ask what are the various problems you have in terms of implementing this TDP?
Mr. Chair, may I just see of outages for the line length, etc. But going to your main question, Mr. Chair, what are the most common causes of delay in transmission project implementation? Three, that would be right of way, procurement, permitting, procuring our permits to build, and last is regulatory approvals, because we are technically not allowed to pursue projects without ERC approval on a per project basis and on the regulatory period final determination.
Siguro NGCP, my question is are you okay that 1 year-on-year review or evaluation of your 20-year program should be evaluated?
I think, Mr. Chair, it would be a myopic view to consider the TDP as the primary report card or grading basis against which our performance is based, because that purely, number one, focuses on the construction aspect. But NGCP is the transmission service operator and the grid operator, and our services and what we do encompasses a lot more services than just the construction. This includes our system operations, of course, and of course, most importantly, managing the flow of electricity. So there are many ways we can manage the flow of electricity, and constructing new projects is just one of them. So there, as long as the metrics that ERC has established for us to follow, there are 14 metrics, I think, that was established in 2013. As long as those metrics are assessed, then you have a complete picture of how NGCP has really managed the transmission system, especially in ensuring that the electricity required by the different consumers are transmitted from the generators.
So I'll ask you a more serious question. Have you violated any of this TDP or the grid code of the Philippines?
For it's difficult to say whether there are no violations, but certainly we conduct our business with the end game of not violating anything, which is why we comply with all the orders of the ERC. We are open to all audits and inspections that are within the confines of our concession agreement and our franchise. And we have always conducted our business with the required transparency of a public utility.
So, in that case, who should evaluate yung report card nyo?
Mr. Chair, I think it is very clear in the EPIRA that the ERC is the sole regulator of the transmission business.
Lastly, ERC, do you give or evaluate their catch-up plans? No? Let's say, for example, they're nahuli sila ng 30%, 50% of their TDPs. What does ERC do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And ma'am, sorry, a follow-up question. Is that a violation already of its franchise?
Mr. Chair, to answer the second question
Yung first
first.
muna.
Hindi po, yung second mas madali po eh. Kasi yung violation po ng franchise, we defer to Congress as the body that had issued that franchise to determine whether there has been a violation of that franchise. But from our end, there were violations that we have found NGCP committed, and in fact, in at least 2 instances we have imposed penalties, and they have paid naman po the penalties. One is their failure to comply with DOE regulations on ancillary services contracting. Second, the set of delays, binuo ko na lang po the delayed projects. There were 37 projects that we investigated. And to explain po kanina, hindi na po ito pending case. Na-resolve na po namin to. We penalized them already. They were absolved of penalties for 2 of the 37. And we have painstakingly gone through each and every reason that was propounded by NGCP for each of those projects, for the delays for each of those projects, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Lastly, do you give them remedies or a catch-up plan for their delays?
Okay. Mr. Chair, dun po kasi sa, hindi ko po alam kung ano pong ibig sabihin ng catch-up plan, but the TDP which they submit to, the TPSR and the TDP which they submit to DOE, gumagalaw po yung deadlines po nila. So I don't know if that's the catch-up plan. But from our end, we reckon their delay based on our approval. Hindi na nga po namin nire-recon dun sa unang pinramis nilang yung period, construction period, dun po namin binabase. Kasi nga po, we recognize also, and this is, I think someone mentioned not owning up to delays. We are owning up to our own delays. That's why we reckon it from the approvals of NGCP's projects.
On those things, what percentage of those delays are caused by ERC?
1 more minute.
Caused by the delay of
The delay in yung promulgate.
meron mga projects po na ganon. For example, there were I think at least 2 that I can recall that TROs were issued by courts because the courts were saying wala ka pang ERC approval, bakit ka nag-expropriate. So there were those, but yung percentage, Mr. Chair, we don't have it now. We can analyze.
Ma'am, yung na lang, yung buong general ilan ba ang pending sa inyong cases?
From NGCP alone?
No,
Mr.
ERC alone.
Ang pending po namin ay more than 3,000 cases po. Not just NGCP, but the entire industry po yun.
And it takes how many months for you to resolve a particular case?
It depends. It will depend. Consumer complaints are easier to dispose of. For projects that are, for cases that are covered by EVOS, we are given only 270 days to resolve for quasi-judicial cases. For those that are under permit, 60 days lang po ang binibigay sa amin. So iba-iba pong period.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Things have been clarified on my part. I floor.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mikey Romero, and thank you for coming to in today's meeting. You're truly missed. Okay. The chair now will recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. Silence is requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to our distinguished colleagues, and likewise to our valued resource persons. I have just 4 points after hearing all the discussions. 2 would pertain to the Constitution. 1 is the quasi-judicial process of the ERC. And 3rd and 4th, about some speculations. Let me start with the lower controversy. It has been, reported by the graphs and also from the reports from IMOP and also from Transco, that because of the delay of the projects, our consumers are deprived of a lower cost of electricity. That has been pervasive in this discussion. That is speculative, Mr. Chairman, because there were delays, but there were reasons for the delays. And in fact, with our colleague has stated that indeed we cannot just directly attribute all the delays to NGCP because there are, like as I've stated in the previous hearing, the Mindanao, Visayas interconnection, problems of a golf course, TRO in the Supreme Court, problems of the right of way in Lanao. So therefore, it's speculative that if the projects were already implemented, then it will result to a lower consumer payment of electricity. So that's the first one. The second one is about the ERC. Have you already issued a decision promulgated on the regulatory reset of NGCP?
Not yet, Mr. Chair.
Not yet. And yet we have here drafts of your decision. And I saw it, there are already signatures. And you publish that? My goodness, it is my first time as a practicing lawyer for 45 years that a quasi-judicial body will be publishing a decision, a draft decision. Because precisely you are the ultimate decision maker and you are the regulatory agency. I cannot see any judge publishing what will be his decision and getting comments. Is this not that is that the procedure that should not be adopted? You collegially decide and then come out. After all, there are parties. The applicant is Ngcp, there are intervenors. So maybe know your answer.
Mr. Chair. Those were the publication were part of the rules, and in fact those rules were also subjected to public comments, and there were no oppositions to those steps. And Mr. Chair, just to clarify, this is not unique to Ngcp. This is part of the the rule making process for regulated entities.
You know, I think you have to revisit your rules. Look at it now. It's being used. And practically you'll be influenced when people will be knowing what you're going to decide on and then be able to influence you. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are open to influence by the public because that is the part of the process, Mr. Chair.
But other influences will not be from the public but vested interest, Mr. Di Malanta. You see, there are some vested interests who are interested, in fact, in the Ngcp franchise. So therefore, you know, if you are quasi-judicial body, you're just like a judicial body. And you should not be announcing everything first before your final decision. Because after the final decision, there can be the motion for reconsideration. So that is my take as far as your rules of procedure are concerned. Next, Mr. Chairman. We go now. So first, we have already in the last hearing, it was clearly established. Ngcp had paid all the taxes. It has paid all the taxes. BIR states so. ERC states so. Second, the Ngcp has complied with for the franchise section on public ownership. They listed a company which has 30% ownership there, corporation already listed. So the second issue, clearly, the Ngcp has rightly and fulfilled their obligations in the Section 8 and then Section 7 on taxes. Third, cross-ownership. Clearly, ERC Chairperson Mona said that the prohibition against cross-ownership had already been amended by the franchise of Ngcp. Now I go to new issues. Now, the next issue is, already in the last hearing, the SEC has already come out with an opinion that chairmen who are foreigners, like in this case, a Chinese is a chairman, has no violation of the constitutional provision under Article 15 that it says there that executive and managerial positions are reserved to Filipinos. Clearly, the chairmanship is not a violation if you have a Chinese or any other foreign individual. Now, what's being brought here is that the chief technical officer, question to SEC, are technical officers executive or managerial positions violating the Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. As to the duties of the Chief Technical Officer, it would largely depend on what is written in the bylaws of Ngcp.
Ngcp, did you not examine that and then you had a decision and you have certified that there's no violation?
We have no certification that NGCP has not violated any constitutional provision. If I have to manifest that. What I have stated in the last hearing is based on an opinion by the SEC that was issued before, stating that chairman of the board may be a foreign national, but it has to be qualified that his duties will be limited to that of a presiding officer in board meetings.
That's correct. NGCP, okay. Oh, you have secured all the approvals of this chief technical officer. Can you tell us which agencies has approved and has now no objection to your appointment of a chief technical officer who is a Chinese?
Mr. Chairman, the chief technical, well, all our technical officers at that time had to go through a gamut of applications for work permits and visas, work visas. We first go to the DOE to get their endorsement, and they will endorse the application to the DOJ, and the DOJ will cascade that application to the
To get that endorsement from the DOE.
And then the BID after yes.
Yes,
But-
yes, for the record. The DOE endorsed your application, endorsed that position to be held by a Chinese, and then you can now go to the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Immigration, which I headed to the time of President Estrada.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That's the procedure. And then they evaluate the functions that the technical personnel will be performing, and if they are indeed technical in nature, they will issue the permit for the technical personnel.
And were they issued permits from the Bureau of Immigration and the Department of Justice?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
For nobody has questioned these decisions of the agencies that are really looking into whether a position holder violates the Constitution or not. There was no adverse decision of all the agencies of the government.
Not that we recall, Mr. Chairman.
Was there, because you supervise corporations, was there a complaint of any person against the chief technical officer holding this position that it violates the law?
As of this moment, Mr. Chair, there is no filed complaint regarding that matter, Mr. Chair.
And so therefore, once again, I'm saying that there is no violation at all. And so, chairman can be a foreigner, chief technical officer can be a foreigner. Now it's clear. Now let's go to the most basic, the most important constitutional, what pervades the Constitution, and that is national security, Mr. Chairman. It is not mentioned in the Constitution, but in every section, every article of the Constitution, always national security. What is there is national territory, national development, and all of this. So then we go now to the issue of the Chinese with the NGCP. Okay. So now, you stated, Attorney Sagayo, that indeed you have a memorandum of agreement between you and NICA, correct? And NICA, Mr. Chairman, is the primary intelligence gathering and analysis of arm of the Philippine government, carrying out three functions: overt, covert, clandestine intelligence operations. So we have to find out on this issue of national security, which is brought about during the last hearing and then now, that the Chinese are there, and therefore there is this is a question of national security because the Chinese interferes with the NGCP, interferes in its operations, its decision making, and therefore if they are there, it therefore creates a problem on national security, and which all of us Filipinos will be against if there is any foreign power that will therefore make, decide on the fate of Filipinos. We will know now whether this particular has the NICA found any violation of NGCP in relations to these Chinese being there as technical or as board directors.
Before you answer, your 5 minutes up, but we will give you an extension because you're also a senior citizen.
Yes, I invoke
Okay.
that because
Okay.
otherwise there will be no equal protection of the laws.
Okay.
If you are going to give Congressman Marcoleta and not me. Thank you for the 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you violate the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Please, attorney.
No finding of any violation by
And-
NICA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And since when did you have this memorandum allowing NICA to really go into the operations, go into the your distribution system and the influence of the Chinese in the NGCP? When did you have that NICA arrangements agreement?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to this administration, we had been allowing NICA, ISAF to inspect our facilities. During this administration of President Marcos, we entered into a memorandum of agreement with NICA. And also during this administration, we allowed them, Mr. Chairman, to hold office in NGCP. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you're saying
Proceed.
that NICA, Mr. Chairman, can I proceed? You're saying that the NICA is holding office right there in your premises.
That's what I said, Mr. Chairman.
Wow. And
Thank you.
also, you mentioned about the ISAP. Do you have also agreements with the armed forces of the Republic of the Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, with respect to the armed forces of the Philippines, we have agreements in the local level with respect to the protection of our facilities. And we also have an agreement with the armed forces of the Philippines with respect to reservists. We have reservists who are employees of NGCP who committed themselves to protect the transmission facilities. And Attorney Samboy here is a lieutenant colonel of the reserve forces of the armed forces of the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, in all the operations from the time you started in 2008 up to now, has there been any derogatory report and you have been asked by the NICA, the armed forces, and all the intelligence bodies here that you have to be, there are violations in terms of possibility. We're talking about possibilities. Possibility of interference by these Chinese who are always intruding illegally in our West Philippine Sea, and which the Chinese has lost all 8 points in the international arbitral tribunal in Den Haag. Was there any to alert you? Because the NICA is the primary intelligence gathering and analysis of our country. Was there anything from the time you operated up to now that NICA has called your attention to violations?
Mr. Chairman, there's none. We haven't received any notice from NICA, from ISAF, that we are violating security measures and laws. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And my final question is to the President Anthony Almeida. You're under oath. What is Anthony?
Mr. Almeida, please take your respective seat. I think he went to the restroom.
Yeah. Do you assure this august committee on franchise, with our distinguished members here present and the valued resource persons, can you state you're under oath that there is no possibility of interference from the Chinese in our operation, especially in the supply of electricity in this country, which was also stated by the chairman, no less than Henry C. Sr., that there is no possibility at all and everything is fake news that the Chinese can interfere and can black out the entire country. Can you say that categorically, unequivocally?
Mr. Almeida, you're under oath.
Yes, Mrs. Chair. Yes, there is no possibility that that as far as I'm concerned, as a Filipino citizen and as a reserve also of the armed forces, I categorically say that there is no possibility, Mr. Chair, that the Chinese can. Yeah.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, it is clear that the NGCP has not violated any constitutional provision and even the principles underlying the Constitution. Number two, Mr. Chairman, it has clearly followed all the provisions of its franchise. Third, all that they have done has been approved by the ERC. The pass on of the franchise tax and all the cross ownership and also the public offering. So, Mr. Chairman, I do not see how we can continue with this hearing when there are no violations. Mr. Chairman, that is my question.
Thank you.
Would you again want to go delve on that when clearly the constitutional issues, the franchise issues, the speculations, Mr. Chairman, I think we should already adjourn and let's go to face what are the important bills of our country, like my intelligence bills, my anti-espionage bills, because that will increase the penalties of spies.
Thank you very much, the
Thank you.
Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair.
Like I said, this is an inquiry and not because there is a franchise violation, because that is for the committee to make, Congressman Rufus, and not solely within your authority. Okay? That is a collective decision. So hindi nyo kayang decisionan ho kung may franchise violation. But again, we're looking at how to bring down the prices of electricity, and we will continue to do so until we're able to achieve that goal. Now, the USEC Janet Garin is recognized. I'm sorry. The better Garin. Okay. Okay. The USEC Sharon Garin is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify lang, ang records ng DOE on the approvals of the, yung mga magtatrabaho na foreigners, we have from 2018 to 2024, there are directors, senior technical advisor, but we don't have the record of the individual that you are looking for. But maybe if there's such a claim, because that's way back for us, baka pwedeng i-provide lang ng NGCP kung that's the claim, Mr. Chair, because we don't have it in DOE, Mr. Chair.
Much. Attorney Matibag.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong ilatag sa committee, the last hearing that we have in the Senate, chaired before by the chairman of Energy and Senate, Senator Vin Gatchalian, kasi under oath kanina si President Almeida na hindi possible, na may attacks, gano'n. I think if we will review the transcript of that hearing, he admitted that
Mr. Chairman,
NGCP,
point of order. Can a fellow resource person ask or comment on the question? Can he cross-examine a fellow?
No. He is not, Honorable Mikey, he is not, because I acknowledge him and for him to state his opinion. May I know what happened to the hearing?
well,
I was about to ask
trying
that question.
give something kung ayaw niyong marinig ng...
Yes, go ahead,
I will not
please.
speak.
Please. Ano yun?
Nag-hearing kasi noon, chaired by, that was the last hearing that we had. That was...
Ano sabi ni, anong
Sinabi niya na...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Melvin.
Attorney Matibag, pwede ba tapusin na ho natin?
Mr. Chair, we are here to find the truth.
Yes, correct.
I'm
Go
here
ahead.
as a citizen also.
Okay. Proceed. Please proceed.
I'm not for China, I'm for Philippines.
Okay, go ahead.
Witch hunting here.
So what was said?
You don't want to witch hunt here.
For the...
They're not witch
One
hunting.
specific company.
I'm stating that we reviewed the Senate.
The facts are very clear. I tell you, Whatever is stated in the Senate is not here, it's what is stated here.
Under oath when he made that statement.
Correct.
We are now in Congress, in the House of Representatives.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if you don't
Yes.
want to hear me, I
Again,
will keep quiet.
like I said, I'm asking you to continue. What was said? Quiet, please.
He stated that NGCP is suffering an attack every day.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chair,
From
may I be
where?
recognized?
From where?
kung saan-saan. Maraming yung cyber attack.
Okay. So yun ang issue.
Yun yung sinasabi ko kasi based doon sa sinasabi under oath, wala, hindi pwede.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
may I be
thank you very
recognized?
much. Attorney, sino na po ha? I will acknowledge you. Okay? So I will, Attorney Matibag, are you done? Have you said your piece?
Okay na po
Let
kasi
it be
baka
said
magalit
that-
po yung mga abogado.
Hindi. Okay, abogado ka rin naman. Okay, so pare-pareho kayo abogado. Yun ang mahirap pag maraming abogado. Attorney, okay?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes.
I think Mr. Matibag and I were at that same hearing.
Okay.
And I'd just like to clarify the statement made was cyber attacks on our IT, our corporate system.
Okay.
Our corporate system, unlike our operating system, is indeed connected to the internet. And like any other corporate network, it is subject to periodic attempts. However, thankfully, and I'm knocking on wood here, we have not had a breach of our IT for our corporate network. As opposed to our operating network, the one that runs the transmission system, we again emphasize that this is a closed system, disconnected by default from the internet. So there are no cyber attacks possible on the operating network, the OT. Yung IT po, ang binanggit ni Mr. Almeida at that time, and just to put into context what he said, we do suffer certain attempts, but we have been able thus far to repel all those attempts, even though there are certain periods, marami talaga siya.
Maraming salamat po. Klaro
you,
po
Mr.
yan.
Chair.
So, I'm sure Attorney Matipag will stand by what he said and what he heard during that hearing. So we will try to get the transcript there. So we will see and compare. Anyway, thank you very much, Attorney. We now proceed to the next interpolator, the Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Franz Pomarin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just like I think every Filipino's main concern right now is the security issue. Today, or the last 6 months, 8 months, the landscape is totally different now. As we recall, just a few days ago, the PNP was able to apprehend mga spy machines, mga gadgets, and everything. My question here is, tamang sinabi ni Congressman Rufus, was there a violation? But we're talking about national interest. If I may ask the NGCP, what's the nationality of the assistant CTO? If you have.
Attorney Paul, are you raising your hands? Is the question addressed to NGCP? Deputy Majority Leader
Yes.
Franz Pomarin, is that
Yes,
a
yes.
question
I'm asking
to
lang if they have an
NGCP?
assistant, yes, CTO of
Attorney
NGCP.
Paul.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have an assistant CTO, Engineer Cesar Sanchez. May his soul rest in peace. He's a Filipino citizen. His body is in Iligan now. He just died last week. But he's a Filipino citizen, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, another thing, Mr. Chairman, I noticed it talagang their main priority to hire the CTO, correct me if I'm wrong, is a Chinese national. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Please proceed.
there is no inclination on our part to specifically hire Chinese as our CTO. As mentioned earlier, Honorable Congressman Kumarin, our CTO now is Engineer Rico Vega, who is a Filipino citizen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand that, but meron pending application. Tama po ba?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. Wala po, Mr. Chairman, considering that he is a Filipino citizen, Mr. Chairman.
So wala nakaposisyon right now. A while ago when Congressman Aquino mentioned na meron ng aplikante for that particular position?
Wala po. Siya po.
So ngayon
siya po ang CTO namin, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Si
so
Engineer Rico Vera.
because as for the national interest, we know for the fact na yung position na yun is very vital. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to manifest, it's a very shallow reason for those directors, those Chinese, not to tell us here, that's why they're not here, because yesterday was their annual meeting. Tama, annual meeting. If they find this hearing very important, dapat lumipad sila ngayon. Second, ang isang reason is it's Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year, I know there's festival, but we're in the Philippines. They're officers of NGCP. Mas priority pa sa kanila ang mag-enjoy sa festival? I don't think so. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Chairman? Maybe we can hear from them. That's a very shallow reason. Festival? Oh, birthday nito? That's the main concern. How can you show us na this Chinese, yung heart nila sa Filipinos para tumulong?
Mr. Chairman,
Are you done, Honorable?
I want an answer from the
Attorney Paul.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to the question, I believe, Mr. Chairman, that, and I'm pretty sure they purchased their tickets prior to the receipt of today's hearing. So that's why they have to fly to China. As to the concerns being raised by Congressman Pumaren, rest assured we will relay all of those things to our Chinese directors.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And,
Mr. Chairman.
As I requested earlier, notices will still be sent to them for the future hearings. Thank you.
Yes, I know that we will invite them. Pero mababaw naman, nakabili ng ticket and everything. If they find this really important, they can still buy another ticket. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion also if we can invite yung Nika, yung sinasabi nila na nag-office dyan sa NGCP. As we all know, I hope I'm wrong, baka they're too comfortable with their setup right now in NGCP. Because like what I mentioned, the dynamics right now totally changed with regards to what's happening here in the Philippines. With regards to, I'm not trying to zero in on the directors or officers of Chinese nationals in NGCP. Pero ngayon, iba na po ang dynamics, iba na po ang landscape eh. A few days ago, may nahuli tayong Chinese na nag-spy eh. Diba? So, if we can invite also yung Nika, the one in charge of Nika, or the one assigned to that particular office, para we can hear kung ano po talagang what's happening.
Take note of that, and indeed, the security issue is something that is in, I would say, top of the list, or top of mind of all Filipinos. Yes, the Honorable Franz Pumare.
Yeah, lang yan, that's my query lang. It's just so frustrating, those Chinese nationals, parang napaka-special for them, hearing ang Rason Festival, nakabili ng ticket. Don't tell me they cannot afford to buy another ticket if they find this really important.
Thank you very much.
Parang pinoprotection ng panang kapwa Pilipino na gina-justify pa that they're not here eh. That's so frustrating. Where is our national pride here?
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, the Honorable Franz Pumaren. Yes, Attorney Paul, we will invite them in the next hearings.
Mr. Chairman,
until they run out of holidays. Yes. Attorney Paul.
Yes, we would like to assure this body that we are also Filipino citizens. We take our nationality and citizenship very seriously. Nandyan po kami, and we would like to assure the body, as Mr. Henry C. mentioned in his statement, nung pumasok yung grupo po namin dyan, nandyan na yan. nandyan na yung mga Chinese. They were part of the bidders. Partners po sila ng MOG more. Now, Mr. Chairman, we would because I keep hearing all of these things, na simply because we have Chinese partners does not make us less patriotic than the others. We would want to assure everybody that we are there, we are guarding the national interest, and it is part of our commitment in our concession agreement and our franchise. The interest of the Philippines will always prevail. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman,
Attorney
if I may
Paul.
comment on that statement.
Please,
You know,
you still have the floor.
his statement is music to my ears, na talagang patriotic, everything. Pero ang point ko dito, kung talagang may national concern siya dito, ano ba naman, kahit inabot na nila yung Chinese nationals, ano ba naman explain nila that you have to attend that hearing? It's important. It's just a one-day hearing. You can fly back again to China and enjoy those festivals. That's my main concern. Kung talagang sinasabi mong may national pride kayo, may patriotic kayo, in-explain nyo fully to those Chinese that they should be here. Hindi naman na January 25 yung talagang holiday ng Chinese eh.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. So,
Noted.
wag tayong magsalita ng very patriotic tayo and everything. If you're really patriotic, you should have explained that to the Chinese people that they should be here. Pampabastos yung ginawa niyo sa amin eh.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Franz, Deputy Majority Leader Franz Pomarin, and your statements are duly noted. So now we proceed to the next interpreter. Thank you very much. From the first district of a second district, pala, no? Second district, the Honorable Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I remember part of my interpellation is on the SCADA and NARI. We've heard the explanation of the technical personnel of NGCP, and having heard that Attorney Melvin Matibag used to be connected with Transco, I believe he's an expert witness or resource person as well. I wish to request Attorney Matibag to please enlighten us what is ESCADA, what is NARI, and kindly correlate their significance to each other.
Well, yung SCADA po, thank you po, no? Yung SCADA is the system. Yung po yung, that's generic, yung parang yun yung that is supervisory control and data gathering na ginagawa po nila. No? Yung NARI po, that is the brand of the equipment, hardware, software, na nilagay nung pumasok po ang NGCP. Before that, ang nandun po is GE, tsaka ABB. Bago pa po lahat yan, bago lahat yung mga system na yan, nilagay nila yung NARI. Kaya nung pinag-uusapan natin yung problema ng China, kaya po lumalabas yan, kaya may suspecha tayo. Dahil, kagaya ng explanation ko po, ulitin ko po kanina, ang cellphone natin to iPhone, this is the hardware. But this is run by a software, iOS. Kayo po ba naniniwala na yung nilalagay nyo dyan, hindi nakikita doon nung gumagawa? Knowing that ang NARI is proprietary. May source code po yan. Kanina sinabi, nasa kanila raw yung source code. Parang yung election po, since mag-election, COMELEC, may source code dyan. Nakikita ng COMELEC yan. Alam po yan ng COMELEC. Bakit nilagay yung NARI? Nung tiningnan po namin kung ano yung NARI, is a state-owned company of China na sila provider po ng mga equipment as intelligence equipment, military po. Kasama po doon sa mga military grade po. In fact, when we do the research, lumabas sa website nila noong December 2019, lumabas doon sa website nila na sinasabi pa nila na 100% they control the power grid of the Philippines. Nung
So-
niraise po namin yung issue na yan, on the next hearing, wala na po yung website. Binura na yung nakalagay na yun. Pero meron po kami noon. In fact, we provided the Senate. I think meron din po kopya rito dahil nag-hearing din dito.
Attorney Matibag, if I may interrupt,
Opo.
that publication, correct me if I'm wrong, is the same printout that we flashed during the last hearing.
That
Do
is
you
correct
confirm
po.
that?
That is correct. Sa website po, lifted from the website of NARI.
So you confirm that from the website of, is it not the State Grid China Corporation's publication and not NARI?
NARI publication po yun, and NARI is a state-owned company, the same as State Grid of China, a state-owned company of China.
I understand. So NARI is a subsidiary of State Grid China
They are
Corporation.
separate company po. If we are familiar with the ownership sa China, alam nyo, mga state-owned po yan, mga government-owned. Parehas po sila. And when you research doon sa website, noon nga, sa website ng NARI, lumalabas doon, they supply military intelligence, mga equipment na parehas ng ginagamit po sa atin. Ngayon, yung pong data gathering, ang tanong ko nga, anybody can answer po siguro, educate me. Kayo po ba naniniwala yung cellphone nyo, yung mga nakalagay dyan na data, yung mga pinapasok nyo dyan, hindi alam nung gumawa nito. Hindi ba pag nalock nga to, pwede ka nga mag-message, sasabi ka nga ron, mabubuksan mo.
For the enlightenment of the Filipino people who are watching us, Attorney Matibag, you mentioned about iOS. No? So let me borrow your term. Would you confirm if I would say that NARI is similar to being the iOS of SCADA?
Tama po, kasi yung hardware and software, parehas pong NARI. I think they can confirm that. Ngayon, sinasabi nila, nasa kanila yung source code. Then I go back to go to the next level. Sabi nila may audit. Question, meron po bang cyber audit na naganap? Nandun daw yung NICA. I know that eh. Kaya po sila pumayag dyan. They were ordered by the Senate at that time. Papasukin lang, imbestiga, pumasok. Ginawa nila yon. Hindi kasama Transco. At by time.
Attorney, I appreciate your generosity of information, but let's do this one at a time for us to be followed by the viewing Filipino people. This is highly technical and even myself find it really difficult to absorb. Let's start with, what does SCADA stands for?
Is the supervisory control and data acquisition.
How about NARI? What does it stand for?
It's a brand.
Yeah,
Parang
but it is
iPhone.
an acronym. What does NARI stands for?
NARI. Wala po sa website.
Anyone from Ngcp? Because according to you, this is an equipment which you are using in the operation of Ngcp.
Nanjing Automation Research Institute.
Did you say Nanjing?
Opo.
Nanjing
Automation
Research Institute. Okay. Following your statement that NARI is the iOS of SCADA, would it be correct to say that this system can be controlled remotely?
100%
Similar
po.
to my Apple
100% po,
phone.
pwede. Because there was already, may nangyari na po na may nasira noon. It was repaired remotely. From China, hindi po kailangan pumahin ng technician para pumunta rito at ayusin pa yung nasira.
Alright.
Nangyari na po yan, 2 beses na.
And considering that NARI originated from Nanjing, would it be possible also that somebody from Nanjing will be operating our system as SCADA here in the Philippines remote? The one operating is in Nanjing and the hardware is here, the SCADA at Ngcp.
Very possible po with the technology now. 100% possible po yan. Kasi nangyayari nga po I will cite an example if you will allow me, ma'am.
Yes,
sa Ukraine, twice there was an attack, cyber attack sa power grid mismo na napasok. Hindi po sila pumasok na may baril na pinasok pa yung control center and all. It was 3 days before na power up ulit ng Ukraine. And to find out, intelligence services doon, they found out na that is prelude already doon sa nangyayari ngayon na gera.
Kanina, Attorney Matibag, you made mention about the nature of this NARI, the company, that it has something to do with the military of China. Can you
Opo.
please expound on this?
Yun po yung sinabi sa website nila. Kasi they will supply military hardware.
In other words, the business of NARI is the supply of highly sophisticated
Hardware
technology,
and software po.
hardware and
For
software,
communication and data gathering.
which can be used as well by the military.
If you will allow me again, ma'am,
Yes, please.
just recently, United Kingdom, they have 15% the equipment na nari, they removed it.
Why did they remove?
For reason of national security po. Example na lang po, hindi ba? Ang Amerika, they ban TikTok. Bakit? Because sabi nila, they suspicion lang that is being used to gather data sa Amerika. Sayo nga po, nandun na mismo yung system, hardware and software, nari, China. Nagpapatakbo, China. I may agree with Engineer Clark na sige, sa akin yung source code. Pero sino pang may alam ng source code? Tama po kayo nung sinabi nyo yung last hearing. The creature cannot rise above the creator. Tama po yun. Ako, I'm certain of this. Huwag na po tayong magtalo sinong mas Pilipino, tsaka sinong hindi Pilipino, sinong kampi sa China. Hindi. I'm stating kung ano po yung factual na nangyayari. And anybody can refute it. They may do so.
Mr. Chair, considering that the informations which are being shared to us by Attorney Matibag is indeed alarming, would it be possible for the committee to invite a representative from NARI, Nanjing Automation Research Institute? I believe this is a Chinese corporation.
Well, ma'am, if you will allow me, no?
Please.
This is really, ako po natatakot. Sa bubulong na ako kay Chair mo na hindi na lang yung pera yung pinag-uusapan natin dito eh. We're talking about our sovereignty. Sovereignty yan natin. And our sovereignty has no price tag. Hindi na po tayo kailangang lusubin or anything eh. Kalikutin lang nila yung power grid natin. Just imagine, anyone who's listening now, and anyone who's saying na wala pupuntahan itong pinag-uusapan natin na to, isipin nyo lang, 1 linggo, 2 linggo, 1 buwan wala tayong kuryente. Madali po yung sinasabi nila eh. Sasabihin nila, I'm guaranteeing it, I'm guaranteeing it. Pag nangyari na po, asan tayo lahat? Asan tayo lahat? UK made the move. Ako po, kaya ako nagsasalita ng ganito. My position before, I'm not talking about the commercial transaction na ng NGCP. Okay na yan. May pera, may kinikita. It's good thing. One good congressman mentioned about the Maharlika Wealth Fund. It's a sovereign wealth fund. Ang tawag na, sovereign wealth fund. In fact, I'm writing an article sa dyaryo. Sinulat ko yan. That we must support the Maharlika Wealth Fund and invest it in transmission. Kasi total, may 20% na dapat dinisperse to the public. The reason why is hindi para kumita yung gobyerno, for me, but the reason is to protect our sovereignty. Para meron tayong magche-check man lamang. I mean, people na nandito, mga taga-NGCP, they're employees, they're officers. They're making their livelihood out of NGCP. We cannot fault them for defending it. If I'm on their side, baka mas malala pa yung ginagawa ko. But now I'm standing here not as a president of Transco, as an individual, as a citizen, na tinitingnan ko. What I'm telling you, totoo po yan. Kung gusto nyo, sama-sama tayo pumunta, submit it to cyber audit.
Mr. Chair, may we ask the NGCP if it is possible for them to provide us a representative from NARI?
Reply. Attorney Paul, Attorney...
Mr. Chairman, can I pass the mic to Engineer Clark?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the question is answerable simply by a yes or a no, whether they will provide a representative or not, with all due respect.
They would like, the question is, can we ask Nari to appear before this committee. Can you help us
I
to
believe
answer some questions that the committee has, even in an executive session?
We'll try to ask our Chinese partners, but definitely, Mr. Chairman, at the moment, personally, I cannot. I do not even know a representative from NARI.
Okay, thank you.
Because this is a Chinese corporation. And chances are the people in Nari are all Chinese people. And that's what makes this situation so difficult for us Filipino citizens. Yes, Attorney Melvin, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, it defies logic yung sinasabi. I apologize, pero para sa akin, hindi ka tanggap-tanggap eh. NARI is a supplier. Ibig sabihin, contractor ng NGCP yan. Hanggang ngayon, binabayaran nyo yan. Hindi naman pwedeng hindi nyo imbitahan. They will say, kung hindi kayo mag-appear dito, tigil na namin bayad, kuha na kami ng iba na supplier. Ayoko, I might be wrong. I will leave the better judgment to the honorable gentlemen and gentlewomen of this honorable committee.
Thank you. That's something that we will have to discuss and request. Because I think it does make sense that if they are your supplier, then for transparency, without going into issue of protocols, or then we can ask, because I think there are questions. May I know,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
if I may, I think we need an answer from them. If supplier nila talaga yung
yes,
NARI.
yes, Attorney Paul, they are your supplier, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're your supplier. So, binabayaran niyo yan, buwan-buwan.
Sir, I would just like to clarify regarding the points being raised by Mr. Matibag. First, on the hardware.
Mr. Chair,
Binabayaran niyo ba buwan-buwan yan as a supplier?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay, klaro tayo.
no, sir, not every month. Once they supply the equipment, the software, and then after the commissioning, full control and operation is with.
How about after sales service?
You have, sir, we maintain maintenance service agreement with them. So kung
Yun.
may problem
Yun,
po,
may ano ba yun?
pupunta
So, may
sila.
relationship pa rin kayo?
Meron pa
Thank
rin
you.
po.
Okay, klaro rin.
Mr. Chairman, sorry again, no?
Yeah,
Pero I couldn't understand bakit ang sagot ni attorney, hindi niya kaya imbitahin. Meron palang working relationship sila.
Attorney.
That's why, with the answer of our technical partner, Mr. Chairman, we will endeavor that a representative from, if we can, NARI, will attend the next hearing.
Proceed.
Mr.
Before, kasi related to eh. Because I noticed the consultant for the regulatory reset of ERC are foreigners, but they are here. Hindi po ba Chinese New Year sa kanila? Hindi po. So, yun lang po. I just have to make a point.
Mr. Chair, we will go back to you, Attorney Matibag. But please let this representation continue with the interpellation. Kanina po nabanggit yung Senate hearing. Our resource person relayed to us that President Almeida made a testimony about the cyber attacks. Whether it is against the corporate system or the system of NGCP, I wish to be certain. The committee wishes to be certain. We have reports as well that in the same Senate inquiry, Transco consultant by the name Ronaldo Del Mundo testified that NARI is a transmission control operation of platform system which allows remote access. This is according to consultant Ronaldo Del Mundo of Transco. And to add, Mr. Chair, in the same Senate inquiry, the same Mr. Del Mundo testified as well that NARI is a computer control na pwedeng mag-switch on, switch off, ng circuit breaker ng power plants. Mr. Chair, I wish to believe that the transcript of records of this Senate inquiry forms part of the public records. Therefore, Mr. Chair, this representation humbly move that we request for a copy of this transcript for all of us to be enlightened on the testimony that were given already by President Almeda along with Ronaldo Del Mundo, because these are under oath testimonies which should not be contradicted when they testify on a different forum or investigation. So, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion. Any second? Duly seconded. Chair in objection. The motion of the Honorable Luistro is approved. COPSEC, please carry out the letter request to the Senate. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I recall likewise that during the last hearing, I manifested my desire to conduct an ocular inspection of this system control, which we allege as NARI until we are able to verify, of NGCP. However, Mr. Chair, I found out from the records that since 2019, in spite of the regulatory power given to Transco, to ERC, wala pa palang nangyayaring system audit dito sa system control ng NGCP ever since. May we request a confirmation from NGCP? May we request President Almeda? Medyo nakakapagtaka na po, our President is here, pero mukhang mas knowledgeable si Attorney Sagayo. What does SGP stands for, with all due respect?
Attorney Sagayo.
Mr. Chairman, SGP stands for Synergy Grid and Development Philippines Incorporated.
Thank you, Attorney Sagayo, but I would prefer, I hope you don't mind,
I don't mind.
to hear an answer
But
from our NGCP President.
in the absence of President
Saan po
Almeda, I'm
nagpunta si-
Director of NGCP.
Yes, for the information of everyone, he approached the chair earlier.
He left
because,
already?
Because of another meeting that he has
Okay.
at 5 o'clock. So he had to excuse himself. Thank you.
With that, then, we will be pleased to hear your answer, Attorney Sagayo.
The question is whether, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier that under the concession agreement 2.01, specifically Transco has no regulatory powers over NGCP.
Are you trying to say, Attorney Sagayo, that there is no basis at all for Transco to visit and inspect the system control of NGCP?
Mr. Chairman,
Is that your stand?
No, Mr. Chairman. As I've said, Mr. Chairman, earlier, they can always visit, but subject to certain
How about
protocols.
inspect?
No problem, but subject to
All right, so
certain
let me rephrase my question. Since the concession agreement in 2019, was there a time that the Transco inspected the system control of NGCP? Yes or no?
There was an instance. I think, yeah.
Iba po yung visit, iba po yung inspection.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, may be recognized po. Mr. Chair.
Is attorney from NGCP?
Yes,
Can
Mr. Chair.
you answer the question?
As mentioned by Transco earlier, written into the concession agreement is an agreement by which Transco, together with PSOM, will form a committee for the purpose of inspecting both facilities and the books of NGCP, and that is conducted annually.
By facilities, does it include the system control? The system control, attorney, I hope you understand.
Mr.
Very
Chair, I will have
sophisticated.
to I think that the intention of that, I have to go back and confirm which facilities are covered by the TR flat.
I
But
hope we
again-
confine our answer, Mr. Chair, to the question whether or not the system control was inspected. I think this is self-explanatory already. And by inspected, I wish to believe, hindi po yan basta tinititigan lang. You have to allow the party to touch, operate, test. That's how we inspect, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I amend my answer a little? Sorry, I'm just gonna add a little. The ERC actually conducted a thorough cybersecurity audit of NGCP, including a VAPT. And that will, I think, address the concern, Mr. Chair, on not just looking visually, but also testing the ability of the systems to withstand.
Mr. Chair, was it the ERC which was mentioned by our lawyer from NGCP? So may we hear a confirmation from ERC?
Mr. Chair, yes, we were able to, the ERC through consultants were able to do cybersecurity audit on NGCP.
Were you able to rule out the apprehension that this system control cannot be controlled remotely, especially those who are not Filipino citizens and outside our country? Were you able to rule that out?
No.
Yes or no?
No, Mr. Chair.
Because that is the danger that we are trying to avoid.
Mr. Chair.
Please let this representation continue. Likewise, Mr. Chair, in 2010, nag-issue din po ang DOE. This is Department Order Number DO 2010-080015, the title of which, Creating the Technical Working Group for the Audit of the National Grid Corporation System Operations and Metering Service Operations. However, based on reports, pagkatapos ng dalawang meeting, allegedly, the DOE was questioned already by the NGCP at hindi na po natuloy itong system audit ordered by number 0015. Can we hear from NGCP?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Attorney Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our position had always been that under our concession agreement, it is the ERC that has regulatory powers over NGCP, and that is why ERC is conducting several audits already insofar as NGCP.
Attorney Secayo, with all
Yes.
due respect, yes or no lang po, natuloy po ba yung system audit ng DOE?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Next question, Mr. Chair. In 2016, mayroon pong ERC Resolution Number 4, Series of 2016. This is dated April 5, 2016. A resolution directing the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines to procure an independent party to conduct an independent review of its operation system as system operator. Tanong po, Attorney Sagayo, natuloy po ba ito? Independent party, yes or no?
Can we check that ERC resolution? This is the first time that I heard that, Mr. Chairman.
But at least you can state for a fact whether nagkaroon po ng independent party provided by ERC to conduct the system audit.
The ERC is conducting audit now on several fronts, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, since the answer of Attorney Sagayon is not completely responsive to the question, may I direct this question to ERC? Kayo po ba ay nag-engage ng independent party to conduct the system audit?
Not in the 2016 period, Mr.
In other
Chair.
words, Attorney De Malanta, this ERC Resolution Number 4, Series of 2016, was never realized.
That's what I was asking, Mr. Chair. That was before my time, but I understand it was not carried out either.
And Mr. Chair, to continue, 2017, nag-issue din po si DOE Secretary Alfonso Cusi, Department Circular Number DC 2017-12-0016, the title of which, Adopting the Guidelines for the Performance Assessment and Audit of All Power Generation, Transmission, and Distribution Systems and Facilities. Ito po ba'y natuloy, Attorney Di Malanta?
As far as I know, Mr. Chair, hindi rin po yan natuloy.
Having said all those, bakit po kaya hindi matuloy ang system audit ng NGCP?
Mr. Chair, for the record, the ERC was able to do a system audit in 2022 po. Yung mga nabanggit po na resolutions, hindi po yun na-implement for various reasons. I think there were some hesitation or reluctance on the part of the auditee.
On the part of?
Of NGCP po.
Do you confirm that hesitation and reluctance on the part of the NGCP?
Oh, which one? That we are reluctant.
Regarding the system audit, why this 2016 and 2017 orders of DOE, ERC were never pushed through?
Mr. Chairman, what we have been saying all along is it is the ERC that has regulatory powers over NGCP. And when it was ERC that ordered the audit of NGCP, we cooperated. Whatever documents that they required, we submitted.
Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, let me wind up on this. Since 2009, there's no system audit conducted which will rule out the apprehension that this system control of NGCP cannot be controlled remotely. Second, DOE Order Number 2010-080015 regarding the System Operation and Metering Service Operations audit was never realized as well. ERC Resolution Number 4, Series of 2016, concerning system audit was likewise not realized. And in 2017, DOE Secretary Circular Number 001 16 was likewise not implemented. Mr. Chair, I'm stating a fact that since 2009, followed by 2010, and 2016, and then 2017, there was never a system audit. The 2020 system audit that was shared to us by Attorney Di Malanta, per her own admission, did not rule out the apprehension that this system of NGCP cannot be controlled remotely. Mr. Chair, with all due respect to my idol, Attorney Rufus Rodriguez.
Mr. Chairman, can I correct some of my answers? Sorry, with respect to...
Is that okay?
If okay with you.
Yes. Which particular answer do you want to correct?
Mr. Chairman, with respect to a third-party auditor, there was a risk assessment and vulnerability assessment and penetration testing in operational technology infra was conducted by NGCP's third-party auditor, KPMG.
When?
This was in August 2022.
Mr. Chair, the question is about ERC Resolution Number 4, Series of 2016. This representation are manifesting facts which happened in 2010, in 2009, in 2016, and in 2017. And in conclusion, Mr. Chair, all the system audit mandated by various resolutions and circulars were never realized.
Mr. Chairman, I was mentioned as an idol. So may we know on what connection? By my idol also? One of the best performing members of the Quad Committee and also now here? What was it about? Because I also have to answer, the right to reply.
Mr. Chair, earlier, the Honorable Rodriguez manifested that the chairmanship of the board is allowed for foreign nationals. During his interpellation, it was likewise manifested that the chief technical officer was seemingly allowed by DOJ permits and other agencies' documentation. However, Mr. Chair, I am reminded by one important document that we are requesting from the NGCP, and that is the shareholders' agreement. I wish to humbly submit, Mr. Chair, that we will not be able to determine really whether the chairman exercised managerial and executive function and even the chief technical officer until and unless we see the shareholders agreement. On this light, Mr. Chair, this representation humbly move that we issue subpoena duces tecum to NGCP for them to submit the shareholders agreement to this committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, in addition to the motion, Mr. Chair.
May I just make a clarification? There was a subpoena duces tecum already issued to them in this regard, and their answer is there's another document I saw. Well, anyway, that I remember seeing that
I was present to confirm that, Mr. Chairman. There was a subpoena issued on the
It
share.
said here, signed by, sent January 22, signed by Cheryl Saldena de Leon, Corporate Secretary of Synergy Grid Development Philippines. We note that the first item under subpoena duces tecum, the shareholders agreement among SGP, OTHI, and P21 does not exist. Thus, no such document is in SGP's records.
Mr. Chairman, what we are asking is not the shareholders agreement between SGP and the NGCP. What we are asking is the shareholders agreement between NGCP and the State Grid of China. Yung po hiningi natin is State Grid of China.
Okay.
Para malaman po
Okay,
natin.
so there's a
kung sa
motion.
agreement, Mr. Chairman, if I may, para malaman lang po natin kung ano po nakalagay doon, kung talagang kinokontrol ng Chinese yung kanilang pong maintenance operation.
So is that correct?
That will be agreeable, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so that's the motion.
I recall, Mr. Chair, that both the chairman and the chief technical officer are both stockholders. So I wish to see as well from that document what participation do they have with respect to the management of the NGCP.
Okay, subpoena duces tecum on the motion of the Honorable Jinky Luistro, duly seconded by the Honorable Rog Gutierrez. The chair, no objections. Motion is approved. We now proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Honorable Rufus
just like
Rodriguez.
to make some comments regarding the manifestation
Please.
of Congresswoman Luistro. It was stated that the NGCP, there was really no compliance of the order of the ERC and also the DOE for the audit. Is that correct? Congresswoman, yes.
I believe, Honorable Rodriguez, that I read the title of the
Yes.
circular and the resolutions
Yes.
which I mentioned.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the ERC is the regulatory agency with all the powers to regulate NGCP. It's not a matter of they're not interested to have that implemented or the resistance. because it is the ERC who should have implemented it, whether they like it or not. It is not the fault of NGCP that there was nothing done, because you are the regulator. Is that correct, Ms. De Malanta?
That's correct.
Yeah, you are. So therefore, the
So,
fact that continue is not the fault of NGCP. It is the ERC which has failed to implement it. And she was not yet the head at the time.
Chair Di Malanta, please reply.
Mr. Chair, if I may reply. As recognized by the honorable representative, I am not able to explain why it was not implemented in 2016. But when a new performance assessment was organized by the DOE, and then we participated also because of the position of NGCP that only ERC is the one that they recognize. We participated and led the assessment, but still NGCP refused to provide those documents, and we have letters to show Mr. Chair that they refused. So, but we continued with the assessment.
Then you should direct them under pain of contempt and pain of penalty. That is how a regulatory agency would do.
We did, Mr. Chair.
If you're sleeping on the job, they have first a resistance and you will not insist. What kind of a regulatory agency are you? You have to do it.
Yes.
I'm glad that you are now there and you have already started that. And that is not their fault that 2016, 18, 19, 20, there was no systems audit because you did not insist. You have the full powers and yet you waive that power. So just that, Mr. Chairman, to put it in the proper perspective, it could have been done. And we wish it will be done during your term. And let them not resist it. Otherwise, you penalize them. That is the power of the ERC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Much, Attorney Rufus
Mr. Chair,
Rodriguez. The Honorable Jinky,
I wish to wind up.
please.
The apprehensions that we are facing right now about having our national grid possibly controlled by foreign national is right before our eyes. While it is just an apprehension, this is a question that needs to be answered with absolute certainty. With our present situation in the West Philippine Sea, Mr. Chair, I hope the Filipino people are walking with me right now. Exclusive in an economic zone, which is exclusive for Filipino citizens, as confirmed by UNCLOS, as confirmed by the international arbitration. And yet we continue to be harassed, threatened, and even injured by foreign nationals right in our sovereign land. With this situation, will you have the peace of mind na ipagtiwala ang kaisa-isa mong national grid sa kaaway mo sa West Philippine Sea? Will you have the peace of mind that the national grid relies on these Chinese citizens who are maligning, harassing, threatening our fellow Filipinos? Will you have the peace of mind that no Filipinos understand this technology and only Chinese engineers do? Will you have the peace of mind that the technology can be controlled by somebody in Nanjing, leaving all of us helpless? All aspects of Filipinos' lives rely on electricity. Manufacturing, transportation, communication, you name it. What will happen to us if indeed this technology is under Chinese control and they decide to sabotage our country? I can be wrong. We can be wrong. But the question is, what if this apprehension is correct? My point, Mr. Chair, to NGCP, Give us the concrete, tangible, apparent, and absolute reason to believe that our transmission grid is under Filipino control and never under the Chinese control. With that, Mr. Chair, I conclude. Maraming salamat po.
The Honorable Jinky Luistro for that very powerful manifestation. So the burden of proof, of course, is again with NGCP. So now we proceed to the next interpreter, the Honorable Ortega. Please.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Attorney Honorable Ortega.
Yeah, I just want to address some of the questions left hanging from the question from the interpellation of
There's
Honorable
no
Ortega.
question, sir.
There was one, sir, about whether the system operations was part of the audit conducted by ERC.
Are you still at it? I think
The question, Mr. Chair, has reference with particular, circular, and resolution, and I believe that all those questions have been answered already.
Thank you. Okay, we proceed. Honorable Ortega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madami na po na natanong actually pa. Medyo dodoble na po yung mga katanungan natin. I would just like to double down po sa mga requests po, sa mga manifestations kanina, saka of course yung subpina ni Kong Jinky na we are expecting na NGCP yung full cooperation po ng NGCP dito kasi parang there are some irregularities na nga po na lumalabas, not only with the franchise but yun nga po sabi ni Kong Jinky kanina, there are already questions of security, national security and national interest. So kanina po ako kinakalabit nung katabi ko, so Mr. Chair, I would like to yield my time to my childhood idol, the Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Dan Fernandez is not at this time.
Salamat po.
Hindi mo pa oras na yun. Meron pang iba.
Point of clarification lang po, Mr. Chair.
Akala ko idalagdag sa oras mo mamaya.
Yeah, he's yielding his time.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Presentation.
He's not a senior citizen, you have 5 minutes.
Kasi naputol po ako, pinutol niyo ako, Chairman, kanina eh. So, pero gusto ko na magpahuli para at least nasa akin na yung full time. Pero hindi ako aalis dito hanggang hindi ko po natatapos lahat ng presentation natin. Anyway,
Mr. Chair, with due respect
Mr. Chairman,
just a clarification with due respect to Chairman Dan Fernandez. If a member yields his time to another member, does that mean that the sequence of interpellator will go as in order? Because or idadagdag na lang po yung oras. For example, when the time comes that Chairman Dan Fernandez will be asking his interpellation.
Yes, the procedure is the slot. If they yield the time, the slot is taken over by another member.
Okay, akala ko idadagdag na yun sa oras.
That's
kaya
what
mas
I
mataas.
thought until I was corrected by the Comsec. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
So,
Thank you,
so-
Chairman Dan.
Thank you. So, the Honorable Dan, 5 minutes.
okay, recap po tayo, no? Kasi naputol po tayo kanina. So, again, yung pong third regulatory period, Mr. Chairman, ay yung tinatawag po natin kung ano yung taripa na ginamit po ng NGCP. Okay, so there ay na-compute po ng consultant ng ERC yung sinasabi po nilang closing RAB, kung ano po yung tamang computation ng kanilang total asset, kasama na po depreciation and everything. Now, ang sabi po nila ng RAAC at NCL, ang kanilang closing RAB for the third regulatory period is 173 billion. And sa application po ng NGCP, ang kanilang application is 196 billion para po sa kanilang tinatawag na opening RAB doon po sa fourth regulatory period. That is exactly 196.69 billion na nakalagay po doon sa kanilang draft final determination. And kanina nga po, ay nagkakaroon ng tanungan sila Congressman Lupus and also sa ERC kung bakit daw itong ating pong tinatawag na draft final determination ay naka-out doon po sa kanilang website for the consumption ng ating pong mga consumer. Kasi nga ang desisyon ng mga korte, no, ay bawal yung ginagawang paglalabas, no, ng partial decision, no. But I would like to be educated on this, Miss Mona Dimalanta, no. What was the reason? Bakit nilabas nyo yung partial initial determination noong September 13, 2023, at nilabas nyo naman yung draft final determination noong August 21, 2024. What is the very main reason why na inilabas natin to? Kasi kung ako ang tatanungin mo, better sa akin na nilabas to. Why? Kasi nakita ko yung difference nung dalawa ito, disadvantages talaga sa ating mga consumers. Sobra. And as a matter of fact, kung babasahin mo itong final na to, yung final determination, lumalabas dito that even the consumers hindi kasama doon sa ginawang hearing ng what do you call this, ng ERC. Because as I have read this, wala po doon yung mga consumer group. Ang nandun lamang po ay ang NGCP lawyer na si Faustino something ba yun, I forgot, Bautista, at yung NGCP, and then the PISAM and the Transco. But never na naandun po yung ating pong mga consumer. Now, what is the very essence why this draft final determination was released in your website?
Mr. Chair, the rule that requires publication of draft determinations has been there from the original rules of ERC setting the transmission wheeling rates. I think personal na po ito. It really it is a commitment, not just an attempt on the part of the commission to adhere to principles of transparency in setting the rates, particularly of regulated entities. This time around po, baka po ang sinasabi nilang nag-iba, kasi po merong draft partial kami, tapos draft final na pinost. Kasi po, nabanggit na rin kanina, instead po of the original 5-year period, naging 7 po, kasi po, hindi nga po nakapag-reset yung ERC dati. So, to address po the question directly, it is in adherence to the principles of transparency and giving our public the ability to comment on the drafts, on the rates that will result from this exercise of the ERC. Maka-comment lang po ako dun sa punto about consumers, Mr.
Sige,
Chair.
go ahead, ma'am.
Opo. Bukas naman po yung proseso sa consumer. Siguro po, tine-check ko lang nga po kung wala kaming intervenor na consumer group. But there were consumer individuals that submitted comments and participated as intervenors in the proceedings. Meron pong si former Commissioner Non participated. There was NASECOR, who's also a consumer group that were admitted as intervenors.
Okay, dito sa nirelease nyo sa inyong website, ang sinasabi po dito, ang opening ROB is 173.41 billion in accordance doon sa inassess ng ating pong RAAC saka NCL. But dito po sa naging final ang draft ninyo, lumalabas po ng 196.69 billion, a difference of 23 billion. Ang pinag-uusapan pa lang natin dito, opening and closing ROB. So in other words, mataas po ang closing and opening ROB ng 23 billion. So in other words, tataas ang presyo ng rate para sa transmission. Dahil mataas po yung opening ROB. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, siguro hindi sa'yo, doon sa ating pong mga majority, no? Sa majority, kay Commissioner Puentes, anong reason bakit nyo itinaas yung pong closing and opening ROB na kung saan kinompute po ito ng ating RAAC at ng ating pong NCL na kung saan binayaran natin ng 40 million at 12 million para sa ginagawa po nilang evaluation and assessment ng lahat ng mga properties ng ating pong NGCP, bakit itinaas natin ng 23 billion?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
To whom?
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, when we issued the PID, there was already a reservation.
Can you speak louder, please?
There was already a reservation noted in the PID that the beginning balance that used and recommended by the RAAC is that I do not agree on that because of there was a decision made by the previous commission on the beginning of 2010 regulatory period. There was already an approved beginning balance, and that was used to roll forward the regulatory asset base to become the opening wrap on the fourth RP.
Ang sinasabi mo, Commissioner, ay forecasting sa 2009. Kailangan yung forecast ang gagamitin natin.
No, Mr. Chair, ang nangyari po, meron pong approved opening wrap in the third RP. So that was used to roll forward to the opening wrap. It was used to close.
What was the approved opening wrap? Or closing, ano yan, opening or closing wrap?
Opening wrap. Actually,
ng third regulatory period?
Yes, because the RAAC used the SAM valuation, the 2008, but there was an approved opening wrap in the third regulatory period. And it is already,
Wait.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fuentes, we are talking about third regulatory period closing wrap. I'm not talking about the opening wrap of the 2011 to 2015 opening wrap. I'm talking about the closing. So, para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, yung buong asset. Kasi yung sinasabi mong opening, nanggaling yun doon sa second regulatory period eh. Yun ang ginamit natin na parang opening ng third regulatory period. Now, matapos ang 5 taon, matatapos sa 2015, closing wrap na tayo. So, andun na po yung depreciation, andun na yung mga bagong equipments, andun na yung mga bagong projects. Now, ngayon, meron na tayong closing wrap. Ito na yung pinakakumpletong asset ng ating pong NGCP na magiging move forward tayo sa 2016. Yun ang gagamitin natin sa opening ng fourth regulatory period. Ngayon, ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, bakit nyo itinaas ng 23 billion, okay, yung pong closing wrap ng third regulatory period at ginawa nyo 196 billion? Kasi yun ang nag-manifest dito sa inyong decision eh. Dito sa inyong partial initial determination, ang sabi nyo, Commissioner, ikaw, si Ligal, at si Lumbatan, ang sabi nyo, tama ang decision ng RAAC. Dapat, ang gamitin po natin sa computation, yung mga project na use and useful. Sinabi nyo dito eh, ang kailangan gamitin natin mga project sa computation ng ating opening hub para sa fourth regulatory period ay use and useful, efficient na mga project. Yun ang sinabi nyo dito. Then suddenly, dito sa decision nyo, sa final determination, sinabi nyo, hindi, as spent, lahat ng project ng NGCP, no, lahat ng kanilang mga capex, hindi pa tapos, pabayaran na natin sa taong bayan. Ito ang binabanggit ng desisyon ninyo. Ang tanong ko, bakit?
Mr. Chair, if I may, in the draft final determination, section 4.2.3, it was stated on how we adopted for this purpose, the draft final determination, why we adopted the 196 because of the use. If I may explain, there was an opening wrap in the third regulatory period. So that opening wrap came from the closing wrap of the second regulatory period. And now, the consultant used the 2008 wherein it was not even the closing wrap of the second regulatory period. Furthermore, there was an approved opening wrap for the third regulatory period in the final determination of the third regulatory period. So this figure was used to roll forward the assets in the third regulatory period that resulted to the closing RAB of the third regulatory period and to become the opening RAB of
Commissioner,
the fourth regulatory
How much
period.
is that?
Commissioner
Come on.
Fuentes,
Come on.
wait, please, I have still the floor. Please, um, Commissioner Fuentes, huwag mo akong paikot-ikutin. Okay. Alam mo, ang tinatanong ko is closing, not the opening.
Yes.
Hindi na makaka-apekto yung opening mo dun sa closing eh. Kasi ang closing, ito na yung total eh, ng asset eh. Ito na yun eh. So, nag-evaluate ang RAAP at ang NCL. Ang sabi nila, 173 billion. Bakit tayo magbabayad ng 40 million saka 12 million? Tapos hindi natin sila pakikinggan. Saka, eto, Commissioner Fuentes, Commissioner Digal, Commissioner Lumbatan. Meron tayong actual and historical data and information. Ibig sabihin, tapos na kasi ang 2016 hanggang 2022 na kinoconsider natin sa fourth regulatory period. Tapos na eh. So, nag-apply ang NGCP. Ito na mga datos namin. Ito na yung mga project namin. Ito na yung CAPEX namin. Ito na yung OPEX namin. Ito na yung taxes namin. Ito na yung depreciation namin. Kumpleto. Kukumputin na lang nila. Ang sabi nila, at ang sabi ng NCL saka ng RAAC, 173 billion. Now, ang tanong, bakit ginawang 196? Yung dun sa final determination. Okay? We're just talking about the opening and closing RAB. We're not talking about yet the CAPEX. Sa CAPEX, ang laki ng application nila na pinaburan yung tatlo. Bakit? Unahin natin yung opening RAB. Bakit nag-jump ng 23 billion? Give me justifiable reason. Why? Samantalang yun ang recommendation ng RAAC. Yun ang recommendation ng NCL.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, reply.
I will try again on the opening RAB portion.
Mr. Chairman, don't try to confuse this committee. Because ang parang nanggaya yun sa 2000, sa second regulatory opening. Okay yun. Tapos na yun eh. Ito na yung computation eh. Nagsimula kayo sa 2011. Ito ang asset ng NGCP. Okay, nagpagawa sila ng mga project. Oh, eto na. Nag-close na tayo. Magko-close na tayo sa asset natin. Ito yung asset natin. At sa computation nila, sinabi nila 173. And even the two, Commissioner Maceda and Mona Lisa, agreed with the consultant. And the three of you agreed also dito sa partial initial determination. Pero binago nyo pagdating sa final. Ngayon, ang tanong, kung hindi mo masagot, Commissioner Digal, pakita natin yung ating yung final determination para doon sa proposal ng NGCP para sa kailang CAPEX. Phase 1, yung yan, sige. Medyo zoom lang natin. So mga kasama, ito yung NGCP proposal na submitted nila sa ERC. Yan po yung tinatawag na, pakisumpa na konti. Unahin muna natin sa itaas. So yan ang tinatawag nating annual revenue requirement. Yan po nagde-determine kung yan lahat ng computation yan, bilyon yan. Ang katumbas po na yan, nababayaran po natin is 1 peso o minsan 0.90 cents per kilowatt hour. Lahat ng pinag-uusapan natin, bilyong piso na yan. Ang katumbas lang po niyan, piso o minsan 90 cents pa. Ngayon, ayan po ang proposal nila. Ang proposal po ng NGCP, which the three of you adopted, 35 billion sa 2016. Ang kanila pong return on capital. Yan po kasama na dyan yung kanilang CAPEX. Sa 2017, 36. Sa 2018, 38. Sa 2019, 41. Tandaan ninyo, ito po ay historical. Ito po ay nangyari na. Ito po ay i-compute na lang ng inyong consultant na binayaran ninyo ng 40 million at 12 million. Tapos hindi nyo susundin. Ngayon, ayan po ang kanilang tinatawag na CAPEX, 196 billion. Ang proposal ng NGCP. Dahil yan po yung mga project na hindi pa naman po sa efficient, Hindi pa naman siya useful, nakakarga na. So nga, andito po yung desisyon ng RAAC. Baba mo ng konti. Ang sabi ng RAAC, sa kanilang computation at assessment, dahil binayaran sila ng 40 million at 12 million, 99 billion lang. Yung proposal nila ng 2016 na 35, ang sabi ng RAAC, 19 lang yan. Noong 2017, sabi ng NGCP, 36.3 yan. Ang sabi ng RAAC, hindi, 19.6. And so forth and so forth. 196 compared to 99. Doon po sa return of capital, kung titignan po ninyo, dyan na po nakasama yung mga depreciation, saka yung mga weighted average of capital. Ang sabi ng NGCP, noong 2016, 7.4 billion kami. Ang sabi ng RAAC, saka ng ERC approved. Ayan, makikita po natin ito sa kanilang return of capital na sinabi ng ERC, 7.8. So in other words, Mr. Chairman, kung titignan mo lahat-lahat ng asset na pinopropose ng NGCP, 387 billion ang proposal po nila para sa 2016 hanggang 2020. Yan po yung kanilang sinubmit sa ERC. Ang sabi ng RAAC, 183 billion lamang ang ating pong regulated asset base. Ngayon, ang tanong, again, sa inyong tatlo, dahil yung dalawa, nag-dissent at sinabi nilang, hindi, dapat 183 lang tayo. Bakit nyo pinayaagan na lumampas ang ating regulatory asset base nang umaabot ng 204 billion? Dahil yung 204 billion na yan, ikakarga yan sa taong bayan. At ano sinasabi ng IPIRA? Sabi niya, Section 34F, in determining the rate base, the Transco or any distribution utility shall not be allowed to include management inefficiencies like cost of project delays. Dito sa 387 billion, pinagsama-sama lahat ng project dyan. Hindi pa tapos, pinasisingil nyo na sa taong bayan. Ang sabi ng RAAC, NCL, hindi pa pwede. 183 lang. Now, your approval of this draft final determination is not in accordance with the IPIRA law. Sinasabi, huwag niyo sama eh. Bakit pumirma kayo? Well, the reason why I'm questioning this because this entails yung ating pong pagbabayad ng ating mga kababayan. Naiintindihan po ba ninyo? Ang repercussion nito? Tataas tayo ng 13 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. At hindi natin marirefund yung sisingilin na sa atin. Kung sakasakali na 183.4 billion ang gagamitin ninyo, makaka-refund tayo ng almost 95 to 100 billion. Nasaan ang ano nyo? Nasaan ang puso nyo dito? Nung kayo pumunta sa aking opisina, isa lamang ang biniling ko sa inyo. Ando kayo lahat. Kasama si Chairman Mona Lisa, kasama si Catherine Maceda. Ano sabi ko sa inyo? Di ba sabi ko sa inyo? Hahabulin kayo ng pagkakataon. Gamitin nyo yung tama, gawin nyo yung tama. Kasi taong bayan ang sisingilin natin ng sobra na sinasabi ng IPIRA, hindi bebede. Kailangan just and reasonable rate for the consumers. Now, please, explain. Kasi naniniwala ako, doon sa last hearing na sinabi ni Chairman Mona Lisa, magkakaroon pa kayo ng, I don't know, is it a final decision? Can you kindly explain to me? Kasi ako, sa ngayon, kapag yan ang ginawa ninyo, pinasingin nyo yung 204 billion sa CAPEX at yung 23 billion para doon sa opening round, magkakaproblema kayo. Ako mismo, magpapile na rin talaga ako ng kaso against you. Ma'am, can you kindly explain?
The process for requires,
Chairman Lisa, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, the process requires that after the public consultation, which was already concluded, our staff evaluated the comments and now it's up to the final evaluation po of the commission. Whether we approve this, we uphold this, we make adjustments based on the comments received from all the stakeholders. So may meeting pa po kami about
So may chance pa. So bakit kayo pumirma dito ng tatlo? Binasa niyo ba to? Commissioner Digan?
Yes, if I may.
Yes, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, I believe the slide that you showed earlier was pertaining to a partial initial determination.
Tama.
So that's provided po under the rules that we issued that. It's akin to what we call a provisional approval. We all do that for all cases po. It's not unique for NGCP.
But, Commissioner, in the draft final determination, kung ano yung pinirmahan nyo doon, binawi nyo dito. At dito, sinasabi nyo, yung mga proyekto na sobra, 204 billion na ikakagawa sa tao, i-consider nyo as spent. At yun ang recommendation sa inyo ng NGCP. Am I correct? Application nila yan. Balik nyo yung ano. That's the application of NGCP.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may be allowed,
Yeah, sige, go ahead.
a variance between a partial initial determination or a PA up to between the PA and the final authority, hindi naman po yan unique dito sa kaso na to. We have given provisional approvals din po sa ibang application, pero pagdating po ng final, iba po yon. And
Commissioner, variance, ha? You're talking about variance? A variance of 204 billion and a variance of 222 billion? Are you kidding me?
Hindi po yan unique na nangyayari. Pwede lang pong iba yung amount, pero nangyayari po na iba yung provisional approval sa final po.
Alam mo, Commissioner, huwag mo akong paikutin. Sige. Page 2. Page 2. Ayan. Sa page 2, makikita mo dyan yung application. Application kasi ng NGCP to, in-apply eh. At lahat ng in-apply ng NGCP, inaprubahan po ninyo. Nung una, inaprubahan ninyo, tapos nung huli, dalawa na lang yung natira sa inyo. Anyway, like example, dito sa page 3 pala, page 3. Gusto ko lang malaman na kung what have you done dito sa page 3. Yan, katulad sa public relation and corporate social responsibility. Yung kanilang public relation and representation, nag-equate to ng almost 2.5 billion. Yung sa kanilang representation and entertainment, 800 million. Inaprubahan nyo ba to? Kayo nagkaroon ng proposal ng 387. Doon muna tayo sa CAPEX. Bakit ang CAPEX ni
1 minute.
Ha? Bakit po 196 billion po yung inyong pinropose na hindi pa naman po siya tapos, pinopropose niyo po? Attorney, ba't po kayo nagpropose ng 196 billion na CAPEX na kung saan ay kasama po dito ang iba't ibang mga proyekto ng 2016 to 2020 na hindi pa po tapos ay gusto niyo nang pabayaran sa taong bayan?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doon po sa may nasasabi lang po kasi kanina na lahat po ng in-apply namin approved by ERC kaagad. Hindi po lahat. In fact, I am asking our finance to check. Kasi meron pa po kaming malalaking projects po, Congressman. 11 projects, hindi nila sinama. And secondly,
Attorney,
okay, yeah, okay.
Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, sa 196 billion, sabi ng RAAC saka NCL, ang approval lang po nila doon sa CAPEX is 99 billion, hindi po 196 katulad ng in-apply po ninyo. Bakit po ang in-apply nyo ay lahat ng hindi tapos ay sisingilin sa taong bayan? Yun po tinatanong ko eh, kasi yung application nyo nakalagay sa dokumento na sinabit po ninyo. So 196 po yung apply nyo na hindi tapos, sisingilin natin sa taong bayan. Kaya nga, sobra po eh. Ang tanong ko nga po sa inyo, bakit po kayo nag-apply ng mga proyektong hindi tapos ay kailangang bayaran na ng taong bayan? Yun ang tanong ko po.
Okay po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I answer that? Yung kasi po yung second regulatory period, yung third regulatory period, as spent po yung process na in-apply. So we applied on the basis of that because even when we came in, even during Transco time, ang nakita po namin is as spent yung inaalaw na methodology. From the perspective po of the investor, kaya yun din ang those are the rules po eh. Yun ang rules ng ERC. So doon po namin in-apply yun.
Okay.
From can I continue po?
Nakuha ko na po yung sagot niya.
Okay.
So ang sinasabi niyo po, dahil ito po ang rules no nung second regulatory and third regulatory period na sinasabi, pwede yun eh. Pwede na yung mga hindi pa tapos, ikarga na natin sa taong bayan. Sabi, pwede. But, in the fourth regulatory period, I'm pretty sure you are aware. Aware po kayo na may rules ang fourth regulatory period.
Opo.
According sa Article 4, hindi po allow. And if I may read, attorney, ito sinasabi, ERC will evaluate the actual expenditure of the regulated entity for the fourth regulatory period by examining its necessity and efficiency to ensure its consistency with the principles and provision of these rules in determining the annual revenue requirement. So ngayon, ang tanong ko sa iyo, attorney, yung bang hindi tapos is efficient and necessity?
Ang tingin po namin...
Ang tanong ko po, attorney, yung hindi tapos na proyektong isinabmit nyo po sa inyong application, yung po ba ay efficient na?
Kailangan po namin, necessary po yan. Necessary po
Hindi
yung
pa nga
project.
po siya tapos, paano siya naging necessary? Eh kung hindi nyo matapos, binayaran na ng tao yan eh. So, ang tanong po dito, Mr. Attorney Sagayo, hindi pa po siya efficient eh. Hindi pa siya useful. Hindi pa siya commissioned eh. Why do you have to charge the consumer?
Mr. Chairman,
isipin nyo, Attorney Sagayo, you're charging us sa opening round 23 billion exceed. Sa CAPEX, 204 billion ang ginacharge nyo sa taong bayan. Ang tanong ko, bakit? Ang inalaw lang po sa inyo ng RAAC saka NCL para sa inyong CAPEX, alam nyo kailan? 13.3 billion kasi yun ang tapos noong 2016 to 2020. Pero sa application nyo, 179 billion ang sinisingil nyo po sa taong bayan. So ngayon, ang tanong ko po, attorney, ang rules sinasabi, hindi pwede. Ba't kayo nag-apply?
No, Mr. Chairman, if I, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but even in the rules, fourth regulatory period, it's suspect.
Mr. Chairman,
may I ask from the Chairman, as it's suspect, it's...
Ito na nga po, binasa ko na sa inyo, attorney. Hindi nyo ba nadinig? Ang sabi ko, Article 4, under the rules of the Commission for setting the transmission rates, provide, kukumpletohin ko po, other than the setting of transmission rates for the subsequent regulatory periods, this article shall govern the setting of transmission rates for the fourth regulatory period, covering the period from January 1, 2016 to December 31, 2022. ERC, again, will evaluate the actual expenditure of the regulated entity for the fourth regulatory period by examining the efficiency of the projects to ensure its consistency with the principles of the provision of these rules that was approved by the ERC. Yun ang sinasabi ko po. In the first place, dapat hindi po kayo nag-apply ng gano'n dahil may rules ang ERC at sinasabi nila, oh, hindi pa pwede itong itong hindi tapos And these three commissioners agreed with you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, insofar as those rules actually are concerned, we have a pending petition with the Supreme Court questioning the validity of the rules set by the Energy
Bakit
Regulatory
niyo po
Commission.
kino-question ang validity? Dahil gusto nyong ipakarga sa taong bayan yung pong
po, ano pong reason bakit nyo po kinu-question ang validity ng rules ng ERC?
Okay.
Article 4. Are we talking about Article 4?
Correct,
The rules
Mr.
of
Chairman.
the transmission
Correct.
rates?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
What is your reason behind why you are questioning yung mga proyekto na hindi pa po tapos ay ikakarga na sa taong bayan?
Mr. Chairman, under the IPIRA, it is clearly stated that the rate setting methodology should be internationally accepted, and it is mentioned there, RORB.
What provision?
Under the IPIRA.
I will state you a provision that states otherwise. EPIRA, Section 34F, that in determining the rate base, the Transco or any distribution utility shall not be allowed to include management inefficiencies like cost of project delays. Aliwanag ko, 34F, tignan mo. Ang sabi, hindi pwede na ang transmission utility ikakarga yung mga management inefficiencies like mga project delays. Oh, delay yung mga project nyo, hindi pa tapos eh. Kinakarga nyo na sa amin eh. Bakit?
Mr. Chairman, I agree. For delays attributable to us, I agree with that. But for delays not attributable to us, I beg to differ. Most especially, for example, narinig ko po kanina, Mr. Chairman, yung MVIP. Ang sabi po, delayed po kami dyan. May I ask ERC, paulit-ulit kanina po yung MVIP na delayed kami. And it was one of the cases na na-charge kami ng project delay. May I ask the Honorable ERC if we were penalized insofar as MVIP is concerned?
Attorney Sagaya, no?
Attorney,
Kasi medyo...
the time is still with the Honorable Dan Fernandez. One more minute. So we will have to...
Attorney Sagaya, para
So
tayo...
the question, we will ask
Yes,
the
para tayong magkaintindihan. Attorney Sagaya, it's like this, Attorney Paul. Okay, wala namang pong problema yan eh. Kung yung mga proyektong yan talagang kailangan ng ating pong transmission facilities, wala problema. Ibig sabihin, tapusin nyo lang muna. Tapos saka po natin ikarga sa taong bayan. Kasi kung hindi po tapos, kasi may rules ang ERC eh, sinasabi nila, pag hindi tapos, huwag nyo ikarga.
Okay.
Di ba?
Opo.
Oh, kasi sinabi po ng EPIRA eh. At yung pong EPIRA na gumawa, kumbaga, siya yung ating mother law na lahat ay ating sinusunod, eh in violation tayo. And even these commissioners who have signed the draft final determination, they are in fault. Why? Because pinayagan nila yung sa inyo eh. Na over 204 billion. Di mo ba?
Oh.
So we can agree on this, Attorney Paul Sagaya, na sana po, I don't know, but you have to decide, the ERC. Hindi naman po tayo makakapagkaroon ng finality. I know that you will be defending your reasoning, but that is kung titignan mo ang sinasabi ng batas, hindi po tayo umaayon sa sinasabi ng 34F. At yun po sinasabi ko sa inyo, dahil ang sinasabi po, hindi po pwedeng ikarga yung mga project na delay. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to dwell with another issue, no? Para at least nabigyan lang po tayo ng...
last question,
Hindi, paano magiging last question to?
Opo, meron na kayo 5 minutes kasi take over lang kayo sa oras.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, so
we will have to, I'll ask you one more question, then we will have
Mr. Chairman, siguro, mamaya lang po uli para at least tuloy-tuloy po
Okay.
ng aking pong momento. Maraming salamat, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much.
Again, sir. Mga Mona Lisa, sana po sa susunod na hearing po, kasi naman, sana po tapos na po. And also the weighted average cost of capital, kung ano po talaga yung tama. At at the same time, yung pong mga commissioners, you still have the chance para baguhin po yung 204 billion na sobra at yung 23 billion na opening round for the fourth regulatory period. Sana po baguhin po natin. Otherwise, hindi po ako nakikialam sa desisyon nyo. Kung ang desisyon nyo po ganun pa rin, so be it. So be it. But I'm telling you, alam na po ng taong bayan kung ano nangyayari. At hindi po kami papayag na sobra ang gagawin sa paniningin ng NGCP. Maraming po salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dan Fernandez. We now proceed to the next interpolator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Just a few questions, Mr. Chair, sa NGCP. Sino kaya makakasagot? Attorney Sagayo, probably. Sir, magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, sir. Gusto ko lang balikan yung mga konti na pag-usapan sa last hearing. On paper, ang NGCP po ay nagmamayari 60% Filipinos and 40% owned by Chinese citizens. Tama po ba yun, sir?
Tama po.
Ang purpose po ng requirement na ito na itinalaga ng ating batas ay para masiguro na Filipino ang in control ng NGCP. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Ito pong 40% na ito ay nagmamayari. Please correct me, sir, if my statements are yung State Grid International Development Limited o SGID. Ito po ba yung 40%? Attorney
State
Sagayo.
Grid Corporation of China po. Opo.
Tama po. Yung SGID naman po ay isang subsidiary ng state-owned State Grid Corporation ng China. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po.
In other words, yung gobyerno ng China ang nagmamayari ng 40% ng NGCP which controls the Philippine National Power Grid. Tama po, sir?
Can you please repeat the question, Ms.
In other words, yung gobyerno po ng China ang nagmamayari ng 40% ng NGCP.
Parang state-owned po yan, Mr. Chairman. Parang sa atin po, parang government-owned or controlled
Kaya kung
corporation.
buti yung inauna eh.
Okay.
Pero, so tama po.
Tama po.
So ito po ang gobyerno ng China na at present meron po tayong territorial dispute. Tama po.
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Doon sa West Philippine Sea. Kasi Attorney Sagayo po, sir, no?
Yes po.
I heard that you're also one of the directors of NGCP.
Opo.
Gano'n na po kayo katagal sa NGCP, sir?
Since 2010, magkasama po kami ni Mr. C.
2010.
2010.
So, kailan po ba pumasok yung NGCP? 2009 po ba?
2009. Ang operations, the incorporation of NGCP is February of 2008.
So, isa po pala kayo sa mga original na nandiyan dyan na?
Hindi po. Kami po yung bumili sa shares ni Mr. Rason.
Okay po.
Opo.
Yeah. Pero matagal na po kayo dyan. So, isang dekada na, mahigit po, no?
Opo.
Base po sa isinumiti na General Information Sheet, ang chairman of the board ng NGCP po pasensya po, medyo nahihirapan akong basahin eh. Zhu Guan Chao. Tama po ba yung pronunciation ko?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Na isang Chinese national na taga Beijing, China.
Tama po.
Tama po. Ang ibig sabihin po nito na kahit 40% owner lang ang mga Chinese ng NGP, siya po ang naitalagang chairman. Tama po, sir?
Chairman. Opo.
So kayo po, bumoto rin po kayo. Kasama po ba kayo sa mga bumoto at pagpili ng chairman ng NGCP?
As a member of the board, yes po.
Kaibigan niyo po ba tong si Zhu Guangzhou? O na personal capacity, sir?
Siguro po what I can say is kakilala po. Because I seldom see him. He's only here during board meetings.
Okay po.
Opo.
Ako lang po, medyo nababagabag. Hindi niyo naman po siya personal na kaibigan. Binoto niyo po siya bilang chairman. Pinili niyo po siya.
Opo.
Bakit po kaya? Bakit po siya ang pinili ninyo?
Kasi po sa the way, lahat po kasi ng executive officers ng NGCP, President, Chief Technical Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Corporate Secretary, Assistant Corporate Secretary, HR, lahat po yan Filipino. Ang mga Vice Chairman po ng board, Filipino.
Sorry to
po.
cut you, sir.
Sure.
Limited time lang po kasi
Opo.
tayo. I hope that you could just answer my question. Ano po yung reason kung bakit pinili niyo po si Mr. Zhu Guangzhou Chao as bilang yung chairman po ninyo?
Kasi nga po yun, lahat po ng positions ng NGCP, puro Filipino ang nandyan. So we deemed it, anyway, ang chairman naman ng board, nag-preside lang naman during meetings.
Sir, I'm sorry, with all due respect, sir.
Opo.
Yung ano lang po, yung we're just talking here eh. You
Opo,
don't
opo,
have to
opo.
be over defensive of the question. I'm just asking, gusto ko lang makuha yung thoughts nyo bilang one of the directors ba? Na since binoto nyo yung isang Chinese national to be the chairman of NGCP. I'm trying to comprehend. Ano po kaya yung personal reason ninyo? Other than yung binabanggit nyo na superficial, bakit po siya ang pinili ninyo bilang chairman ng NGCP?
Personally po, Mr. Chairman, yan lang po ang rason on my part na
Dahil parang gusto nyo siyang pagbigyan dahil yung iba Pilipino na. Yung chairman ibigay naman natin sa mga Chinese. Yun po ba yun?
kasi anyway naman po, ano po, number one, hindi naman po illegal.
Yeah, no, sir, don't be... sa akin lang, sir, no, with all due respect again,
Opo,
sir,
opo.
you don't have to be over defensive. I'm not saying that there's something illegal or may kamalian. I'm just trying to ask.
Correct.
Na sa inyo po, ako kasi pag bumuboto ko, pinag-iisipan ko eh. O yung simpleng sidecar driver doon sa amin sa Tondo, pag bumuboto, tinitignan niya yung pagkatao ng tao. Bakit ko po binoboto? Ganun din po siguro sa isang kumpanya. O pag binoboto ko to, hindi naman siguro dahil puro Pilipino na, ibigay naman natin sa Chinese yung chairman. Gusto ko lang pong makita without over-defending, sir, na wala namang illegal. No one here. Ako na po una, hindi ko naman sinasabi na illegal. Tinatanong ko lang po, with all due respect, Attorney Sagayo, bakit po ninyo binoboto ang isang Chinese national to be chairman in your own decision niyo po? Bakit po kaya siya ang pinili ninyo? Ano po ba?
Sa akin, frankly po talaga, Mr. Chairman, yan lang po eh. I mean, at saka minority shareholder po sila, partner po sila. So, since nag-preside lang naman ng meeting, during board meetings, kahit paano naman as minority shareholder, baka okay lang na. I mean, may right din naman sila to become also an officer.
No, sure. Yeah. Sir. So, just take your answer for what it is, sir. Ako lang kasi, iniisip ko, baka may rason talaga na deeper than that. No? So, yun lang. Gusto nyo lang pagbigyan yung mga Chinese na ibigay na natin yung pagiging chairman doon sa Chinese dahil yung iba Pilipino naman. Yun po ang rason ninyo. Tama po ba, sir? Is that right, sir?
Kasi may right din po sila as minority shareholder nga po. So, at saka yung function lang po nila is really just to preside. So, we do not see anything wrong na ibigay din naman sa kanila considering that all positions in NGC po are occupied by Filipino citizens.
Yeah, sir, wala naman sinasabing illegal or wrong. But I will just take your answer for what it is with all due respect. Sino-sino po ang mga Chinese nationals na nasa management ng NGCP, sir?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman. Wala po.
Wala po kahit isa?
Wala po, Mr. Chairman.
So kung wala po, sino po ba tong nakita ko po dito sa General Information Sheet. Pasensya na po ulit, medyo mahirap banggitin. Si Lee Sin Chua. Ang pangalan po niya ay Liu Sin Hua.
Luis Sinwa, Mr. Chairman.
Sino
Director.
po siya? Director po. Ano po ang function siya sa NGCP?
Director po, Mr. Chairman, ng NGCP.
Yun lang po.
Opo. And Chairman of the Board Audit Committee.
Chairman of the Board of Audit Committee.
Opo.
Paano po siya naging chairman of the board ng Audit Committee? Binoto rin po siya?
Yeah, he was selected also.
Sino po namili?
Ng Board Audit Committee din po. At saka board ng NGCP.
So hindi lang po yung chairman ng Chinese na nakaupo?
Hindi lang, plus the Board Audit Committee.
Pangalawa po to na Chinese.
Opo.
Sino naman po si Liu Zhang Xiao? Pasensya na po, parang puro Chinese. Yung dila ko, hindi pang Chinese talaga. Mr. Chair Liu Zhang Xiao.
I do not know he.
Hindi niyo po siya kilala?
No.
Hindi po. Sino po si Wenbo?
Wenbo, I think you're referring to all directors who left already the company.
Yeah, just tell me, sir. So, Wenbo
Wenbo
is,
used to be a director of NGCP po.
kailan po siya umalis?
2015,
Used to be,
a director po.
ano pong function niya other than being a director?
There was a time po that he was the chief technical officer of NGCP.
So yung mga Chinese na kasama namin ay na sa NGCP ngayon, I'm assuming that they applied and were granted an alien employment permit by the Department of Labor and Employment. Tama po ba?
Lahat po ng Chinese na nasa amin po ngayon have all the appropriate visas issued.
And they
by
were
the
given that
government.
position dahil wala pong Pilipino na makagagawa ng kanilang tungkulin.
You're referring to CTO ngayon as we speak
Yung
now?
mga Chinese po na nasa inyo po ngayon.
Yung mga Chinese po ngayon na nasa amin po, walang nag-o-occupy ng executive positions or managerial positions. They are just members of the board.
So wala na po tayo sa technical management
Wala po,
or anything.
wala po.
Yes, the reason why I asked the question, Your Honor, dahil under Section 40 of our Labor Code, employment permit that is issued for non-residents and aliens to be applicant employer at the determination of non-availability of a person in the Philippines who is competent, able and willing at the time of application to perform the services which an alien is desired. Meaning ko po, yung mga dapat ma-pass on na technical aspects ng Chinese sa atin, dapat maipasa na sa mga Pilipino. Tama po ba?
Opo.
So it is your stand, sir, na wala naman talagang authority, control, or anything of vital position ang mga Chinese national sa NGCP.
Wala po.
Just a short manifestation, Mr. Chair, ang pamamahala po ng power grids ng ng ating bansa ay partially nationalized industry. In other words, Pilipino ang kailangan may control dito. Kung gano'n naman po pala, bakit pa may mga Chinese dito sa NGCP? Otherwise, nakakabahala po ito sa ating national security. Sa akin lamang pong pananaw, kung papayagan po ng ating batas ang 40%, nito ay pwede ring foreigners and case and Chinese nationals. Dapat nating siguraduhin ng pagpapatakbo nito ay eksklusibong nasa mga Pilipino. Like what you said, sir, there is no one hit switch button na pwedeng patayin. Yun ang naririnig ko since last hearing Tama po ba from NGCP?
Wala po yan. Wala po. Fake news po yan.
Fake news. But how are you certain, sir? Attorney Matibag already said earlier na may information sila that they do believe that it is possible to influence the system remotely. Ako lang po, as a Pilipino, nakakapagpaalala. I hope you understand my asking the questions dahil sa narinig ko kay Attorney Matibag. Sa akin lang, Attorney Sagayo, siguro hindi naman po masama na pakinggan ninyo at i-validate ninyo yung sinasabi ng kapwa Pilipino instead of simply refuting everything right off the bat. So I think as Filipinos, we should all work together. Like I always said, sinabi ko sa nakarang hearing, Mr. Chair, wala pong magmamalasakit sa ating mga Pilipino, kundi tayo rin kapwa Pilipino. So I appeal NGCP. You know, naghihiring tayo dito, naglalabas tayo ng mga information. There are valid queries by the members. But sometimes ang naririnig namin sa inyo is over-defensive, na para bang tila bagang mali ang tanong ninyo. Ito ang dapat, wala pong illegal, lahat tama. Hindi porke walang illegal, ayos na sa national security natin. There are times and instances that the laws can be circumvented. We should not allow it as Filipinos, and our primordial concern is the sovereignty of our country. As Filipinos, we should be patriots. Sir, you said earlier na patriots kayo. O hindi, kung may narinig kayong Pilipino na nagsasalita, with all due respect, sir, na may concern, let's validate it. Let's be sure. Kung may mamanipula sa grid natin, sasabihin ba naman sa inyo na hindi namin kaya o kaya namin, natural itatago ng ibang bansa. Because kung sabotage ang intention nila, they would not let us know, Filipinos. O itatago sa atin at gulpi di gulat ang aabutin nating mga Pilipino. O kaya I appeal to everyone, let's all work together. Attorney Matibag, ayan o, nagsasalita sila. Upuan natin, pakinggan nyo sila. O wag yung parang nasa kaliwa, nasa kanan, nagsasabong tayo pula sa puti. As Filipinos, iisa lang po ang kulay natin. Iisang bangkalan tayo sa Pilipinas. Pag lumubog ang bansa natin, sama-sama tayo. Oh, let's all work together and let's listen sa kapwa Pilipino natin. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. And if I may just emphasize, lagi ko pong sinasabi, tayong mga Pilipino, wala talagang tutulong at magmamalasakit sa atin, kundi tayo rin kapwa Pilipino. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Ernest Junicio of the 1st District of Manila. We now proceed. The Honorable Alonto.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat at isang masayang Pasko sa ating pong lahat. Mr. Chair, I'd like to premise my questions on two grounds. First, Mr. Chair, I represent a community where it is well located within the operation of Ngcp. I come from Lanao del Sur, 1st District, and as you know, Ngcp is heavily invested and operated within my area. The generation, power generation comes from the lake. I think more than 50% of the supply of power supply to Mindanao, and even as far as Visayas, comes from the hydroelectric power supply that we generate from Lake Lanao, which is right outside my doorstep. Literally, I was actually living just near the lake. Secondly, Mr. Chair, the issue on whether or not there seems to be a apprehension on the issue of national security. This has been widely and exhaustively discussed 10 years ago, Mr. Chair. The late Senator Miriam Defensor came out with a very strong statement and even described this as a national power virus, no, ang pagkasabi po niya. That was 10 years ago. She came out with the position. I think the discussion was the possibility of maybe amending the IPIRA law. And the late Senator Miriam Defensor warned us that in terms of our public utilities, we as legislators should be more circumspect and should be more wary about allowing other foreign countries. And she's not only talking about China alone. She was talking about opening up the possibility of entering and to extend giving powers to international companies to probably manipulate or influence how we would run the national grid, and especially if it talks about energy sector and energy industry. So, Mr. Chair, I was listening to several members of this committee, and basically the 50% or more than 50% of the discussion revolves around the issue of national security. And I do not question the patriotism of each and every single person in this room. If we talk about patriotism and nationalism, we are all nationalists and we are all patriotic to some degree. But this is about business and this is about profit. So the issue and the fear that we may hear from the members, and just to borrow some of the words that were said during the course of this inquiry committee hearing, there was a word that was used, yung speculation. To my understanding, it could border into paranoia. Mr. Chair, I don't see this as something that should stay away from or distance ourselves from. In fact, the Constitution recommends, to my understanding, encourages us to be to embrace paranoia to some degree, to be speculative at some degree, to be apprehensive at some degree when issues and topics surround around the issue of national security. That is why, Mr. Chair, the Constitution though we may enter into actively, the government or the state may enter into active business dealings with other foreign countries, it remains that the state should maintain ownership over our natural resources and national assets. That's how paranoid our Constitution is. That's how conservative our Constitution is. Now, that is how apprehensive our Constitution is. And the Constitution even maintains the power of the state. Those companies who are applying to do business using public utilities to exploit our natural resources to the House of Representatives and to some extent to Senate. That's why you have the NGCP now requesting or applying for your franchise, because it's a state power that maintains by the Constitution to the House of Representatives. That's why, Mr. Chair, this honorable committee is hearing the franchise of NGCP. That's how apprehensive, that's how paranoid, that's how conservative, and that's how speculative our Constitution. So when it comes to issue on national security, in fact, Mr. Chair, I'd like to state that we are talking here about power and energy. Constitution is very, very specific. Article 12, Section 2. It says all natural resources, in particular, potential energy, are owned by the state. Period. That's how the Constitution language the powers of the state to be maintained, this natural asset within the grasp of the state, Mr. Chair. So when it comes to speculation, I think that's the very, very basic why we are having this discussion, because all of us have our own speculations. And I myself, I would say, medyo paranoid po ako pagdating sa national security, Mr. Chair, because the Constitution wants us to embrace that attitude, because we will not be dealing with actual threat. We are also be worried about the potential threat. That's why we should not be reactive. We should always be proactive. That's what I guess the power of this honorable committee is. This is legislation at work. We should be proactive in trying to avoid any potential threat that may alarm us in the future, especially if it concerns about national security. Mr. Chair, having said that, I'd like to ask a few questions to NGCP. Because in order to address speculations again of a potential threat to our national security, perhaps I'd like to ask how NGCP able to acquire or able to at least subcontracts some of the projects and or services that you require for your company to be able to service the supply transmission of electric power to our community. So I would like to ask Mr. Chair, NGCP, that these are just simple questions po, Mr. Chair. Tama po ba na you procure services and goods sa mga ibang companies, correct? If anyone from NGCP, my fraternity Brad, Attorney Dylan Ronald Concepcion just winked at me, Mr. Chair. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may we allow Attorney Concepcion to respond to my question? Since he's a fraternity Brad, he could be as honest as he could be. So,
Attorney,
Mr. Chairman,
Brad will never lie to a Brad.
we have,
Mr. Concepcion, you are a lawyer?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, Attorney Ronald Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Procurement of goods and services in NGCP follows a very public and deliberative process. Public in the sense that we open the bids and we open the procurement to bidders who have previously been accredited with us, who have the track record, the performance of which have been already evaluated by NGCP. And then the bids that have been qualified are to be determined or to be evaluated by what we call the thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Procurement of goods and services in NGCP follows a very public and deliberative process. Public in the sense that we open the bids and we open the procurement to bidders, no, who have previously been accredited with us, who have the track record, the performance of which have been already evaluated by NGCP. And then the bids that have been qualified are to be determined or to be evaluated by what we call the accreditation bid evaluation and awards committee. This committee will now determine whom or which companies have the best offer to the corporation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I direct? I know I don't want to be biased because this conversation between fraternity, Brad, I could be biased. So I would like to redirect my question to Attorney Sagayo, if you may, sir. Yes, my follow-up question. Thank you, Brad. So, meaning to say, jumping off from the response of Attorney Concepcion, Attorney Sagayo, so ibig sabihin po, yun ngayong may bids and procurement committee po kayo, tama ho ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
And I would assume that the bids and procurement committee stringent processes.
Definitely, Mr. Chairman, we go through a vet suppliers, we thoroughly vet contractors.
Yeah, because
we do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you po, Attorney, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kasi kanina po nasabi po ni Brad, ni Ronald, and it's a good thing that you mentioned about yung background check, di ba? Because in bidding process, you do not only measure the capacity, the assets of the company to be able to deliver the services or the projects that you intend to award to that company, but you also do vetting processes in by way of checking the background of each of these companies. Is it correct?
We do.
And partly the reason why you are checking the background of each of this company, because you're opening up also the bidding, because you're talking about huge projects, di ba? So meaning to say, there's a possibility that local contractors or local companies may not qualify to these projects. That's why you're opening up and widen the scope for other foreign companies to also submit their application for a bids awards. Tama ho ba?
Tama po.
And the reason why you're also doing background checks, it's because part of your security of transmissions of asset, and this is very, I'd like to, Mr. Chair, point it out that according to the process by which NGCP evaluate and mitigate the possible awards, kasi you're talking about national security, ay nakalaan po dito yung security study ninyo, risk identification, risk mitigation measures, Mr. Chair, that would guide your bids and awards committee to do the vetting processes of each of the foreign companies that applies for this for the projects that you're about to deliver or you're about to award. Kasi it also speaks not only for internal organization processes of NGCP, but it also speaks about the national security concerns. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Tama.
Okay. So yung para dun sa mga suppliers and contractors po, no? Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to invite the attention of everyone here, especially NGCP, since we're talking about a very stringent bids and awards committee, that you open up to not only local companies but even foreign companies to be able to participate. I'd just like to, kasi in the last previous hearings, Mr. Chair, I believe there was a request by the committee to submit the list of all those companies that have already been awarded with certain contracts or certain projects. And I have here, Mr. Chair, this is based on the list of contractors to whom NGCP awarded this project. This is also a letter, I guess, dated January 6, 2025, a list of the contractors for projects since 2009. And there seems to be a list of all the contractors, but I just want to follow up on certain number of foreign contractors, which apparently happens to be Chinese owned, no? Naman po natin ng China, there's no such thing in China as privately owned companies, no? I mean, we all know it by to the letter and as a fact that China is a communist party. So all companies, huge companies, it's either owned directly by the state or substantially owned by the Chinese Politburo. No, there's no such thing as free market in terms of companies existing or operating within China. So all these companies have a tremendous interest by the Chinese Politburo. And when you talk about Chinese Politburo, you're talking about Chinese Communist Party, and you talk about Chinese Communist Party, you talk about China in particular. So let me just ask our secretariat here if you can just flash some of those list of companies that have already been awarded with contracts. These are 18 companies, Mr. Chair. Meron ba dyan? Mr. Chair, I'd just like to zero in on some... Andyan ba yung ano? I hope, Mr. Chair, this will not be deducted from my time. Are we ready, our technical persons? But at any rate, let me just ask na lang, no? Ayan. These lists are from Ngcp po. Let me just be selective. Yung sa 12, yung sa China Camsi Engineering Company Limited, Camsi. Mr. Chair, for the information of the general public, for brevity, this corporation is a subsidiary of Sinomac, or the China National Machinery Industry Corporation. Sinomac, Mr. Chair, in turn, is a state-owned enterprise of the People's Republic of China. Would you confirm this, that you have a contract that also awarded to China Camsi Engineering Company Limited? Yes, Mr. Almeida.
We confirm, Mr. Chair.
Okay, see, thank you very much. And that Sinomac, just recently, I guess, Mr. Chair, has constructed on March 28. I think this has already been ano no? Tapos na po itong project ng Ricuri. Can you ask the next slide? Yeah. So that's a project, Mr. Chair. The total contract value of $73.04 million. This is the Chico River Pump Irrigation Project. Would you confirm that this actually happened, Mr. Chair? Attorney Mr. Rico Vega.
Mr. Chair, that is not an NGCP project.
Oh, okay, that's not NGCP. Oh, that's the picture. Okay, thank you very much. This is a good thing about having this presentation because you can either confirm nor deny, no? So thank you. But Mr. Chair, CAMSI, according to our research po, the Sinomac, no, CAMSI is also the barred entity according to Asian Development Bank's database. Can we follow the next slide? Can we present the next slide? The reason why I'm showing you this po, Attorney Sagayo, is to dispel the rumors that we are closing the gap. If possible, walang portal to any foreign manipulation sa ating transmission ng energy power. No? Okay. This would anyway provide this committee, and for your understanding as well, na kailangan talagang tamang yung sinabi ni Congressman Ernix, na tama magkakasama-sama tayo dito pagdating sa pagprotekta na ating national sovereignty. No? Sure. So, would you know, Mr. Chair, Attorney Sagayo, are you familiar that the same company has already been, according to Asian Development Bank's database, that there was a report of an anti-corruption integrity standards violation on the grounds of anti-corruption integrity standards. So, according po sa Asian Development Bank, ay ban po itong kumpanya na ito. Debarred entity according to the classification of Asian Development Bank. And even corroborated also by the World Bank that this company has committed so much violations in other countries. Would you be familiar with this, Mr. Chair, Attorney Sagayo? Can you confirm? Is our if my research and my document is correct, by the way, ang project po, according to the document that I have, ang project po ng CAMSI na na-awardan po is the project of upgrading of transmission line. Tama po ba? Ito po yung supply and delivery of various equipment, materials, and accessories for Western Luzon, 500 kV backbone project, stage 2, schedule 3, second rebidding, SP23.W, ito mga technical na to. So bali, according to to the data that I have, the upgrading of the Panitan Nabas 138 kV transmission line. This was already awarded to the same company that I have been mentioning, as well as Visayas Substation Upgrading Project 2, Schedule 4, to design, supply, installation, testing, commissioning of high voltage equipment including secondary devices, at Digil Substation. Visayas Substation Upgrading Project 2, again, rebidding offshore portion. So there are all the, can we ask our technical people to please show those projects and that have already been awarded to this company? Can you confirm, Attorney Sagayo, Attorney Rico, have you already awarded all these projects to this company?
Can we request to again show the list?
Okay. Can you show the list? Those are the projects.
China CAMSI?
Yeah.
The previous.
No, that's not China CAMSI. That's China. That's one. We will go to that. Pero ito po yung China CAMSI. That's the. Can you go back to the previous slide? That's it.
I confirm, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Now let me go to the next slide. Fujian Electric Power Engineering Company. The slide that you just shown earlier before we ask you to go to the... There's another company, Fujian Electric Power Engineering Company, which also has which you awarded the project of 230 kVE reinforcement project stage 2 sa Bataan. Supply and delivery of high voltage equipment and materials. Meron din po dyan. But do you confirm that this company also has been awarded with several of these projects? Itong Clark, Mabiga, 69 kV transmission line project, Dasmariñas, 500 kV substation, bank transformers, and the list goes on. Can we ask our secretariat to please show the slides? Next slide, please. That's it. Would you confirm, Mr. Viga?
Mr. Chairman, I confirm.
You confirm. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, let me go to another slide. I'm more interested in yung kanina po tinatanong ni Congresswoman Jinky Luistro about NARI group co. Familiar po kayo dito, no? Just I know you have already been answered this, but I just want to for the purpose of record, familiar po kayo sa NARI NARI Group Corporation. Tama po ba? Did I say it right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're familiar with that. And ang gusto ko na po malaman dito sa NARI na to, is NARI affiliated with my question, meron bang State Grid International Development Limited representing or own the certain stocks, that's why it may sit sa board? Do you confirm this, board ng NGCP? State Grid International Development Limited, do they have a representative in the board of directors of NGCP?
Representatives, yes, Mr.
They have
Chairman,
a seat.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, is State Grid International, a subsidiary of State Grid Corporation of China, affiliated with I think the State Grid International is a subsidiary Grid Corporation of China, is it correct?
Of State Grid Corporation of
Yes, of
China.
China.
Yes, yes.
That is correct.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So is Nari now the company? Is he connected, affiliated with State Grid Corporation of China? Is it a subsidiary of State Grid International Development, Nari?
Can we check on that, Mr. Chairman, and can we revert?
Yeah, can we go back to the previous, according to my records, Nari is directly affiliated to the State Grid Corporation of China, or SGCC, which you confirmed just now that it is also connected with the State Grid International Development Limited, which is also connected and affiliated with also a subsidiary of State Grid Corporation of China.
Yeah, as to whether Nari is connected with SGDIL
Yes, po.
or what, can we revert to you on this during the next meeting?
But could you at least confirm to this representation that indeed State Grid International Development Limited has a seat in the board of NGCP?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In that the State Grid International subsidiary, which has a seat in the board, is a subsidiary of the State Grid Corporation of China.
SGDIL is a
Yes.
subsidiary of SGCC.
That is correct?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
According to my records, Mr. Chair, is that NARI is directly affiliated to the State Grid Corporation of China, or SGCC.
That's what we need to check, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Please, kindly, please. Kasi ang gusto ko lang pong malaman that also NARI has been awarded with certain projects. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide. Oh, no. Can you go back? I'll go back. One slide. Yes, that's Mr. Chair. Those are the projects that have been awarded to NARI Corporation. Dyan po, Zone Voltage Improvement Projects, Stage 2, and many others. No, I will not enumerate to you po, Mr. Chair, Attorney Sagayo, but can you confirm, Mr. Vega, if these projects have been awarded to NARI?
I confirm, Mr. Chair, the SCADA. But
Yeah.
for the rest, can we check, sir?
Okay, thank you. Now, the reason why, Mr. Chair, I'm showing you this is that, di ba, balikan ko po yung tanong ko kanina, that the biddings and awards should be stringent. Tama po, and we agreed on that. But what is, to me, puzzling, no, at this point in time, and I do not find fault here. I just want to base my questions on facts and records. What is confusing to me, Mr. Chair, I don't know how you adopt or implement a certain policy covering your bids and awards, but sa amin po, pag isa pong umuupo sa isang board of directors, halimbawa, dahil affiliated, well-connected ang NARI, would it be a conflict of interest to award certain huge projects to a company that has an influence on how a highest policy-making body of NGCP sits, no? Halimbawa, ang SGCC ba yun? SGCC, which is directly affiliated with NARI, tapos na-awardan ng company ng contract na meron silang stake doon sa board na yon. Would it be it's a conflict of interest? I don't know how you run the company or your board, but to me, as an ordinary person, I would say that it is a conflict of interest. Would you agree with me? Would that be a fair assessment, Attorney Sagayo?
Yeah, as we have said, Mr. Chairman, just to be sure with respect to our reply, and we undertake to check into this and revert.
Yeah, because we're talking here of transmission lines po,
Correct.
and we agreed that sabi nga po ni Congresswoman Stella Kimbo kanina, I was listening to her interpellation, ang future incoming mayor po natin ng Marikina, tama po yung pagkasabi niya, he tried to bring down the discussion to a level where our consumers would understand. Now, when we talk about grid, these are considered parang it likened to a highway. Now, pag ganito po yung mga projects na sinasabi po natin, huge transmission lines and projects, tapos yung isang state-owned companies by China, Republic of China, has an asset. I don't care whether they have a minimal influence in the board, but as long as they at least influence to some extent the direction of the company to where these awards are to be given, which companies are to given to me, would be a undue advantage and to a very large extent a conflict of interest. And I hope the board of NGCP would look into this, because this is where some of the members of the committee may have apprehension na bakit naman ganon. Na kung if we're trying to insulate the board, kasi you're talking about transmission of power energy and supply to our communities, you should at least, as far as you can, as best as you can, push all the influence of foreign companies from ever influencing the direction of the board.
We take note of those.
Yeah, because that's
Comments,
basically
Mr.
where we
Chairman.
are coming from. We have all this apprehension because we've seen, according to the documents that you have passed and you have confirmed these projects and this medyo
We
nakakabahala
understand
po.
for,
Tama po.
for the
Would that be
Honorable
a fair
Congressman.
assessment?
We understand that and we appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. We
Okay.
look into all of these things.
Yes, thank you. Can we go to my next question po? Are you familiar also with Shandong Electric Power Engineering Consulting Institute? This is a subsidiary of State Power Investment Corporation Limited, SPAC, which is reported as a state-owned company by China. Are you familiar with that also? Can we go to the next?
Chair,
Yes.
may I just lend some, I can give the copy.
Yeah. May we recognize attorney? I'm sorry, medyo
Alabanza.
ano po yung name, ayan,
Alabanza.
Alabanza.
Yes,
Just
sir.
to give justice po sa pangalan niyo. attorney.
Actually, that kind of transaction is allowed under a concession agreement. Specifically, as long as the transaction is held at arm's length. So since we go through a competitive selection process, it's considered arm's length even though the supplier will be related to any of our stockholders. So it's specifically provided in our concession agreement under Article 8.07.
Thank you for pointing out that. Now, let me go back to my previous manifestation before I ask the questions. The Bids and Awards Committee, I don't know how you adopt stringent measures in order to protect, because the Bids and Awards and Procurement Awards Committee, as I understand it as a layman, does not only concerns itself with measuring the capacity, the assets, and the potential of these companies to deliver services according to the contract, but you also need to review and vet and assess the backgrounds of these companies. The reason why I'm pointing this out is there seems to be companies na medyo blacklisted sa international. So I guess the point that I'm trying to drive at is, yes, they're capable, they have all the assets, they can deliver the goods, they can deliver the projects, but if the reputation is off question, I believe we're talking here of national, international companies. I think the NGCP has to do more to check on the backgrounds of these companies, because that gives us, it reinforces our apprehension that maybe may na-overlook, no? Kasi we're talking of opening up our space for these companies, our domestic space, our national assets, our national resources to do business with these companies. Now, if these companies are blacklisted internationally or have bad records, I think those are some major consideration for NGCP to look into. Especially if the company that has been awarded with huge amount of money is connected with the one that sits in the board. Tama po ba yung assessment ko?
Mr. Chair, your observations are well taken. We do have a vetting process. I'm just going to confirm to what extent these are.
I will not agree on you on that, Mr. Attorney. May we ask the former president of Transco, what's your assessment on this? Tama po ba yung aking assessment?
Attorney Matibag,
Kasi
you have the floor.
pinag-usapan po natin dito, hindi lang negosyo, national security din po.
Absolutely correct po. Napakaganda po ng observation nyo. And also to mention, wala naman po yung sinasabi po ni Antonio Alabanza, with all due respect, there's no provision in the concession agreement allowing those things to happen. And in fact, maybe we can ask the ERC because they put up a guidelines when there is a bidding proceedings. Kasi malinaw po yan eh. What is good for Nagander is good also for dogs. Ganun lang yan. Pero para tayo naglulukuhan dito pag sinabi natin pinayagan dyan. Maybe, Mr. Chair, you can ask the...
Mr. Chair, I think also, I agree, let me remind everyone, I personally will not finding faults in everyone. Gusto ko lang pong malinis yung records at true tayo dun sa gusto natin protektahan, which is our national sovereignty. Now, that's why the reason why I'm asking this, because it might open up the portal. We're trying to close the gap, no? ARC,
Mr.
do you
Chair.
have... Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, if I may. Okay naman kay Kong Zia.
Yeah, please, but I hope it will not be deducted from my time.
It is.
Yeah.
See,
Okay lang.
yes, Attorney. Yes,
Kasi for the last 3 or 4 hours, I've been listening to that guy, Attorney Matibag. Parang ang angas mo. Parang ang angas mo. You try to tone down your to avoid yung mga salita na parang offensive, di ba?
Yeah, Mr.
Hindi tayo naglulukuhan dito. So you try to avoid using those words.
Mr. Chair,
Okay?
I apologize for that. But I'm
No,
sorry.
Passionate don't like that attitude. No. Try to avoid that. Yung tono mo mong ganyan, parang adversarial eh. Hindi maganda pakinggan. Kanina ka pa.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, I
Attorney
apologize.
Matibag.
I apologize for that.
Okay,
Maybe
so
I'm just so passionate when it comes to national security. And siguro, kanya-kanya lang siguro tayong positioning on that matter eh. Maybe ganun siguro yung pananaw sa akin ng honorable member. But ang sa akin lang dito, kaya ako sinasabi, I've been hearing this for 5 years. That's why I'm saying, when it comes to that, tingnan natin yung guidelines ng ERC when it comes to the bidding.
Yeah, so
Sorry
just
to hear that, pero that doesn't give you the authority to
wait,
write.
let's just be cautious sa ating pananalita, no? Dahil it can offend our members and other resource persons. So let's drive home the point para klaro, no? In a very nice and respectful manner. So please, Attorney, Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Zia, you still have the floor. You have 2 more minutes.
Mr. Chair, can I just add?
Yes.
Yung arm's length na yun, there's a continuation of that section. It's limited under $1 million.
Sorry, what was that?
Diba, pwede silang mag-arm's length na with affiliated or, pero kailangan under 1 million, under the concession.
Under $1 million, we're talking of dollars or...
Dollars, sir.
Which legal tender are we talking here? Dollars or pesos?
Dollars po, sir.
Dollars, okay. Mr. Chair, kanina po, I asked the utility to bring down the temperature in the room. Medyo umiinit na, so may I ask the utility to bring it up.
Okay. So...
Medyo umiinit na.
Okay. So, medyo...
Umiinit na, Mr.
Umiinit
Chair.
na naman. Umiinit din naman.
Dito,
Umiinit din.
dito, medyo-
Sa kaliwa. Okay.
Kaliwa po.
Sa kanan ko. Okay. Go ahead. Kong Zia, 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, again, I'd like to ask ERC, how do you regulate this? Because you've been given that power to regulate, to make sure that precisely, I agree with Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, precisely why you're there, is in order also to regulate, some companies were doing business here in the country, especially if it concerns about our national assets, which is still maintained, owned by the by the state, to make sure that any business dealings with any of these foreign companies would be regulated. They will be regulated. They will be checked. So in terms of all this, the companies that they have brought up, how do you have the power to even go deeper into the bids and process? Because this is in aid of legislation, Mr. Chair, and we also want to find out maybe may gaps in the law. So maybe you can also be guided. ERC?
Mr. Chair,
In May 2023 po, we issued what we call the procurement guidelines for regulated entities. So it governs the manner by which, as you had described earlier, regulated entities will procure supplies and services, goods, supplies, and services. So meron pong provision doon for conflict of interest and related party transactions or procurement from related group. So hindi pa po namin na-review yung compliance po ni NGCP doon. Pero nakikinig nga din po ako kanina na isasama na po namin ito doon sa review. Nag-file naman po sila ng kanilang annual procurement plan, but I don't think it went to the level of detail na sinubmit po nila dito sa Kongreso.
Okay. Would you confirm, Attorney, ma'am, the one wearing a purple? Ma'am, sorry po. Sorry po. Pasensya na po Ma'am, would you confirm that according to ERC, there's in the bids processes and guidelines, there's also that, can you, Mr. Chair, can I ask ERC again to please specify? And kanina po may sinabi po si Yusek, Garin, the better Garin, about a certain, they can actually engage, but a certain limitation, only $1 million. Can you go back again to ano po yung sinabi nyo? There's a provision?
Meron po kaming procurement guidelines. It applies not just to NGCP but to distribution utilities as well.
Okay. Attorney, there's procurement guidelines that the ARC has adopted. How can this particular case that I've pointed out to you, the NARI, which is closely or directly affiliated with SGCC, those who sits in the board, do not violate that provision in the bidding guidelines by ERC? Yes, please enlighten me on this.
Mr. Chair, I have to revert to the concession agreement on this. The section I was referring to, yes, that's correct. Yusek Garin is correct that there is a limit to that, but that doesn't mean that transactions above 1 million are prohibited. Second, Mr. Chair, there's a specific definition to what they call a related party. And I have to double check as regards whether this definition includes NARI, because a quick surface reading of it, in my opinion, sir, again, we have to double check.
Wala pa namang mabatas, lahat po naman opinion ito lahat.
Opo, hindi po kasi siya mukhang sakop ng definition ng related party ang NARI. So NARI is too far from NGCP itself to be considered a related party. So technically, it's too far to pose a conflict of interest.
So ganito na lang po, Mr. Chair, Attorney. Maybe later on, I would require certain documents to be submitted to this committee. And then ibabangga na lang po namin doon sa sinasabi po ng ERC. Again, sabi ko nga, we are not here to find faults. We are just here to maintain that good business still exists in the country without sacrificing an iota of maybe probably surrendering our national security interest. Yes, do you have any follow-up?
I mentioned earlier that we do have a vetting process, and I confirmed already that we do have a vetting process for both financial and technical track record for evaluation. And as regards the blacklisting, once they are blacklisted anywhere, they are not accredited. So if there were any transactions with blacklisted companies, these may have been accredited prior to the blacklisting.
Yeah.
But again, we will confirm the timing because again, we don't accredit or allow suppliers that have been blacklisted.
I will, Mr. Chair, thank you, Attorney, for that. And thank you for at least toning down my apprehension. But I will give you the list of those companies connected with China that have ongoing projects awarded to them by the NGCP. Kanina, nasite ko po yung may pong company po dyan, the blacklisted po siya sa ADB, blacklisted po sa but if I take your response correctly, sana hindi na nangyari yun, sana hindi na award. But unfortunately, I think ongoing pa itong mga projects na to. So I think you have to do, I'm sorry, but I have to say this. fair for an so yun lang po Mr. Chair yung kung where we are all coming from. So I guess do you have a response to that? Would that be a fair assessment?
Mr. Chair, we completely understand where this committee is coming from, and we do undertake to review our processes and tighten what needs to be tightened. And that is a commitment consistent with our mandate as a public service utility, and as well from the, I speak, I think, with, for the Filipino shareholders, that is something we will commit to do.
Kasi I believe that all of us have our own similar interest, and that is to protect our national sovereignty. Ma'am Yusek, what do you think of my assessment? Is it fair? Is it too patriotic? Is it too conservative? I'd like to get, Mr. Chair, the position of the DOE that if we are to do business, I'm not just talking about NGCP, but any businesses na nag-open ng equity, share, foreign equity, dapat ba ang pinaka-interest ng board ay hindi payagan na mapalagay ang ating bansa sa delikado or kapahamakan. Tama ho ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The fact that everything's legal in that sense, that it follows all the legal requirements. There is also the supreme power of the legislature and the executive and the president, that in cases of threat to national security or that they can exercise such powers that they have. So kaya nga thank you for the deliberation today. Kasi Mr. Chair, this is the powers and the authority granted to NGCP was granted by Congress, and it's if there is anything violated there or not complied with, it is beyond the powers of the executive as of now. Kasi if you wonder why has there been no thorough regulation on the part of DOE, for example, Mr. Chair, we are limited by what was mandated to us by the franchise, by Congress. So I think that part maybe has been missed when the franchise was enacted, and in considering what is happening now, not only on the NGCP side, but the political and I think it is also a vital concern. Kasi po, there are laws that we have considered. We have to consider. Now we have Public Service Act, foreign investment. These are strategic investments. And we have declared in those laws that it should be nationalized companies. Now, if there are questions, there are ways to implement that legally, but still the threat to us is there. Then I think Congress can properly act on it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response. And maybe can I get just a request for 50 seconds or maybe a minute? Us to see Attorney Sagayo, Mr. Rico Vega, of course, my fraternity brother, side of the table. Tingnan mo, tayo, mga Pilipino tayo nagbabangayan. But all the foreign, mga Chinese, wala sila dito. I mean, this speaks a lot in Britain, na kami, sa aking palagay, this committee cannot be faulted. Apprehensive kami ngayon. Medyo takot kami ngayon. Kasi pagdating sa kayo pinapaupo dito. Tapos itong mga Chinese ay mag-celebrate sila ng ng New Year. Mag-celebrate naman tayo ng Chinese New Year in deference to our Filipino-Chinese community here. But what I'm talking about is about business. And when it comes to business, I would say I'm liberal. Gusto ko mag-actively mag-participate ng ating sa pag-buong ng ating ekonomiya. Not to the expense of national security. Because I tell you, and this is based on my personal experience, threat could be actual, could be real, it could eminent ay paranoid pagdating sa pag-open ng negosyo na ang gagamitin ay ating natural resources and national assets. Hindi ho ba? So please do some cleaning up internally. Mr. Chair, for my last manifestation, I would like to request NGCP to submit to us the guidelines on how they do procurement and bidding processes. I would also, I have the privilege, Mr. Chair, to move for a subpoena do sistecum, but I believe all our Filipino brothers and sisters who sits in the NGCP are patriotic, so I do not need to subpoena them. I would simply request that for the purpose of being Filipinos, I would like that the NGCP provide this committee the following, the procurement practices and process of NGCP, your guide, and the policy of the bids and awards, and the sinasabi niyo pong kaninang concession agreement with all these companies involved, especially those companies that listed that I just showed to you. And what are the other ongoing projects? Which locations are they being constructed right now? So I hope, I appeal to you being a Filipino citizen and as a fellow Filipino, you would comply to this request. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. We now proceed from the one rider party list, the Honorable Rog Gutierrez. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, as much as I would want to yield to the Honorable Chairman Fernandez, I fear that we are time limited and
please do not.
And I will not. I hope that Chairman Dan would understand po, no? Because I'd like to follow up on some of the points raised earlier. Also, likewise, I have questions in mind for our ERC Chair and for former President Matibag. However, I'd like to take advantage of the rare opportunity that we've already had our beloved guests from NGCP before us. Actually, I was keen to ask questions to President Almeida. Unfortunately, he had to go due to another commitment. But I'm surprised to find out po na the president of the SGP, who has spoken more on behalf of NGCP tonight, I think will be more than capable of answering my questions. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct my questions to Attorney Sagayo.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney Sagayo, magandang gabi po.
Magandang gabi.
Sir, just a few questions po, because what I was driving at in the previous hearing was tungkol sa ating share agreement. Although I agree, national security is one of the primary concerns here, but I think we still have to consider, after all, we are talking about performance of NGCP, this is Legislative Franchise Committee, we have to talk about other provisions of the franchise agreement. And one thing that caught our attention previously was the dispersal of ownership requirement. We were asking the representative of NGCP at the time about what, I believe it was what she knew of yung ating dispersal of ownership related po sa SGP, ngunit di niya po may sagot dahil wala daw po siyang personal knowledge doon. So I'd like to ask po, just straight right off the bat, was there a swap agreement po between SGP, brokered SGP in the middle, between the owners Henry C. Jr., Robert Cuito Jr., and the holding companies One Taipan and what's the other one? Pacifica 21 Holdings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was a share swap agreement.
Before that, Mr. Sagayo, can you just brief us so that I understand you appear here personally in your capacity as SGP President, but we've mentioned earlier that kayo po ay an officer of NGCP for the longest time, almost since the beginning. When did you transfer po to SGP?
In 2021 po when it became in 2021, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you were in SGP since NGCP had need of SGP as
yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Vehicle by means they were going to comply with the dispersal of ownership requirement. So, at that time po, sir.
Yeah, even before that, Mr. Chairman, even prior to 2021, Mr. Chairman, I was with the SGP.
So what year po tayo nag-start, sir, sa SGP?
Around 2013, 2012, like that.
2013 to 2012. And at that time po, SGP was owned by who po?
It was owned by Mr. Henry C. Jr. and Robert Cuito Jr.
Already in 2012 and 2013?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay po. And so from 2009, you mentioned that you were with NGCP from 2010.
2010, yes,
2010. So
Mr.
only from
Chairman.
2010 to 2012, kayo po ay nasa NGCP? And then 2013, nasa
yes.
SGP na po kayo? Or concurrently?
Concurrently, yes, Mr.
There's no
yes.
prohibition naman po. You could
No
serve in
prohibition.
SGP and NGCP. That's why you're so knowledgeable po, no?
Hindi
With
naman po,
NGCP.
hindi
I
naman
mean,
po.
you were
As
able...
a-
Sir, let's not be humble now. You answered more than President Almeda tonight.
Hindi naman po. Hindi naman po. It's just so happen na but I've been with the NGCP since 2010 and SGP. I'm not sure 2012, something like that, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po. So you're aware po of the history of the attempt of the NGCP to comply with the dispersal of ownership requirements of its franchise.
Correct. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chair, at the time, from 2009 to 2019, you had 10 years. NGCP had 10 years to comply with the dispersal of ownership requirement. Yet, it's correct to say that it failed to comply within the 10-year deadline.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. We did attempt rather, Mr. Chairman, to comply with the Section 8 of RA 9511 on the dispersal of ownership requirement of NGCP. There were previous attempts in 2010, but then, apologies, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, around 2014, there were attempts, but then, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay, there were attempts previously, but then in the absence of a regulatory reset and with the pending arbitration between NGCP and Transco and PISAM, we believe then that we cannot get the optimal valuation of our shares. So, in 2018, we requested or we filed a motion with the ERC requesting for the extension of our compliance with the dispersal requirement of NGCP.
So, Attorney Sagayo, sir, from 2009 to 2018, there was no attempt to comply with Section 8. Mr. Chairman, sorry, maybe direct the question to Attorney Sagayo.
Sagayo.
Perhaps I should repeat my question. Attorney Sagayo, sir?
There's a question.
Yes.
Did you hear the question?
I'm conferring with our finance, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, my time is not running po, no?
Okay, we will, don't worry. Only on the questions, not on the answers. Attorney, Paul, can you answer the question, the Honorable?
The question is,
I will repeat.
I'm sorry.
Of course,
Yes,
of course.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. From 2009 to 2018, you mentioned po there was an attempt in 2018 when you reached out to the ERC. But from 2009 to 2018, there was no attempt on the part of NGCP to comply with Section 8. No reaching out to the PSE to inquire about how to initiate an IPO. Wala pong pagkuha ng third-party consultant to perhaps prepare your prospectus.
Yeah, but as far as I recall, Mr. Chairman, that's that's what I know. In 2018, we believe that market conditions is not suitable for public listing as provided for under our franchise, primarily because of the absence of a regulatory reset by the ERC and the pending arbitration between NGCP, PISAM, and Transco. We filed for an extension for us to be able to comply with Section 8 of RA 9511.
Sir, I understand po no, that you filed for that in 2018. I'll repeat my question po, sir. From 2009 to 2018, was there any attempt by NGCP to comply with Section 8? I understand you had an attempt to reach out to the ERC for this reset that you're mentioning in 2018, but in a span of, you had 1 year left for your deadline. Ano po ang ginawa ng NGCP to comply with Section 8 from 2009 to 2018?
I'm trying to, Mr. Chairman, on that question, can we revert to you on that? Because I am trying to recall, it seems that we did try to hire financial consultants, but that's what we got from them. That market condition in the absence of a regulatory reset, you will not get the optimal value of your shares. That's what I recall. Can we get back to the honorable committee regarding this question?
I hope you could get back to me ASAP because my whole line of question is premised on that. Well, it will be following from that point. No? But in the meantime, maybe ask.
Maybe you can do some research. Can you just pass on that question and go to the other questions, and we
in the
at
meantime,
end, we go
Mr.
back to
Chair,
that question.
I'll just have an offshoot. And I'd
Yes.
like to ask siguro po si ERC Chair Di Malanta, what is this ERC reset po that Attorney Sagario is referring to?
Yan po yung, Mr. Chair, yan po yung delayed reset na pinag-uusapan natin kanina na dapat po yung NGCP, dapat po meron siyang allowed na ni ERC na revenue siya from 2011 to 2015, tapos 2016 to 2020. Pero dahil hindi nga po nagawa yung 2016 to 2020, I think yun po yung sinasabi nila na isang dahilan kung bakit hindi daw po sila nakapagpalis. Nilagay po nila yun dun po sa petition nilang final sa ERC to seek an extension of the period. But in March 2020, the ERC already ruled that that among others, that is not an acceptable reason, and in fact the ERC in 2020 concluded that NGCP had not been prudent in performing its legal obligations in listing their shares. So ERC passed upon those reasons naman po, including the arbitration ground, and the ERC said that the pendency of the arbitration case does not justify NGCP's inability to comply with the franchise.
Thank you, Chair Di Malanta. Through the Honorable Chairman, would the ERC know if there was an attempt on their part? I understand, to comply with that Section 8, you'd be talking with the PSE. Pero at least, as in, like, bumusi naman lang, or did they inform you of any attempt, except for that motion for extension in 2018?
None as far as the records po are concerned. But in their petition, they did cite that they already engaged consultants, did initial studies. So, yun po yung extent ng preparation.
Did they substantiate those claims? Did they mention years in which that they hired these consultants?
I will need to check, Mr.
Thank you po.
Mr. Chair. Apo.
Baka po, Chair, with both sides trying to find out, we'd get to the answer sooner. Because what we want to find out is if there was any good faith attempt to apply. Because what we are seeing from the records is that from 2009 to 2018, Section 8 was lying dormant. And I believe the whole reason of having a 10-year period is so that they can start right away in opening up the company for public ownership. It's not an easy process, and it's quite surprising na parang since 2018 pa lang. Is it correct, Madam Chair, that they requested for extension twice?
From the records po, and I will yield to my other commissioners because they were the ones present at the time. I think the request to extend was filed 2 months before the expiration of the listing requirement po. So, 2 months na lang po, mag-expire na yung period.
So sinagad po talaga yung timing ng... And who was the commissioner that we may ask po? Siguro, si Ma'am Maceda po ba?
Commissioner Maceda.
Hi. Good evening po, Commissioner Maceda. Maybe ask po for your input on this matter po.
Yes, Your Honor. The petition was filed by NGCP 2 months prior to January 2020. At that time, ano na po kasi, magte 10 years na, no? So dapat sila nakapag-public offering na. The Commission actually ruled and issued an order with regard to their petition. Practically, the Commission said, no, we cannot provide you any extension. The reasons you cited for seeking an extension are not valid enough because it's been 10 years. You should have been able to do that, no? So, having issued that order, Mr. Chairman, the expectation is they should actually immediately, kasi yun po yung order, to immediately implement the public offering. However, they filed a motion for reconsideration, and the Commission in its action on the motion for reconsideration the following year, March as well, the following year, the Commission denied the motion for reconsideration and effectively gave them another 6 months, because in denying, the Commission said, okay, your motion for reconsideration is denied, but please complete the IPO no later than November of 2021, effectively extending the period within which they can comply. After that, they filed a motion for clarification. But really the decision of the commission at the time was the commission denied the MR.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Mr. Chair, asking again, Attorney Sagayo, is that correct po? Is that, as far as your recollection, it is the same?
Yes, we in 2020 it was denied. We filed a motion for reconsideration. We received the order May of 2021 denying our motion for reconsideration and requiring us to finish our compliance with Section 8 of RA 9511 within 6 months. Immediately when we got that, we started with our public listing, with our compliance with Section 8, and we were able to finish it November 10 of 2021. The 6-month period, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Congressman, would have ended November 14 of 2021.
Mr. Chair, I think there's a difference in wording here po, no? The good Representative SGP said that they were given 6 months to comply with Section 8. But Commissioner Maceda mentioned that they were given 6 months to go push through with the IPO. Which is which? Commissioner Maceda, could you please enlighten us?
If I may. NGCP was directed to complete its compliance with the initial public offering.
So IPO, klarong-klaro po, no? Did they proceed with the IPO?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. IPO, but Attorney Sagayo is now saying that they complied, but they actually undertook a share swap agreement, not an IPO.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, directing now to SCP President. You were ordered to comply with the IPO, yet you opted for a different method. That's what I'm getting from the Commission. Is that
That's correct, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Congressman Gutierrez. That's correct. Because under the law, we have 2 modes by which we can comply with the provisions of Section 8, RA 9511. Number 1 is through an initial public offering of 20% of NGCP. The second mode, Mr. Chairman, is, and this is very clear under the law, if a publicly listed company with the PSE directly or indirectly owns 30% of NGCP, then this is considered as full compliance with the public listing requirement. That is provided for under the law. We opted, of course, initially, Mr. Chairman, we filed for an extension within which we should comply with IPO. But when we received the order of the ERC May of 2021 and giving us only 6 months to comply with the requirement of Section 8 of RA 9511, at that time, Mr. Chairman, it was already the height of the pandemic. Investor roadshows, cornerstone meetings, as advised by our financial advisors, would be very difficult because of travel restrictions, work from home arrangements. So the advice then was for us to resort to the second mode of compliance. And that's what we did. There is SGP, it is a publicly listed requirement. It owns indirectly 30% of NGCP. Actually 60% because Mr. Henry C. and Robert Cuyuto jointly own 60% of NGCP. And under Section 8 of RA 9511, that is full compliance with the public listing requirement.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Attorney Sagayo po, no? I could see that there's a proviso that the listing in the PSE of any company which directly or indirectly owns or controls at least 30% of the outstanding shares of stock of the grantee shall be considered full compliance with this requirement. But there's a following in relation to the ERC's ability to extend po, no? It says, in case compliance with this requirement is not reached, the ERC may, upon application of the grantee, as you very well did, and after notice and hearing, allow such reasonable extension of the period within which the grantee should list its shares of stock. So the extension was referring to IPO po. The order of the ERC was referring to an IPO. I don't think, for me personally, I don't know, but for the consideration of this committee, the extension is very clear. It's only referring to IPO. The second mode, if you opted for it within the 10 years, all fine and dandy. But the extension and the order of the ERC was very clear. How do we now reconcile this po?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's why after we received the order of the ERC denying our motion for reconsideration, we filed a motion for clarification. In the motion for clarification, we clearly stated and we informed the ERC of the two modes by which we can comply with the provisions of Section 5 of RA 9511. And we clearly specified there the backdoor listing mentioned in Section 5. And the ERC came up with an order clarifying that since the law allows you backdoor listing, you can opt or you can choose this mode by which you can comply with the requirement of your franchise on public dispersal of ownership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a ruling of the ERC itself. That's what we did.
I just would like to ask, when was this? Can you give me the date? When was this ruling of the ERC?
Hindi. Okay. Hindi. The ERC ruling. Based on Section 3. It was August 20, 2021, Mr. Chairman.
2021. They ruled that, no? May I ask, when did you take over? 2009?
09.
09.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The Section 8 talks about a 10-year from commencement of its operation. Are you still compliant?
We believe we are compliant, Mr. Chairman.
Even though it's over the 10-year?
Considering that it was the ERC that granted us the extension, and under our franchise, it is the ERC that can give us that extension. We believe we are compliant. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, the ERC came up with its order on 14 May of 2021, confirming that we have complied with the provisions of Section 5, RA 9511 on public dispersal of ownership. Transco was furnished a copy of that decision. PSAM was furnished a copy of that decision. They never appealed. They never questioned the decision. I believe, Mr. Chairman, that under the doctrine of immutability of judgment, a judgment that has attained finality can never be altered, can never be questioned, much more, it can never be revoked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Sagayo, but unfortunately, I think this is where I have to disagree. Mr. Chair, I believe that nor does it say that compliance will be determined by the ERC. It only mentioned that the ERC will extend, and I think the determination of compliance, as in multiple cases that we've handled here in the committee, falls with us in Congress. And that's why precisely I bring it up now. For this representational law, I don't know if the rest of the committee would agree, I could see a violation here po, at least initially from my understanding. Kasi nga po, very clear po dito, all that ERC is empowered to do is to, upon application of the grantee and after notice and hearing, allow such reasonable extension. They do not determine po compliance. So I'm not sure about the validity of that motion for clarification po, no? Especially that was a hard left turn from the direct order to actually enlist in the IPO. So I think that's something that we have to consider moving forward. And even further than that, even further beyond the legalese, assuming, that colorably it was applied with, I don't think the intention of the law was complied with. It was not a... Mr. Chair, what was the ownership of NGCP prior to the share swap agreement?
NGCP prior to the share swap agreement, 40% is owned by SJCC, 30% is owned by Monteoro, Grid Resources Corporation, and 30% is owned by Kalakahay Power Corporation.
And Monteoro, Grid Resources Corporation, and Kalakahay Power Corporation, they are juridical persons po, no? And they're owned by who po? Whom?
Monteoro. Mon One Taipan Holdings Corporation owns Monteoro Grid Resources Corporation, Pacifica 21 Holdings Incorporated owns 100% Kalakahay Power Corporation.
These are wholly owned subsidiaries po.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Monteoro and Kalakahay Power are 100% subsidiaries of One Taipan Holdings Inc. and Pacifica 21 Holdings Incorporated.
And who owned One Taipan Holdings Inc. and Pacifica 21 Holdings Inc.?
Henry C. Jr., Mr. Chairman.
And the Pacifica 21?
Pacifica 21, Robert Cuyuto Jr. and Alameda Energy Incorporated.
And who owns Alameda Energy?
Mr. Almeda should be in a better position. Can we...
Namesake. So pagmamayari po nila?
Can we defer? Can we have that during the next session? I think...
Okay. So it's a tripartite. You have 100% ownership by Mr. Henry C. You have 60% on the other side, 60% ownership by Robert Quito, 68%. And then the rest by Mr. Almeda. So 60% of NGCP was owned by 3 people before the share swap.
Correct.
Supposedly, Section 8 is dispersal of ownership to make it public.
Correct.
What was the ownership of beneficial owners ng NGCP after the share swap?
After the share swap, Mr. Chairman, we have here SGP.
Is it correct, Mr. Chair? SGP was owned 49.93% by Henry C. Jr. and 49.81% by Robert Coyuto Jr.
No, prior.
Right after the share swap.
Right, that's correct. Yes, after the share swap. Yes, Mr.
So
Chairman.
in your supposed compliance with public ownership, it maintained the ownership of these 2 people.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, after the share swap, there was a follow-on offering. Magkano yung follow-on offering natin? We issued shares. Yes, additional 22.12% to be issued to the public. And this was after the follow-on offering, Mr. Chairman. 22.12% of SGP, 22.12% of SGP is now owned by the public.
And this is the SGP is owned by the public 20%. And SGP owns how much of NGCP?
Effectively, it's 60%. SGP owns 67% One Taipan, 100% Monteoro, then 30 plus 1 of NGCP. Yeah.
So,
okay.
20% of 60%, I apologize, I'm bad at math. Magkano po yan?
Yeah. Yes, total, Mr. Chairman, total SGP ownership in NGCP is 45.73%.
How is that, sir? I apologize. I thought it's 20% of SGP is owned by the public, and then SGP only owns through 3 layers of ownership. 60% of NGCP. So 20% of 60%, sir, is...
We're referring to economic interest. Mr. Chairman, I'm also bad at math. I'm really sorry. Can I turn this over to the corporate secretary?
A sickness of us lawyers po, no?
So, as a guide, so the total SGP direct ownership in NGCP is 9.24% because there's also, SGP also owns preferred shares in NGCP. So that's 9.24. Direct ownership of SGP in NGCP through preferred shares. And then the total SGP indirect ownership in NGCP is 36.5%. It is computed through One Taipan, which owns 67% of Monteoro, which in turn owns 27.23% of NGCP. So that's 18.24, and the same percentage is also for the Pacifica 21 and Calaca, 18.24. So the total direct and indirect ownership is 45.73%.
45.73% owned by SGP.
Correct.
And how much of that is owned by the public?
Okay. So, if we do, there are 5 components, not to get to the
Mr. Chair, isn't it much simpler to disperse ownership by listing the shares of NGCP instead of all this corporate gymnastics? The layering is what makes it so hard, Mr. Chair, and you, I'm sure, as your job as corporate secretary, I think this was intentional. Mr. Chair, the point of Section 8 is encourage accountability and transparency to the public by allowing them to participate in the economic fruits of their investment and also in ownership and control. Mr. Chair, the follow-on offering, this was preferred shares po, no?
No, the follow-on offering is common shares,
Common
in
shares
SGP.
in NGCP. But SGP's direct ownership that was offered by NGCP, 9% was preferred.
Correct.
Does preferred have ownership? Does preferred have voting rights?
Yes. Non-voting.
Non-voting rights. And in fact, what makes preferred shares so special po compared to common shares?
Well, in this case, it's special because it has priority as to dividends. It has, yeah. And I think that was the storyline of the FOO, was that the funds that you raised from the public, it will be reinvested into NGCP.
Mr. Chair, apologies. I'll just cut really quick po, no? You mentioned preference over dividends, but under your articles of incorporation, nakalagay po dito na non-voting preferred shares shall not be entitled to any preference over the common shares in terms of dividends and other economic rights. In this specific case, I hope we talk particularly about this. So, wala na pong voting, wala rin preference over dividends. What makes your non-voting shares, what makes your non-voting preferred shares so special?
I have the features here. If you could give me a few minutes.
In relation po at least to the 2 factors, economic fruits and ownership and control. If you could please give us the salient points.
Yes, just give me a few minutes.
Mr. Chair, while waiting po, no, I just want to share that that's the problem po siguro that we saw. The SGP, through multiple layers, made it very hard for the public to participate in ownership of NGCP. Aside from that, by making it appear that SGP has direct ownership, they did it through non-voting preferred shares, which don't even have preference in dividends. It seems to be a lot of corporate gymnastics to maintain control for the select few. And that's why I think even if there's colorable compliance with the Section 8 in terms of whether it was IPO or through the second mode, which is what they did through the listing of a company for 30%, the intent of the law was not achieved. They went through extra measures to make sure that our public cannot participate, cannot benefit. And all of this was handed to them on a silver platter. This is a natural monopoly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just to manifest po, no? We've handled a lot of franchises in this committee. But most of the time, we're talking of media, we're talking about distribution utilities. They're a dime a dozen. But this is the only transmission company that we have in this country. Yet this is what we're dealing with. Yes, I believe we're ready to
Mr. Chairman, please, for purposes of compliance with Section 5, RA 9511, dispersal of ownership, actually we do not need to issue that preferred shares. We issued those preferred shares as a vehicle by which we will funnel the proceeds of the FOO from SGP directly to NGCP. Because there were allegations that the shareholders might pocket the proceeds of the FOO in the amount of 12 billion pesos. We assured the public that this will go straight to NGCP for its CAPEX projects. That's why we issued those preferred shares. But for purposes, Mr. Chairman, of complying with RA, with section, with the public dispersal of public ownership, it's not necessary.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's my point. We're going through all this legalese. Let's just cut the discussion short. How much of the public, how much of NGCP is publicly owned? I don't think it's 20%. And that's the very point that I'm driving at po, no? And even worse, Mr. Chair, I understand we'll go through that po, no? And I'd like to go more into the yung board meeting situation that we were talking about earlier. Mr. Sagayo, you mentioned your director ever since po, no?
2010.
2010, which is most of it po. I pioneer. So the board has always been composed of 10 seats, tama po ba?
Tama po.
And it has always been composed of 4 Chinese national board directors.
Correct.
Yet, how much percent po is owned currently by the state grid? 36%?
Common shares, actually it's 40%, Mr. Chairman.
40%. Pare.
Yes, 40% common shares.
Because this is what happened when we added the preferred shares po siguro, no? So the preferred shares don't count.
No.
Okay. So that's why we have the 40%.
Yes, 40%. Yes.
And generally, when we have board meetings, the quorum would be 50% plus 1.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Is that the case with NGCP?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Mr. Chair, according to your bylaws on Section 7, 7 directors shall constitute a quorum.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Sagayo, sir, Mr. Chair, in the history of all of your board meetings, would you ballpark figure how many meetings were those po?
We have a meeting once every quarter.
Once every quarter. And that's 4 times a year. And
Correct.
for
Yes, Mr.
more
Chairman.
than a decade. And how many board meetings did you not have a Chinese director present?
As far as I can recall,
Never.
if not all of the board meetings that I attended, everybody was present.
Everybody was present.
I just recall one instance when I wasn't, I think Abeya. Almost everyone is present. Almost all meetings, everybody's present.
Then that's good to know. So your safeguard was not needed. Because po, Mr. Chair, I believe Section 7 is a safeguard to ensure that at least one Chinese director is present.
It never happened, Mr. Chairman.
No, it never happened because there's full attendance. So there's always been a Chinese director.
Yes, of
But
course. Yes.
technically, if you want to really cut down, if you really wanted to have a board meeting of just the 6 Filipino directors, which in normal circumstances would constitute a quorum, you cannot because you need 7 directors. Therefore, one Chinese director must always be present. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney Sagayo?
Yeah. For the third. Second, yeah. If we can, yes. There's if we do not get the quorum first meeting, we delay, then immediately 7.
Attorney Sagayo, I apologize po, no? I'll just cut you short. I'm not asking about when there's not quorum. I'm just asking, my question is plain and simple. Could you have a board meeting without one Chinese director?
Yes. It's possible, Mr. Chairman. Assuming in the first meeting there's no quorum, we delay, we adjourn. During the next meeting, 6 is the majority.
In a regular
meeting.
The first meeting, you can't. You need 7. It's only in your follow-up what you call the adjourned meeting, which never happened anyway because you're always present.
Yeah,
but you have that safeguard. And in fact, an additional safeguard, Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, under Section 5 on quorum, paragraph A, in all regular or special meeting of stockholders, 51% of the total issued and outstanding capital stock, which shall at least include SGHK or its duly authorized representative, must be present or represented. You need that one Chinese director in every board meeting. It's in your bylaws, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, that's what I'm pointing at po, no? Apologies, Attorney Sagayo, let me finish po my line of questioning. Earlier, there were already the corporate gymnastics that were employed to avoid public ownership and scrutiny, public ownership, public enjoyment of fruits, public control. And aside from that, as if that was not enough to go through 3 layers of corporate gymnastics, they still have in their bylaws to ensure that there is a Chinese director present. I hope you understand, this is not xenophobia, but we've already gone time and time again about the issues of national security po. And ako personally, this was very alarming. And the most blatant violation of the franchise that I've seen so far. Mr. Chair, I think more than 5 minutes, but I leave it at that. I think we still have some issues that to be clear with them. If I still have time, then I'd like to ask some of our other resource persons. But if my time is up,
Minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be a little anticlimactic po, no? Kasi I just want to, now that I was able to say my piece, I want to go back siguro po kay Attorney Matibag po, no? And you mentioned earlier that remotely there were instances in which they were able to influence our system grid. Can you please elaborate?
Well, it was reported to us that there was a problem in the power grid and they need a technician to address it. So instead of sending the technician, they relay the problem in China, in Nanjing, so that it will be remotely repaired. But of course, it was not recorded properly and all. But that one instance when it's still Transco is operating, nangyari din yun na nasira pero hindi na pupunta yung technician, remotely ginawa. So if something that can be done remotely, definitely na i-repair, pwede rin sirain remotely.
Sir, you mentioned po na it was not recorded. There's no history of this incident.
That's the point na kasi hindi na nakakapasok ang Transco. In fact, hindi lang nabanggit kanina ni Miss Dina na yung sinasabing inspection namin dun sa mga documents, hindi nga pwedeng maglabas ng Xerox copy, hindi pwedeng picturean. So, basahin nyo na lang. Can you just imagine voluminous documents na re-reviewin mo? Pumunta ka sa lugar na sinabi nila, tingnan mo doon. But before that, Mr. Chair, if I will be allowed, kasi meron lang sinabi si Atty. Sagayo na yung tungkol po dun sa decision ng ERC na copy fairness ang Transco na hindi nag-object, we filed an objection. At ang sabi sa amin ng ERC, wala kaming karapatan na sumali doon sa usapin nila. The legal officers of Transco are here that can be validated, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, former President Matibag. On another point, you mentioned yung 777, quite media soundbite po, no? Can you please explain to us po? At least I'm more interested in violations of the concession agreement. Could you please enlighten us, sir?
Well, this report was submitted, ito yung last hearing namin po sa Senado na noong February 3, 2020. So pinagsubmit kami ng report ng paper. So we titled it 777, 7 power grid security issues, 7 reasons why NGCP contract with government is onerous, and 7 NGCP violation of the concession agreement. So if interested po kayo, Mr. Chair, sa violation, basahin ko na lang po isa-isa para mas madali po. Failure to comply with its initial public offering, yung pong sinasabi ninyo, yung obligation nila doon sa public offering, because our point of view at that time, very clear naman po yung wordings ng Section 8 ng franchise law, dispersal. Pag sinabi mong dispersal, you let go of it, papuntang public, hindi from one packet, punta lang sa kabilang packet. So yun po yung isa. Pangalawa po is violation of anti-dummy law. It's already been established na yung CTO noon is a Chinese national. And I hope na sabi, bibigay lahat sa inyo yung mga papel na nagsabi na sila ay pwedeng mag-empleyado. Kasi alam ko po, madami ng hearing na nangyari sa Senado at sinabing pinangako, wala pa pong lumalabas na kopya. Kaya medyo kanina, pasensya na po ulit, nakapagsalita ako ng lokohan because that's how I feel, exasperated na. 5 taon po naming nilalaban to. Ganun na nangyari. So violation of anti-dummy law, number 2. Number 3 is engaging in business without prior consent because under the concession agreement, any business na hindi po transmission of high voltage electricity, na yun lang po yung binigay sa kanila talaga, ay dapat ipaalam po sa PISAM, sa Transco, ay meron po silang mga nilagay na facilities doon na telecommunication, meaning they're already been engaging in telecommunication. Tapos number 4 po, non-compliance on separated audit accounts. Tapos abuse of improper exercise of power of eminent domain, yung SSS po na expropriation. Saka yung pong paglalagay ng mga in-expropriate na property sa pangalan nila, hindi po sa Transco. Yun po yung pang-anin, yung titling. Tapos yung pong receivable ng Transco noon, meron pong receivable na malaking halaga. Bali nangyari po kasi nung nag-assume sila noong 2009, may mga collectibles pa. Na nung nabayaran nung sila na nandoon, hindi na binigay sa gobyerno. Yun po.
Thank you, sir. That's quite lot. Although I'm sure that some of them were be contentious. I understand some of the arguments earlier was that it was well within the rights of the concession agreement. But I'm curious po, no? In relation to that. Thank you, sir. If I still have time, let's go to one follow-up question kay ERC Chair, Di Malanta. To the Honorable Chairman, you mentioned po earlier that in relation to the delays of the project of the NGCP, sometimes the project proposal, including the timeline, would actually come from them rin po, no? And they fail to follow their own timeline. That would
Yes.
usually be the instance po,
Mr.
no?
Chair, opo, in all instances po, timeline nanggagaling po sa kanila. Kasama po yun sa application po nila.
And I find it interesting because I agree with my good colleague, the gentleman from CDO, my idol chairman, Rufus Rodriguez, and when he mentioned, at least in the ERC, understandably, when there's fault, when you're empowered by the law to take responsibility, you ensure that it happens. But likewise, ganun rin po yung nangyari sa NGCP. If I'm not mistaken, NGCP in their concession agreement was granted in Section 5.6, for example, documented property rights. They have the power to commence and pursue eminent domain proceedings for the purpose of acquiring documented property rights. They have the power to litigate, negotiate, settle, and otherwise resolve all adverse claims in accordance with Sections 5.7. And in 5.7 adverse claims, in the event that any person shall assert any right, title, or interest, some lines down, the concessionaire shall, at its own cost and expense, assert and otherwise defend the documented property rights as promptly as practicable. So all of this are, NGCP was armed to the teeth to proactively address. They had the sufficient authority to deal with this. And in fact, sila na nga po yung nagbigay ng project proposal. Yet, in all instances, they failed to follow their own timelines po, no?
In most, hindi naman po sa lahat.
Most.
In most lang po. And their authority to expropriate is also in their franchise, Mr. Chair.
Also in the franchise. So even then, in the same way that ERC was empowered to investigate, but for reasons known to them, they did not. NGCP also had the power to make sure that their timelines are kept, yet they did not. So that, together with the concession violations mentioned by former President Matibag, really raises questions po, no? And siguro po, for now, I want to hear more of Chairman Dan Fernandez's expose on the facts. Just one more thing po, I just like to go back po, no? Have we found yung public ownership po?
Mr. Chairman, before we go to this, may I just comment on the public dispersal of ownership? Just one comment on that. Kasi sa akin lang po kasi, Mr. Chairman, the provisions of our franchise is very clear. We were given those two options, IPO at NGCP level or a publicly listed company, listed with the PSE, which directly or indirectly owns 30% of NGCP. The right to choose was given to us by the law itself. Ang sa akin lang po, Mr. Chairman, sana hindi kami sisihin if we opted to, or kung ang pinili namin ay yung second option.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, can we go back to the question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for
Thank you very
all
much. We take
intents...
note.
sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I understand that. And exactly as I said, let's assume tolerably you are able to comply with the legal requirements. But at the end of the day, how much is owned by the public?
Mr. Chairman, I will let the Corporate Secretary of SGP answer the question.
If we are referring to only the common shares, it's 8.9%. But if we include all the ownership, because we also count common and preferred shares, it's 10.12%. Public's indirect ownership in NGCP.
Mr. Chair, I believe that is a far cry from the 20% required. And I don't even want to consider, that's even considering the preferred shares, which have no voting rights and would fail. They might, actually yung first part po ng economic fruits, wala nga yung, it has no priority over dividends. So just talking about yung ownership, common shares, it fails miserably. And I think that's what we are tasked to get through today po, no? At the end of the day, we have to go back to the Constitution. And basically, in Article 12, Section 11, there's a prohibition of the grant except under condition that the franchisee shall be subject to amendment, alteration, repeal, when the common good so requires. And as far as we've seen, Mr. Chair, the common good has not been served. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Chair. Just to, if allow me, Mr. Chair, there's one, it was mentioned earlier that they have the power of eminent domain. And it says in the concession agreement, Mr. Chair, that notwithstanding anything in this agreement, Transco shall retain title to all these following assets, no? But all this right-of-way, because we've been trying to help NGCP, all this right-of-way issues is still under their name. Now, what's the disadvantage? Other than the, it seems that it's not in line with the concession agreement, when other power projects come in and they need help in these issues, it is with the assistance of DOE na may process kami niyan, Mr. Chair. So, it facilitates if it's under the name of Transco or any government agency kasi gobyerno nag-expropriate eh. It's not a private company. So it causes delays also. So it's not just I wanted to point that out, not because it's a violation lang per se, but it also is one of the causes of the delay. Kaya sana and we've been asking for this to be followed. Kaya lang we haven't gotten anywhere yet, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that additional information. I think that ties in also with an issue that we've been seeing earlier. There seems to be that adverse, I wouldn't want to call it one, but that adverse relationship between Transco and NGCP. Yet how would you resolve that? Dapat pala nasa Transco yung rights, yung title ng mga properties na ito. So, yun lang po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusek Garin. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Honorable Roger.
Mr. Chair, before with the indulgence of Kongdan, I have only quick question to Attorney Matibang. I'm so curious because he claims that there was no recording or he wasn't allowed inside the premise of NGCP. Can we allow NGCP to justify or claims na kung totoo nga nangyari, hindi siya, it wasn't recorded?
Kanina na-explain na ho yan.
NGC, I'm talking about NGCP. Can we hear from them? Hindi pa nila I want to hear from the claims of Attorney Matibag. Let's give NGCP.
Wait, slay na po I thought that was a issue na napag-usapan na po natin kanina. At may sinabi si Atty. Matibag, sumagot na si NGCP. So we leave it at that for a while, okay?
There's additional
because I don't think that's something that I would like to
Has it answered, Mr. Chair?
discuss at this point because we still have two speakers, no? And I would like to give them their time already. They've been waiting for their time kanina pa, no? For the second round. So the Honorable Stella Kimbos recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Babalikan ko po si Mr. Rico Vega, ang ating OIC CTO. So sir, if I remember correctly, you joined NGCP in 2021? Is that what you said?
Mr. Chairman, I joined NGC 2009.
Oh, 2009. Okay. But you assumed as OIC
In 2021, Mr. Chair.
in 2021. Okay. And your professional background, sir?
Yes,
Are you
I'm
an engineer?
I'm an electrical engineer.
You're an electrical engineer. And what are your tasks as OIC CTO?
My responsibilities now are the overall management of the system, the 4 technical groups, system operations and maintenance, planning and engineering, and our technical management department.
So as chief technical officer, who do you? So I suppose you have regular management committee meetings or execom. I mean, like meeting with the managers of the corporation, that's weekly or monthly? Do you have those?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What are they called? Mancom? Execom?
Mancom, Mr. Chair.
Mancom. Okay. Tuwing kailan po yan? Is that monthly?
Monthly, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So I
As
suppose,
needed, yeah.
so as the OIC CTO, you report, do you submit reports?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Written reports. For you to do that, you sign off, right? As OIC CTO. Are you the only signatory of that report? Or do other individuals sign off as well?
Because I have as an CTO, there's a vice president.
No, I'm talking about only the technical aspect of the corporation. So you're the CTO, therefore, tuwing Mancom, pagdating sa technical na aspeto ng korporasyon, sa inyo po yun, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, pagka nagsasubmit po kayo ng report, doon po sa inyong CEO, ay kayo lang po ba ang pumipirma sa report na yan?
Meron mga nag-i-initial sa akin, yung mga sa akin before me, mga vice presidents ng SO, vice president ng O&M, vice president ng planning engineering, before I sign.
Okay. Are there other senior technical advisors that you need to consult?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So walang senior technical advisors ang NGCP?
Wala po.
Sigurado po kayo?
Yes po.
Pwede ko bang tanongin, Mr. Chair, ang DOE? Kung sa kanilang pagkakaalam, ang NGCP ba ay... kasi sa pagkakaalam ko, kailangan nilang i-report sa inyo kung merong foreign employees ang NGCP. So maybe know if in this roster of foreign employees, are there senior technical advisors in that list?
Mr. Chair, before 2018, no? Wala po kaming records as to NGCP asking for our endorsement, no? So pagpapasok yung isang foreign employee or anybody affiliated with NGCP, then they asked us for endorsement or a memo. Now, since 2018 to 2024, that's the only time that we can report, no? So, ang liit kasi. You're asking about senior technical advisor. In January 21 of 2019, we signed for a senior technical advisor, Mr. Yu Yong. And then on 2019, January 21, the same date, a senior technical advisor for Technology Strategy Committee, Mr. Shu Wei. Then on 29, the same date also, there's another senior technical advisor, Mr. Wu Jiyun. And another senior technical advisor, Quality, Safety, and Environment Department, Mr. Yuan Mingjun. So far, those are the senior technical advisor that we have went through memo or endorsement of DOE. The others are not senior technical advisors.
Salamat, Yusek. So, Mr. Vega, itong individuals na to, they continue to serve the NGCP?
Hindi na po. April 2021 may assume.
So, beginning April 2021, wala na sila?
I'm the OIC CTO.
Advisor lang.
So sorry po ha. Mahirap. hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit hanggang ngayon po ay OIC pa rin kayo. It's been 3 years. Ano po ba ang proseso para kayo? Kasi naaawa na po ako sa inyo eh. Wala bang permanence ang inyo? Wala bang security of tenure sa NGCP? Ang laki-laki naman ng profits ng inyong kumpanya. Ano po ba ang
Yung pong board ang magdi-decide.
ang board ang magde-decide? So, pwede ba namin malaman siguro kay Attorney Paul, anong kailangan gawin ni Mr. Rico Vega para siya po ay maging permanent na employee? Or are you looking for other candidates?
No other candidate, none that I know of, Mr. Chairman, but as...
I guess the reason for why hindi pa siya permanent CTO.
From my okay, Mr. Chairman, as this now that I just learned that he's an OIC, I think at the time that we appointed him to that position as OIC, we needed time to evaluate whether or not, like any employee, may probationary period yan.
Yes, so it's been
Oo.
3 years.
So probably it's high time that I will call the attention of the board that probably we have to look into Rico Vega's tenure, considering that he has been OIC for quite some time. But I think that was the intention, Mr. Chairman, to see to it, it's some sort of a probationary period.
Well, I didn't mean to intervene in your state of affairs. I was just wondering, right? And considering that prior to him, there was a Mr. Wanbo, Mr. Wanbo, right? That was the name of the previous CTO. And that Chinese national was not OIC. Permanent ang kanyang appointment. So, nagtataka lang po ako kung meron bang favoritism. Bakit pagdating sa Pilipino na nag-a-assume dito sa posisyon, bakit parang OIC?
Wala naman po, from my perspective.
Yun na nga lang.
Oh, yeah, I will
I
take
was just
note of
wondering.
that. Thank you. I will
So,
take note.
okay. So you confirm, Attorney Paul, that today, wala pong senior technical advisors in the office or in the unit being managed by Mr. Rico Vega.
We have none.
Wala po.
Mr. Chair. Wala po.
So walang, or any junior
Wala po. Wala po.
officers. How about
Wala.
consultants?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
How about individuals performing activities relating to procurement?
We have none.
Well,
Chinese, you mean?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
The
No, we
reason
have
for
none.
why I ask is because there was a document that was shown in the previous hearing na kung saan, yun na nga po, patungkol sa procurement. So you confirm?
What year was that? Can I be shown
Hindi ko
that?
na maalala.
I'm sorry,
Well,
I wasn't here
Well,
during
it
the
was
last.
not my document. I was just watching. I can't remember kung anong taon po yun.
Oh,
You
okay.
should know better because matagal na po kayo sa NGCP. Baka si Mr. Rico Vega, baka alam niya.
Mr. Chairman, I saw the document in the last meeting. It was dated 2014.
2014. Thereabouts. So at the time, there were procurement documents signed by Chinese nationals. So that's why I wanted to verify if today that practice continues.
Mr. Chair, that's the document I saw that was flashed. Mr. Chair.
So ngayon, you can confirm wala nang ganon. Lahat ng procurement, lahat ng technical decisions, lahat po ay Pilipino po ang nagde-decide.
Mr. Chairman, yes. I confirm.
Sige po. Let me move, Mr. Chair, to the concession fees. So, Attorney Paul, so far, magkano na po ang nabayad ng NGCP in concession fees?
From what I recall, Mr. Chairman, of course, immediately upon the start of the operations of NGCP, we paid 25%.
Yes, what's the total peso amount that
As
you
of
paid
now,
so
as
far?
of now,
Yes. For sure you would have it in your records.
For a moment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and so
We will compute, Mr. Chairman.
yes, and so I also would like to ask perhaps Transco, anyone from Transco, or maybe Attorney Matipag, gusto kong malaman kasi Mr. Chair, gusto kong ma-check kung tama ba ang tax provision ng ating franchise law. Kasi yung 3% franchise tax, obviously, ang naging rational doon is that maliit na lang ang franchise tax, 3%, kasi maglalagay naman tayo ng malaking concession fee. So, yan ay in lieu of income taxes. Diba? So, syempre, gusto natin ikumpara. Magkano ba ang income taxes na binabayaran dati ng Transco? So, baka naman naalala ni Attorney Matibag.
Well, I was not part of Transco time yet before the privatization of the concessionaire. But I have, to my recollection, during my time, Transco is paying corporate tax. So yung binabayaran ng Transco doon na corporate tax is, bali, we average it. So compared doon sa 3%, may corporate tax na binabayaran na oh, wait, tinito na lang. Sabihin na lang natin, yung concession fee is 163 million, something like that. At that time, ang Transco, bukod sa corporate tax, nagre-remit pa kami ng 15 billion sa National Treasury.
Annually, no?
Annually. Yun yung earnings na ina-assign doon sa government, no? Na, because it's a government-controlled corporation. So, nung nag-assume ang NGCP,
So, apart from
163 billion,
the 15 billion
168 pala, 0.9 billion ang concession fee total.
ng Transco,
Na binayad ng babayad ng NGCP. Yung may first installment, then divided annually.
can you confirm that, Attorney Paul? Parang yung records
Pisam
would,
can answer.
or maybe Pisam would you have the records? What's the total amount?
Mr. Chair, so the total value of the concession fee per our records is about 163.86 billion pesos.
That's for the 50 years?
Over the payable over a 20-year period, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So 25% of that was paid, or 40.96 billion pesos.
Okay.
So for the remaining 75% amortized over 20 years, it's about 122.89 billion pesos, including interest. That's about 94 billion pesos, for a total of about 257.85 billion pesos. To answer the question earlier about what has been paid or what has been received by Pisam and Transco, we have received a total of about 226.8 billion pesos, Mr. Chair.
206.
26.8 billion pesos po.
But the value is only 163?
Inclusive of interest din po.
Okay. So the difference is interest. Okay. And if I remember correctly, the 3% tax is about more or less about 1.2 billion annually. Tama ba yun, Chair mo na?
Yeah, we made Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, we made a projection at that time from 2009 to 2034, which will be the period of concession. Kung magbabayad ng corporate income tax ang Transco, that will round up to 108.8 billion pesos.
108.
8.8 billion pesos.
108.
Yes. Then multiplied also by 25 years yung 15 billion na nire-remit. So that will be the one that's be going to the government. Less yung naiwan pa sa Transco for the operations and everything.
So, okay, sorry, slow down a bit. So it's 108 plus...
Meron kasing remittance na at the average mga 10 to 15 billion a year sa National Treasury. So you compute that also from 2009 to 2034. It goes to the government as well in the form of remittance by
because of the dividends law.
Yes. Kasi di ba yung mga GOCC mag-remit sila sa national government. So you compute that from 2009 to 2034. So that's about kung 20 years yan, that's about 300 billion pa.
Oh, so under what you're saying is under the old arrangement, mas malaki ang kikitain ng gobyerno.
Sa gobyerno.
Okay.
Kasi ngayon yung 3% na franchise tax, all ina yun na lahat eh.
Yes, but the rationale there, tama ba ako, Attorney Paul, is that yung difference dapat doon is yun ang pang-invest. I mean, pandagdag doon sa dapat i-invest mo sa required na transmission infrastructure. Tama ba yun?
Difference in what, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry, I did not get that. Difference in...
So basically, if you look at the total of concession fees
Yes.
plus the 3% franchise taxes that you are to pay annually, that is less than what Transco had been paying or would have paid had they continue operating the grid. Or so, and there's a huge difference. And so, yun ang pinag-aaralan natin.
Okay,
Kasi syempre,
yeah.
diba, sinasabi natin, this is the time to revisit the franchise law. I mean, do we amend?
Okay.
And if we do amend, I'm of the thinking that maybe we should look into the tax provision. Kasi
Okay.
mukhang
Yeah.
medyo lugi yata tayo. Kasi nga, as explained by Attorney Matibag, ang laki ng difference because annually, they pay corporate income taxes and on top of that, they remit about 10 to 15 billion as a result of the dividends law. So, yan po ay annual until the end of the concession period.
Mr. Chairman, I think, well, from our perspective, wala kaming palya sa concession fee payments. Number two, on the tax po, okay, we have been paying taxes based on the franchise tax as clearly provided for by
Yes,
law, which is 3%.
There's no question
Opo.
on compliance. I'm
Yeah.
just asking, is there anyone on this side of the room that I suppose yung pasubmit na lang siguro, Attorney Matibag, submit nyo lang po sa amin yung computation na yan para matignan natin yung comparison ng revenue stream sa gobyerno, kung malaki bang kinalugi natin, if there's a need to adjust, and if there's a recommended tax rate or tax regime in case there's a need to amend. So, my next question, Mr. Chair, is something that I asked Attorney Richard earlier. So, babalikan ko po, no? Sabi ko kanina, if NGCP were to complete its transmission development plan at na construct natin ang buong kalsada na kung saan dadaan ang electricity, bababa ang direct transmission charges, and at the same time, more importantly, bababa rin yung congestion costs, right? And so I asked you, in peso terms, what would be the impact?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, ma'am, Your Honor. So I will base my answer, ma'am, based on our report, no? I will use the sample, yung MVIP. The MVIP based on the Transmission Development Plan of 2020 to 2040, again, was ang target completion was December 2020. The actual energization is May 2023, so that's about 12, 24, then another January, February, March, April, May. So 29 months, say 29 months. So mamang price difference po for Luzon after the completion of the MVIP is 1 peso 99 centavos, no, period to period. If that affects 20% of the generation costs, so using ratio and proportion, that would translate to around 40 centavos reduction, no, in the generation cost per kilowatt hour. Or if the price of generation is 4 pesos, that is roughly 10%. That's 10% actually. If the generation cost is 5 pesos, so that is 8%. For Visayas,
Pero wait,
ma'am.
Attorney Richard, hindi ba it's as simple as kung nag-invest sila ng tama, walang delay, etc., mawawalan ng congestion. Tama?
Ma'am, yung...
So kung ang pag-spike ng presyo is 20% as a result of congestion, edi kung mawala ang congestion, edi yung 20% ang masasave natin. Hindi ba
Yes, ma'am,
ganun yung
but,
kasimple? So if you look at the current price today, so magkano ba ang average per kilowatt hour across the country?
It's around 5 pesos right
No,
now.
I mean total electricity cost.
Per kilowatt hour, ma'am?
Yes.
That's 5 pesos, ma'am.
No, No, no.
Kasi po, I'm looking only at the generation
Oh,
cost.
sige, maybe you're the wrong person
Yeah.
to ask. 11, maybe ERC, 11 point what? 90?
Pwede po siguro 11 pesos. Pero, ma'am,
Yeah, sige.
mahirap kasing mag-average ng ganun. Kasi po, ang layo, like, Visayas is always higher than Luzon and Mindanao. So, and I think Attorney Richard was giving us an example, Mindanao-Visayas interconnection. So, very specific po yung slice na
Okay.
napili niya.
But, sige, kayo na lang po, if I were to ask you that question, so, is there an estimate of congestion cost na overall, so that if hindi sila mag-invest as fast as they should be, ganoon kalaki yung congestion cost. And therefore, kung we have the reverse naman at nangyari naman na na-invest nila lahat ng dapat nilang i-invest on time, etc., ayun naman ay ma-avoid yung congestion cost na yun. So, may ganun ba na estimate?
Wala po na pangkabuuan. Meron po kaming estimate on a per capex project basis. We estimate the value that will be lost if this project is not going to be put up.
O sige,
meron
give
po
us a
kami
range.
Not
Your Honor.
po eh. Sige po.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, yun po yung ina-explain ko. Because yung cost po kasi congestion cost affects the entire volume of electricity. So spot and BCQ, magkaiba po siya. So if the price difference na sinasabi namin dito sa study affects 20%, if you translate it to the entire 100% volume, yung 199 translates to 40 centavos reduction per kilowatt hour or roughly 8% reduction in price.
Okay.
Sa Visayas po, that will be 0.35 o 35 centavos pala, sorry, hindi pala 0.4 centavos. 40 centavos or roughly 8% for Luzon, 35 centavos or roughly 7% for the Visayas, and 24 centavos or roughly 5% in Mindanao, basing on an average or on a price of 5 pesos per kilowatt hour generation cost po yon. Yung kasi po yung generation cost, dun kami nagbe-base lang. Now, iba-iba po kasi yung
So ito yung indirect na pagbaba ng presyo.
potential na reduction in price. Yes, ma'am.
Na indirect. What about yung direct naman?
Well, actually, that can be...
Both na yun. Both direct and indirect.
Direct and
Okay.
indirect. Generation cost lang po yun. Now, yung transmission...
Sa wheeling charges,
Yung transmission cost po kasi, that's... yun yung binasa kanina ni chairperson na Mona de
walang
Miranda
effect.
po. Opo.
Sa ancillary,
Sa ancillary po, pwede pong may effect na bumaba din. Depende po sa location nung plantang makakapasok. Kasi po, kung mas malapit yung planta dun sa problemang ina-address ng ancillary, bababa din po yung ancillary cost po nila.
okay, although as we know, ito yung mas maliit na component. Yes, pero maliit siya relative to itong sinasabing 8%. Okay, so basically yun ang range. We're looking at a 5% to 8%, pero on the generation side. So masasabi ba natin na roughly speaking 10% overall?
Pwede pong ganun based on the simulations made by IMOP. Apo.
Okay. So sige, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to summarize na itong ine-effort natin ay, well, ganun kalaki ang ating pinagkakahirapan ba? Kasi malaking kabawasan naman yon, di ba? So ibig sabihin, pwedeng maka-expect ng 10% savings ang ating consumers kapag ma-ensure natin na mag-perform ng optimal ang ating Ngcp. So yun po. So siguro just to summarize, Mr. Chair, siguro I think there are 3 issues that we've heard this afternoon. One, obviously, is national security. Sino ba talaga ang ultimately may control dito sa isang napaka-importanting natural monopoly? Of course, on paper, nakikita po natin at si Attorney Paul ay obviously isang Filipino at alam na niya na kung paano ang day-to-day operations ng kumpanya. Pero ang tanong is, ultimately, dahil merong tinanong kanina kay Chair mo na may posibilidad ba na remotely merong makapag-control or makontrol ng China ang ating grid? Ang sagot ay oo. So yun ang national security concern, I believe, in a gist. Ang second concern is yung kabagalan ng investments in transmission infrastructure, which obviously affects price. And how important is this? Ito na nga, masyadong complicated yung naging computations natin, but putting everything together, putting all the heads of our experts, mukhang more or less, we may expect a 10% reduction overall in price. And lastly, ang tingin ko pong pinag-usapan natin na importante is the effectiveness of our regulators. Kasi monopoly kasi ito eh. So the only way that we can expect a monopoly to produce competitive outcomes in terms of pricing, in terms of investment timing, as well as magnitude, is if our regulators are effective. Sa ngayon, nakakalungkot kasi may tanong pa na sino ba talaga ang regulator? Kasi tila, of course, on paper, nakikita natin, klaro naman, ERC, pero bakit ang DOE? Tila hindi kinikilala na regulator, pero alam naman po natin, ang DOE ang dapat ang pinaka-ama o ina ng buong energy sector. So, yun sa akin ang tingin kong pinaka-gist na issues, Mr. Chair. Good luck po sa atin. I think it's really more than clearly, marami tayong nakikitang problema sa ating franchise agreement. Sa dami na po ng inputs, I think it is very clear na maraming issues. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. And ito na po ba ang huling hearing? Meron pa? Okay, so hope to see you in the next hearing. And finally, last na lang po, ang PISAM kanina nagsabi na merong 66 out of 83 violations. And I know that they are subject to confidentiality. So could you please submit perhaps a redacted version to the committee para you can at least address those confidentiality concerns?
Mr. Chair, so I've been made aware that we submit our reports to the JCEC. And just to correctly state that the findings of the TR flat is that there are items that have not been complied with or there is no basis for compliance. I think it's the politically correct wording of...
No, yes, but can you just please can you give us a redacted, a summary
Yes,
of those violations, non-compliance is probably the better term. May 83 po na provisions.
Yes.
If you can redact those that you are unable to provide to us, we will accept that. But at least give us a sense of which are the problematic provisions of the concessionary agreement.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll do that.
Right. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Much, the Honorable Stella Kimbo, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you for the second round, Mr. Chairman. It has been stated by Attorney Matibag that there were 7 violations, 777 in fact, so 21 violations. I understand that the most serious of these will be 2, the violation of our Section 8 special of ownership, which is your number 1, and the second is the anti-dummy law violation. We will know from Attorney Matibag if he has filed a anti-dummy case under Commonwealth Act 108 as amended by Presidential Decree 715 against any of the officials and officers of the NGCP.
No. Di po.
It's no case. But we know from the NGCP. So it's clear that the allegation of Mr. Matibag Antedami is in fact even himself who has this particular report has not filed or any case. Do you know of any case filed against any official of the NGCP that had been that are already defendants or accused under the anti-dummy law?
Ang alam ko lang po na imbestigahan ito sa Senado at sa batas naman po din, ang pagkakaalam ko, hindi dahil hindi kinasuhan ay hindi na po nag-violate ng batas.
No, in this case, in our country, the rule of law is that if you have a violation in criminal offenses which should be proved beyond reasonable doubt, there has to be a case. You cannot just allege there's
Kung criminal po, tama po.
There's
Pero
not.
kung ang pinag-uusapan lamang po ay tungkol sa concession na hindi dapat maglagay ng opisyal na o administrador na hindi po Pilipino, eh hindi po naman kailangan ng kaso. Dokumento lang po ang magpapakita kung nakita na kagaya ni Wenbo, nag-CTO po siya. Meron po bang violation o wala? Kailangan pa po bang magkaso ng kriminal o hindi na?
If to be able to assure and to be ensured that there is justice in this country, we cannot have insinuations of being in violation of anti-dummy.
Tama po.
You have to
Kung
go back.
criminal
So there
po.
is no case. Yeah?
Criminal, wala po.
No
Tama
criminal
po.
case.
Pero sa Senado po, may investigation po.
Just
Binanggit
investigation,
po kanina
everybody.
si Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago ka mismo ang nagsabi po.
Okay, so there's an investigation. Now, I would like to ask NGCP, has any of your officers been accused in a criminal case of violation of Commonwealth Act 108 as amended by PD 715, the anti-dummy decree of the President?
Mr. Chairman, in response to that, no one among us had been the respondent or an accused in a criminal case for violation of the anti-dummy law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Since 2008 when you operated, up to now, total of how many years? There has never been any filing of any case against any one of you NGCP officials.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So the first allegation is unfounded and there is no case against any of the NGCP officials. Second, violation of Section 8. We have discussed this yesterday. The answer will be from the ERC. Has the NGCP violated Section 8 of the franchise on dispersal of ownership? Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I think as discussed last time, the ERC in its order resolving the motion for clarification determined by majority that the NGCP complied with Section 8.
So that is the current decision, immutability, in the law of the case. It cannot be litigated even in our congressional hearings. Now, it is said that the national security, there are possibilities, as stated by the chairperson in a question, that there's a possibility that our national security has been jeopardized. And in the realm of possibilities, everything is possible. But in investigations like this, we have to have substantial evidence that there is really a violation. And so far as we have seen here, Mr. Chairman, there has been no clear evidence, clear decisions that there is a violation. And that is why we see here, Mr. Chairman, the commitment of the officers. I have yet to see clear violations, probably coming from the agency which has the primary responsibility for intelligence in this country, the NICA, of any adversarial action against the national security of our country. The answer of the NGCP is that, in fact, the NICA has officers in their premises. The armed forces too are open there. So I have yet to see any report from our intelligence community that the NGCP has been jeopardized in case of really assuring Philippine full control of our electric assets. And so therefore, there is really no evidence that our national security has been jeopardized as of this time. And we await, because there will be more hearings, and we await if there are really this particular evidence that may come out. On the matter of violation of the Constitution of the chairman, it's clear that the chairman can be a foreigner. Not any foreigner can be a chairman to preside. And then technical officers, it is technical, and that's why it can never be executive or managerial, because it's technical. So these are the things. And then another issue is regulatory effectivity. Despite the fact that there may be some questions on the ERC, the law does not vest on the DOE to regulate. No. We follow the law in this regime of the rule of law. By law, the ERC is the regulatory agency with all the powers at its command under the law that should be able to effectively regulate. And so the question of allegedly there were no audits, there were no systems analysis and systems investigation. There were failures in 2016, 17, 18. Well, if the ERC has just that resolve, it should have been done already. So, Mr. Chairman, in all of these issues, Mr. Chairman, there is absolutely no evidence that there is a violation whatsoever of the NGCP against the Constitution, the highest law of the land. Number two, against any statute, anti-dummy law, against their own franchise, nor the concession agreement. So I have been here. I was here the previous hearing up to the time that we ended at about 9 o'clock. Now it's 9:36, and so we stand here to make sure that the truth will come out, and it will be based on evidence. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I am saying that so far, as I have heard, and with all the testimonies and the evidences that have been submitted here, there is no evidence that there is any violation of the NGCP, and there's also no evidence that the common good has been prejudiced under Article 12 of the Constitution. And so therefore, that is my evaluation of this. Others may not agree, but I am basing it on the Constitution, on the statutes, on the franchise, and the concession agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. The Honorable Dan Fernandez.
Okay, maraming mo. Thank you so much. Attorney Sagayo, tanongin lang po kayo. Kailan po yung statutory deadline nung pong requirement ng Section 8? Kailan po ang deadline nung pong para kayo mag-IPO?
Kasi 10 years from the start of our operations, Mr. Chairman, January of 2009, so that should be January of 2019.
Yes, exactly. So, January 15, 2009 to January 14, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
At at ang share swap na binabanggit po ninyong other form of methodology, granting without admitting that it is provided by Section 8. Kailan niyo po na-mention doon sa inyong application sa ERC?
The share swap agreement, as far as I can recall, we had been mentioning that in our pleadings. We filed the extension in...
Wait po, attorney.
Okay.
Para po maging klaro, 2 months prior to the statutory deadline on January 14, 2019,
February
2018,
no,
sir.
November 18 po, November 2018 nag-file po kayo 2 months before
Extension.
the statutory deadline
Yeah.
for extension of
Yes,
listing
correct
of
po.
the share of stocks
Extension,
of
yes.
NGCP. Klaro po tayo doon.
Correct. Opo.
Di po ba? At ang hiningi po nyo ay extension,
Opo.
di ba, ng listing, di ba?
Opo.
At nagdesisyon po ang ERC, sabi po nila nung March 3, okay? 2020,
2020.
na sinasabi po nila, denied yung petition nyo. At nag-motion for reconsideration po kayo, at dinenay din po nila.
Opo.
And on July 2, 2021, nag-file po kayo ng motion for clarification.
That's correct. Opo.
At doon po, sinasabi po ninyo, gusto nyo i-clarify yung decision.
Opo.
And then, nag-add po kayo, altering the decision, na sinasabi nyo, pwede po ba kami mag-share swap? Di ba?
Backdoor listing. Opo.
Yes.
Oh,
Oo.
yeah.
Pwede po ba kami mag-share swap? Sinabanggit po nyo noong July 2, 2021.
That's correct.
And that was, tapos na po yung deadline na required ng ating pong franchise law na sinasabi po sa Section 8 na sa loob po ng 10 taon, dapat mag-IPO na po kayo, mag-public offering na po kayo. So ngayon, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, since July 2, 2021 po kayo, nag-propose ng methodology na share swap. So, do you still consider that you are within the 10-year requirement of Section 8 of Republic Act 9511?
That's our position po, Mr. Chairman.
And tinatanong ko po, sir,
Opo.
dahil ang sinasabi po ng batas, 10 taon, January 15, 2009 to January 14, 2019. Doon po kayo mag-IPO. Dapat mag-IPO po o mag-public offering po kayo doon, or considering without admitting na pwede ang share swap. Binanggit nyo lamang po ang share swap July 2, 2021. Ang binanggit po ninyo noong 2018 hanggang magdesisyon po ang ERC is all about extension. None ang share swap. Now, ang tanong ko po, did you comply with Section 8 of Republic Act 9511?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman. That's
Paano
our
po kayo
position.
nakapag-comply hindi nyo naman binabanggit ang share swap prior to the deadline?
Mr. Chairman,
Yun po, klaro na po, Attorney Sagaya. Pareho naman po tayong nagbabasa ng ating pong mga decision. Sinabi po doon nakalagay, 2 months before the deadline, the statutory deadline,
we filed a
2019,
motion for
nag-file po kayo ng
extension.
extension.
Opo.
Wala po doon. Kahit basahin niyo po yung decision nila at yung inyong petition, wala po kayong binanggit na share swap. Binanggit niyo lamang po ang share swap July 2, 2021. 2 years after the deadline. So ngayon, ang tanong ko po, binanggit niyo ba in any pleadings mula nung nag-file kayo noong November 2018 hanggang ma-deny po yung motion for reconsideration nyo, hanggang nag-file kayo ng motion for clarification, binanggit nyo po ba prior to July 2, 2021 ang share swap?
2 points po, Mr. Chairman. Ano po? We were in the decision April of 2020. We were effectively granted the extension. 6 months nga lang po. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to recall all the pleadings that we had filed, and I'm very sure ad cautelam. I will submit the necessary pleading, Mr. Chairman. But that,
Mr. Chairman,
I think even prior to that motion for clarification, July of 2021, we mentioned backdoor listing because we believe that whether we mention it or not, the law provides for that alternative.
You mentioned the backdoor listing of the share swap 2009, and you abandoned it. According to the report that you have submitted to the ERC, you submitted the report of ABS-CBN that you have abandoned the share swap. I don't know if you were still there nung inabandon po yan ng NGCP. Nirevive nyo lang po yan July 2, 2021 after the statutory deadline. Di ba? So, Mr. Attorney Sagayo,
I read everything eh. Mula November 2018 up to July 2, 2021. Wala kayong minention na share swap. Kasi nga, ang very title of the petition was extension of the listing of the share of stocks of NGCP. Humingi kayo ng extension. Wala naman po kayo sinabi ng share swap eh. And even sa motion for reconsideration nyo, that was denied. Never na mention po ang share swap. July 2 lang, 2021. Now, ang tanong, since hindi kayo pumasok doon sa period na 10-year, 10 taon, binabanggit, have you violated Section 8, Republic Act 9511? Because you only mentioned share swap July 2, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I really believe that we did not violate the provisions of our franchise. The share swap agreement is clearly provided for under the law. When we filed a motion for extension, that's correct. We mentioned IPO. But during the pandemic, and at the time, we were already granted an extension by the
Attorney,
ERC.
I agree naman sa inyo na provided po yung other mode of offering. Totoo naman po yun. Pwede naman po talaga eh. Ang tinatanong ko lamang po ba sa inyo, kung final nyo within the requirement of 10-year period. Kasi kahit saan ko pagbalik-baliktad din yung mga dokumento na final nyo, petition ninyo, decision nila sa ERC, and the motion for reconsideration ninyo that was denied as well, wala po. Wala ako nakakita. Now, Mr. Attorney, if you can present to me, kahit sa pagbabalik po ninyo, that you have mentioned share swap within that period, then I will agree with you. You did not violate Section 8 of Republic Act 9511. Do you have documents to prove that you have mentioned the share swap from 2019 up to July 2, 2021?
Mr. Chairman, we will submit. We'll check our records and we will submit. But be that as it may, as I've been saying, while there is a 10-year period, the law is also clear that this can be extended by the ERC. And indeed, ERC gave us an additional period within which to comply as to which option or as to which route
That's
should
wrong.
we choose.
That's wrong, Attorney. Ang binigay po sa inyong extension is listing of share of stocks of NGCP. Extension para mag-list na po kayo para po sa initial public offering.
Yes.
At nung dinay po, nag-motion for reconsideration kayo. Doon sa petition nyo na for extension uli. Hindi naman binanggit ang share swap doon eh. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, medyo alam kong hindi naman po kayo talaga what do you call this? Agree dito. But of course, kung makakapag-present po kayo ng I will be challenging you. Bigyan niyo po ako ng dokumento na 2 months prior to the statutory deadline, nakapag-comply po kayo doon sa share swap na sinasabi po ninyo that you are mentioning, that were mentioned in the petition that you filed for extension. Never, wala po ako nakita attorney eh. Pero kung may mapapakita po kayo sa akin, next week, tatayuan ko po yan. And I will agree with you that you did not violate Section 8 of Republic Act 9511.
At saka, if I
Maliwanag
may,
po tayo.
okay.
Attorney, okay na po yun.
Okay.
Para kasi mahahaba po tayo, ang dami ko pupunta nung. Pero, kung mamimension nyo ngayon, andyan naman ang mga abogado nyo, hanapin nyo na ngayon na meron sinasabi na may share swap prior to July 2, 2021, then I will agree with you. Prior sa statutory deadline. Okay? Attorney Cynthia, you want to answer?
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification if I can make one. The share swap is not the share dispersal contemplated in our franchise. The share swap was a step preparatory to our share dispersal under Section 8, Option 2.
I know.
So, Mr.
Sabi
Chair,
ko nga kanina, granting without admitting na okay yon. Ang tinatanong ko, na-file nyo ba within the period that is allowable under Section 8? Wala naman kayong binanggit na share swap.
Mr. Chair, I suppose what we're trying to say is that the reason the share swap was never mentioned in any of those pleadings was that it wasn't a requirement under the concession agreement. It was a step preparatory to the share dispersal. So all the steps preparatory to, as long as they deemed as compliant with the Section 8, that need not be alleged in any of the pleadings. At
Attorney
any rate,
Cynthia, ang order po sa inyo is to pursue, start the compliance with the listing of the initial public offering within 6 months. Yun ang order sa inyo eh.
yes,
Di ba?
Mr. Chair.
Kasi yun ang petition nyo. That's the reason why when you file that petition, yun ang sinasagot ng ERC sa inyo. Ang sinasagot ng ERC sa inyo, hindi pwede kayo mag-extend. Mag-comply na kayo. Pero, nag-motion for reconsideration kayo, denied uli kayo. And then you filed the motion for clarification on July 2, 2021. Then, doon yung minention ang share swap.
Mr. Chairman, that's why we really filed, Mr. Chairman, the motion for clarification because we believe ERC has no power to limit our options because the law clearly provides for 2 options.
But
in
attorney,
the order, if I may,
sige, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ERC seemed to have limited our option to IPO in the NGCP level. That is why we pointed out in our motion for clarification. The ERC, with all due respect, cannot legislate because the law itself provides for 2 options. That's why we filed that motion for clarification. So we
Attorney,
thank you. Yeah.
they did not limit it because your petition is for extension. They just replied in your petition. And the title of your petition is extension. Wala naman kayo binanggit na share swap eh. Wala naman kayo binanggit na ano bang methodology yung gagamitin namin. And at the same time, you filed on January 2019. Nag-urgent motion kayo. Sinabi niyo, sige, mag-IPO na kami. O di ba, nag-imbestiga nga sila, yun ang question ko. O nagsisimula na sila ng investigation. And then again, you abandon it. Then, sa motion for clarification, wherein the motion for clarification is to clarify the decision of the ERC denying your petition with finality because that is a motion for reconsideration that is only allowed once. Di ba? Ma'am, isang beses lang ang motion for reconsideration and then there is a finality already.
Tama po.
Did they file any certiorari?
To the higher courts, none,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
And because you did not file any certiorari, when you received the decision 15 days after, the decision became immutable.
Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman Limalanta, but we only filed 1 motion for reconsideration.
Correct.
When it was denied, we received the order, our motion for reconsideration was denied. We received the order denying it May of 2021, and we were given 6 months, and we complied. Immediately we complied, count 6 months from our receipt of the decision in May of 2021, the 6 month, I'm sorry, the 6-month period would have ended January 14 of 2021.
Okay, natawa naman ako doon, attorney. Okay, mabuti at least nagkaroon ka tayo ng break. Okay na yan, attorney. Alam mo, hindi tayo matatapos kasi syempre paninindigan po ninyo yan eh. Pero what I'm trying to tell you, wala po talaga ako nakitang share swap and even the commissioner siguro would agree with me that there was no share swap that was mentioned prior to July 2, 2021. Would you agree with me, Commissioner Baceda?
Well, they mentioned the share swap, Your Honor, in the context of them abandoning it in 2016.
Correct.
That was part of the evidence submitted by NGC.
But that was 2016.
No, yes, they abandoned in 2016 based on the information they submitted to the commission.
Yes.
As part of their petition.
At yun yung information that I read in your document from the website that according to Henry C. and Robert Cuyuto, they abandoned the share swap.
That is correct. It's in fact part of the order, Your Honor.
I read it.
It's
I read
reflected
it.
there.
And that's the reason why I'm challenging them eh. Pakita nila sa akin share swap eh. Na nag-file sila eh. Di ba? Wala eh. Abandon nyo po eh. So, okay. Punta na po tayo sa susunod. Okay, Transco. May tanong lang po ako sa Transco. Kasi po, dito po, eto, tingin ko wala namang kasalanan ng NGCP dito. Wala kayong kasalanan dito. Ang may kasalanan dito, concession agreement. Yung concession natin, agreement natin. Kasi, yung pong ating concession fee is $3.9 billion. At ang equivalent noon, during that time, na ang foreign exchange is $1 to 42 pesos and 75 cents. Nakapeg tayo doon. Nakapeg. Ibig sabihin, ang babayaran nila, 42 pesos and 75 cents mula 2009 hanggang 2034. Question, what do you think about this agreement, this provision, na kung saan nakapeg po tayo sa 42.75? Ang binabayaran po sa atin ng ating pong concessionaire ay nakapix. Walang provision na dapat is merong escalation. Kasi nadadagdagan yung assets natin eh. Bumibili tayo ng mga real property eh. Di ba? Nag-ano tayo, nag-escalate yung ating mga yung ating mga assets eh. But in here, because of this, nawawalan po tayo ng malaking pera. And it is violative of EPIRA law. Particularly, Republic Act 9136, Section 47. Paki-ano mo nga yung yung number 7, please. Number 6 pala. Number 6. Sige, number 6. Ayan, sa number 6 po, yan po yung kasi kanina sabi niyo 163 billion. Hindi ko alam kung sino ang tama dito. 168. So, sabihin na lang natin 168.9 billion. Nakapeg po tayo sa 42 pesos and 75 cents. So, ito po sinasabi ng EPIRA. Next tayo. Ang sabi ng EPIRA, 9136, Section 47A, pag privatize po natin yung NPC, ito na nga, privatize na po natin transmission. The privatization value to the national government of the NPC generation assets, real estate, and their disposable assets, as well as IPP contract shall be optimized. Ang sabi, yung privatization value, kailangan i-maximize natin. At ito po, sinabi pa sa ating implementing rules and regulation, Rule 22, Section 11A, sa Transco privatization, sinabi, yung award shall result in maximum present value of proceeds to the national government. Transco, ang tanong, having said this, na sinasabi natin sa Republic Act 9136, don't you think that the concession agreement pertaining to this peg na forex exchange natin na 42.75 is in violation of this Republic Act that I mentioned?
Mr. Chair, if you will allow, may I defer answer to President Dennis of Pisam.
Sige po. Sige, anybody can answer from Pisam.
Mr. Chair, I understand where Congressman Fernandez is coming from, right? That and I can only assume what government did during that time. Since the bid was in dollars and the 25% of the fee was also paid upfront, which was paid in dollars, the 75% is remaining to be paid over a 20-year period. However, in pesos, I can only assume that government at that time agreed to peg it at 42 pesos such that to maintain the value of the $3.95 billion winning bid.
But
that is my assumption, Mr. Chair.
But my question is, kasi binabanggit sa 47A, privatization value must be maximized, sabi. Lahat ng mga assets natin, di ba? At kailangan yung award niyan, kung bibigay natin sa concessionaire, kailangan magresulta sa maximum present value. Proceeds to the national government. Di ba? So, ang tanong, medyo unfair to sa government dahil nakapeg tayo sa 42 pesos.
Again, I can only assume that government at that time agreed with those terms, Mr. Chair, and government at that time agreed that it was receiving the maximum value for the asset.
So during that time, Attorney Mucha, you were the Pisam Acting's Assistant Corporate Secretary. Was it
Mr.
correct?
Chair, I was assigned to I was working for the Office of the Government Corporate Council.
Yeah. Ano ka? Acting, sa Pisam ka nun?
I was with the Office of the Government Corporate Council.
Hindi ka Pisam?
I assisted my boss, then Government Corporate Council,
Si Agra.
when he was acting.
Were you not able to try to what do you call that? studied that it is in violation of the EPIRA?
Mr. Chair, as corporate secretary then, the Government Corporate Council only took minutes. And that was also the duties assigned to me.
So hindi kayo na-involved dun sa paggawa ng concession agreement?
Mr. Chair, if I'm not mistaken, that was in 2007, the drafting, no.
Okay, alright. Alright, punta po tayo dun sa page 8. Sa ERC po, pakicheck nyo lang po yan. Yung bidding na conducted by ERC para po sa second regulatory period, 2006 to 2010. Yan po yung projected na kikitain. Actually, ayan na. Yan na yung ating gross na revenue. 2006, 35 billion. 2007, 37 billion. 38 billion, 39 billion. Alam na yung kita natin nung 2006 to 2010 bago pa nila i-bid. Bago pa in-award to. So, alam na po ng mga mananalong bidders na kikita talaga sila. So ngayon, ang ating pong tatanungin na yung Transco. Ang Transco kasi, next page. Ang Transco projected an income from 2009 to 2034 if not privatized. Paano sila nakapag-project? Because of that page that I showed a while ago, kasi nga may approve ng ERC na maximum annual revenue at meron ng alam kung magkano na yung gross revenue yearly. So na-project nila 2009 to 2034 that if not privatized, 341.36 billion yung atin pong kikitain. Compare natin doon sa total proceeds from privatization na 168.9 billion or 3.9 billion. In other words, Mr. Chairman, hindi ko naman sinisisi ang NGCP, wala akong sinisisi dito. Sinasabi lang po natin ang difference that we lost 172.5 billion because we privatize. Pero ako to, hindi ko sinasabi yung government before at hindi ko rin sinasabi ang NGCP ngayon. But yun lang po ang observation natin na ang sinasabi ng batas, Republic Act 9136, the award shall result in maximum present value of proceeds to the national government. This was not considered. Punta tayo sa next page. Ito yung sinasabi natin franchise tax. Tatanungin ko po ang Transco. Kasi kanina po natin pinag-uusapan na sinasabi ng NGCP, nagbabayad po sila ng 3% franchise tax. Tama po to, Attorney Sagayo, di ba? Nagbabayad po tayo ng 3% franchise tax. Magkano po yan? For example, yung 2016 hanggang 2020 po.
3% franchise tax.
Opo, yung 3% to, ano po yung equivalent po? Taon-taon.
Can I ask our finance too?
2016 na lang po to 2020. Is it 1.6 billion? 1.6 billion total of your franchise tax? Is it correct? O, ganito na lang po. Sige. So, Transco, pwede bang malaman ko sa inyo kung alam niyo pa rin na is this true that the tax earnings by the government from Transco prior to privatization average at 9.5 billion per year? Do you have any knowledge about
Mr.
this?
Chair, we don't have the exact or the data right now, but we started paying corporate income tax. I'm not sure if that was 2007 or, but definitely during the second regulatory period.
Sige po, Attorney Matibag, kasi you were a former president of the CEO. So, do you recall that prior to the privatization, kailan po ba kayo naging Transco president?
2017 po to
2017. I'm sure na encounter niyo po yung binabayad ng Transco sa gobyerno.
Yes, we are paying corporate tax.
How much?
Hindi ko na, kasi nung pumasok na ako, NGCP na rin noon, no, yung 3% na ano nila na binabayaran na franchise tax, no? Pero to my recollection, we made a projection at that time kung nagtuloy-tuloy yung Transco's projected corporate income tax na babayaran from 2009 to 2034, which is the concession period. We done this projection nung nandun ako is 108.8 billion.
Yeah, okay. See, so, yung aking, ano nga yung page 10? Kasi sa page 10 na aking pong pinapresent, it's also 108.8 billion. So, galing sa Transco to. So, yung binabayaran naman natin na corporate income tax per year, 9.5. Pero sa NGCP, yung projected franchise tax po natin from 2009 to 2024, 16.3 billion lang. Ngayon, ang tanong, ito po bang 3% franchise tax nyo ay binabayad nyo mula sa inyo or binabayad, kinukuha natin sa consumer? Attorney. Yung po 3% franchise tax po natin, saan po natin kinukuha? Sa sarili nyo kita or sa consumer?
We're paying it ourselves, the 3% franchise tax as we speak, we're paying it ourselves, Mr. Chairman.
So, mula po nang nabigay ng concession agreement po sa inyo, ay hindi nyo po sinisingil ang franchise tax sa consumer?
Okay, I have to qualify my answer, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you have to. Because you're under oath.
Yeah,
Tandaan
yes,
po
Mr.
ninyo.
Chairman, yeah.
Sige po.
During the third regulatory period, we were allowed by the ERC to pass that on to our consumers,
Correct.
the franchise tax.
Correct. Resolution number 7 of 2009 allowed you.
Allowed us.
Allowed
and we
you.
did that up to the
Yes.
time that ERC issued another resolution saying that it should be suspended, and we did suspend that.
Yeah, correct.
And henceforth, Mr. Chairman, we remitted the payments directly to the BIR.
Thank you for that, for being so honest, no? Kasi a while ago, parang gusto mong...
No, I didn't get
I hope
correctly.
mali lang yung aking assumption. Pero parang gusto nyo umiwas na...
No.
Okay,
No.
very thankful tayo dyan. As a matter of fact, talagang nung 2009, resolution number 7, ay sinabi ng ERC, okay? Pwede nang i-charge yan. Charge na lang natin sa taong bayan, 3%. At hanggang 2023, resolution number 10, nag-decide si Mona Lisa, together with the commissioner, hindi pwede yan. Kailangan hindi i-charge sa tao yung 3% franchise tax. Responsibilidad dyan ng NGCP. Imagine, wala na nga kayong corporate income tax. Pati franchise tax, i-charge rin sa consumer. Di ba? Napakaswerte nyo. Hindi nyo kasalanan. Nagdesisyon ng ERC eh. Hindi nyo kasalanan. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, hindi nyo kasalanan yung mga sinasabi ko ngayon eh. Kasalanan nila. Di ba? Inaloo kayo eh. Now, ang tanong, dahil sinasabi po ng ERC, hindi dapat i-charge yun sa consumer eh. Kasi franchise tax yun sa inyo na nga in lieu of all the taxes. Wala na nga kayo babayaran eh. 3% franchise tax na lang eh. Hindi pa natin, chinarge pa natin sa taong bayan. Tanong, sir. Sinabi po nila na nakokorek kasi ang error eh. Doon sa ERC, nakokorek yan eh. Pwede ba natin ibalik sa taong bayan yung 3% na franchise tax? Kasi sabi nila hindi pwede to eh. Di ba? Ang sabi, magkikailangan po reasonable and with kailangan may justice eh. Di ba? Being a high profitable entity, sabi nga ni Attorney Mucha, high profit ang NGCP eh. Ano ba naman yung 3% na franchise tax na ibabalik natin sa taong bayan? Siguro naman eh, hindi naman po napakalaki nun. Pwede po ba natin ibalik sa taong bayan?
So, well, Mr. Chairman, I regret to answer that at the moment. I need to see whatever resolution the ERC would issue, then we would take the appropriate action after receipt of that decision.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman.
So, tayo sa susunod na slide. Mr. Chairman, hindi lang naman po ito yung nawawala sa atin. Again, hindi nyo na naman kasalanan to. Kasalanan na naman ng ERC to. Talaga yung mga taga-ERC, maraming mga kalokohang ginawa dito. Kaya, alam mo, hindi lahat. Maraming matitino dyan. Alam na alam ko kung sino matitino dyan at sino yung mga masasama dyan. And even the employees of the ERC, mababait po sila eh. Pero may mga ano dyan, may mga ibang tao na hindi na nakukonsensya. Basta kumita lang. Now, ang tanong ko, sa government, aside sa losses natin sa 3% franchise tax of the concession, ito pong tinatawag nating interest income and yung interest income taxes. Kasi yung ating mga income, mayroong mga interest yan, mga savings, loans, bonds, mayroong interest yan eh. At sabi sa concession agreement, accepted yung interest, and we are losing like 1.8 billion for the 25 years. Ayan yung mga losses natin, no? Makikita nyo. Kasi yung interest income tax, may interest po yun eh, yung mga savings loans eh, saka mga bonds po natin. So, practically, in-exempted kayo sa lahat ng taxes. Nako niyo po ba? Napakaswerte niyo po talaga eh. I mean, hindi niyo kasalanan again. Kasalanan ng gobyerno. And that's the reason why we're here. Para maayos po natin yung mga repeal or amendments of the concession agreement or the EPIRA or the franchise law. Yun po yung purpose natin. And we have nothing against you. Okay, trabaho lang po to. Punta po tayo sa next page. Page 12. Tama yun na dinig ko kay Atty. Matibag that prior to the privatization, 15 billion annually from cash surplus to NPC ay nire-remit po ng Transco. Now, ang tanong ko, sa Transco, during that time ng 2005, kasi I just wanted to be educated on this, kung totoo po bang naging debt-free tayo. Kasi itong nakita kong dokumentong ito, for the year 2005, sinasabi nila, nagre-remit kayo ng 15 billion. Kaya nga, nung nagsalita si Atty. Matibag, nagulat ako. Parang totoo pala to. So, totoo ba na nagre-remit na kayo prior to the privatization? At ang PISAM, no longer secured loans for Transco to finance its operation and capital expenditures since 2005. CAPEX were sourced from its internal cash generation. So, nagagawa na ng Transco yung trabaho niya. Nakakapag-remit pa sa gobyerno ng 15 billion. Eh, what's the essence of the concession agreement with Ngcp? Kung nagre-remit na pala kayo ng 15 billion. Correct? So, meaning, ang bigat ng ginawa ng gobyerno during the time. Tanong, sir, can you kindly confirm to me that we are really remitting 15 billion a year sa government as surplus? Surplus, ha? Ibig sabihin, nakapag-operate ang Transco. Do you have a knowledge about this? At tinagurian tayong crown jewel dahil ang laki ng binibigay niyo sa gobyerno. 15 billion ba naman? Surplus. O next page, para makita nyo. Ayan, 14.7 billion to be exact. The Transco cash surplus. At ang NGCP, yung mga deferred payments natin, 13.8 billion. The projected average annual cash surplus of the Transco is 14.7 billion, which is higher. Mas mataas pa tayo doon sa deferred payments ng NGCP. Bakit tayo nag-concession agreement? Again, hindi po ninyo kasalanan. Punta po tayo sa page 15. Hindi masagot ng Transco eh. Pero sana ma-research po nyo yan. Bigyan ko kayo ng copy nito para at least malaman po natin kung may yung veracity. And I wanted to find out sa ano rin po sa I think DBM or sa GOCC, yung sino bang head ng GOCC ngayon? Can we invite the GOCC in the next time, Mr. Chairman? Okay. Ha? Ang dami pa nito. Okay, yung value po ng ito pang isang hindi kinonsider ng concession agreement. Kanina nakikinig po ako sa balitaktakan po ninyo ni Atty. Melvin Matibag, ng mga nandito. Kasi nga, Atty. Matibag was not allowed or according to him, he was not allowed. Pero pwede naman po. Ang tanong ko kasi, bakit po ba during that time that according to you, you allowed him, but according to him, hindi siya ina-allow? Ano ba reason bakit nagkaroon ng ganong confusion na ayaw niyong papasukin at sabi niyo naman pinapapasok niyo? What is the reason behind?
Mr. Chair, may I be
Yes.
recognized? Actually, that's what we are also asking because perhaps Mr. Matibag did not know he was already at the control center when we had the briefing. Because again, I repeat that we allowed Mr. Matibag and Secretary Kusi to enter the control center, actually the dispatch floor, which is usually reserved only for dispatchers. Even myself, I'm only allowed to go onto that floor at limited times. If I have guests, it is only at the conference room adjacent to the system control floor. So, but we did let them in and we gave them a briefing of that. And I also want Mr. Chair to clarify that apart from Mr. Matibag, many other Transco presidents, many other chairs, senators, congressmen, I think the NICA, no, not the NICA, the NSC also conducted an on-the-spot inspection with no notice to us of the National Control Center, and they visited numerous facilities. We reiterate, Mr. Chair, our position that our facilities are highly secure, but they are not closed, especially to government, for so long as the protocols are observed and the not the limitations, the requirements under the concession agreement are observed. So as long as po nagsabi at sumang-ayon sa mga security protocols, makakapasok naman po talaga.
Actually, Attorney Cynthia, mucha hindi sana yun. Gusto na kitang putulin kanina kasi ang tungkol sa tanong ko yung tungkol dun sa, dun sa issue ng other businesses. Kasi the Transco, ito is about the telecommunications. We're about to go to the telecommunications. So I'm sorry na-confuse ka doon sa tanong ko. Well, no, ang tanong ko, because during that time, paki-show nga yung number 15, number 17. 17. Yes, number 17 kasi po. Ang Transco sumulat sa NGCP noong March 28, 2017 and follow on April 11, 2017 on reports about the dismantling and the installation activities of telecommunication facilities and requested to allow Transco to inspect. Nakita ko, nabasa ko yung sulat ni former President Attorney Melvin Matibag kay Mr. Henry C. Ito yung issue that I wanted to be clarified. Because there was a allegation that you were installing telecommunication facilities inside the NGCP facilities, which is owned by the government. Is it true that you have dismantled and nagkaroon kayo ng de-installation ng mga telecommunication facilities during that time that former President Melvin Matibag wrote you a letter on March 28 and April 11, 2017.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed some latitude to explain?
Yes.
To answer. I do recall at this time, Mr. Matibag called the press conference and we were told that we were conducting telecommunications businesses on the transmission facilities. And if I recall correctly, he showed photos of certain installations. And again, if I recall correctly, these were actually antennas of Globe and PLDT that were born out of co-location agreements. And again, I recall that these co-location agreements are not unique to NGCP. In fact, they were among the many contracts we inherited from Transco. Further, Transco also, especially at the time of Mr. Matibag, knew of these co-location agreements because they were made party to the applications in the ERC when we reported our income for these co-location agreements, because we are under obligation to use up to 50% of the proceeds from those co-location agreements to lower the transmission cost, which we did regularly, and we reported and applied these applications to which I think Transco was either a party or copied furnished copies.
Parang hindi ko nasakyan yun, Attorney Mucha.
Sorry, sir. Tagalogin ko po.
Kasi parang
Wala pong negosyo.
Ang tinatanong lang, simple lang. Nagkaroon ba ng de-installation ng mga telecommunication equipments and facilities? Because kanina sinasabi mo may mga pictures. Sige, we'll show you the pictures, no? Siguro, yung number 18. Pakita lang natin. Yung number 18. So, walang nangyaring de-installation, walang nangyaring itong mga facilities ng telecommunication, walang nangyaring dismantling of all these facilities that andyan po sa picture na yan.
Mr. Chair, as far as I can see, these are what looked like could be
Sorry
site
po yan.
offices that
Mhm.
also are common when we have construction. I cannot tell from this vantage point what those are, but certainly we have not conducted any business involving transmission assets without the knowledge of Transco.
Are you familiar with this, Attorney Melvin Matibag, with all these pictures that I showed in this committee? Are you familiar with this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it was reported by our personnel nung initially nagbibisit, nakikita nila yan. Pero alam nyo, Mr. Chair, ito na naman yung problema natin kasi I've been here, nagnayari na to for 5 years sa akin, balik na naman dito eh. Kaya sinasabi nila hindi sila nag-engage pero as early as 2012 may mga letters sila that they are engaging in
I know that.
telecommunication business.
Well, actually,
In fact, nag-add pa sila na kung gusto niyo ng broadband, makipag-usap kayo sa amin. I think between the words of Attorney Alabanza in the documents at hand, siguro naman with all due respect to my dean, when I was teaching in San Sebastian, best evidence rule, the document will speak for itself. Kahit hindi na siguro ako mag-explain, Mr. Chair, yung dokumento na lang yung magsasalita.
Yeah, and I want to show a document. Page 16, please. Ito yung ads ng NGCP sa Philstar noong January 8, 2018. We have more to offer. Explore broadband with us. Kita niyo po? Ayan, no?
Mr. Chair, I remember that was drafted under my department.
Kaya nga, meron kayo, sinabi niyo, we have more to offer. Meron kayo ng broadband with us. And actually, yung pusulat na ni Mr. Henry C. kay Rolando Bacani, ang sinasabi niya, it is therefore imperative that NGCP retains its exclusive use over the fiber optic facility. Di ba? In violation of the concession agreement, section 8.03, which requires PISAM's prior written consent to engage in any related business. Show the 15. Because the value of telecommunication business dito hindi natin na-consider ng government. And the telecom facilities, ang laki po ng ano niyan, ang tinatawag po nating annual gross revenue. Umaabot siya ng $22 billion. Doon pa lamang po sa current market value ng GSM. Yung mga 3G, yung mga 5G. Dati 3G lang tayo eh. Ang presyo niyan, almost $20 billion. Hindi pa natin sinasabi rito yung fixed line. It's also give us an annual revenue, gross, $5 billion. And I think, dito po nanggagaling
Mr. Chair.
ang NGCP. Sige, go ahead, Micha.
Mr. Chair, an invitation to explore is not the same as engaging in the business. It was allowed under the concession agreement that we would be allowed to maximize the use of transmission assets, including related businesses. It was indeed contemplated by government, which is why it was written into the concession agreement.
Yes.
However, Mr. Chair, we did not go into business. There were, perhaps, it was contemplated, but to actually engage in business, no. In fact, Mr. Chair, after that little, for lack of a better term, tiff with Transco at that time, NGCP decided to give government free of use of the dark fiber embedded in the transmission
So,
system.
paano yung dark fiber? Can you educate me on that?
Again, Mr. Chair, Transco should know about this because laying of the dark fiber or the fiber optic cables.
Bakit hindi nyo napag-usapan ngayon ng gobyerno? Dahil hindi na, over concession agreement, alam mo, magbe-benefit ang ano dyan ang gobyerno.
Yeah, if I may be
Yeah, sige,
allowed.
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the fiber optic cables were laid down beginning Transco's time. So at the time that we inherited the transmission system, there were already certain facilities that had the fiber optic cables. Now the dark fiber is what they call the portion or the core of the fiber optic cables that are unused. Kaya po dark, kasi pag fiber optic, nag-iilaw po. Ngayon, meron pong potential talaga yon. Kaya nga po isinulat sa concession agreement na kung sakaling mapaggagamitan yung facility, including the fiber optic cables, nang hindi po necessarily connected to transmission, maaari pong gawin ng concessionaire yon, which is NGCP, as long as ibigay po nila a maximum of 50% nung mapagkikitaan nila doon para pababain ang singil sa
Correct.
transmission system. Ngayon
Yes.
sir, ang sinasabi namin, nagkaroon po ng related business pero hindi po sa fiber optic cables. Naisip ba ho namin gamitin yung fiber optic cables? Yes po. Natuloy ba po? Hindi. Ang natuloy lamang po ay yung aming kasunduan sa gobyerno na ibinibigay po namin free of charge yung use ng dark fiber. Right
Yes,
now po,
okay.
yung DICT po, pinapairal niya po yung agreement na yon kasi nagkakabit na po siya ng last mile.
Alam mo, Attorney Mucha, sana hindi kayo nagka-problema. Kung kumuha lang kayo ng prior consent, di ba? Bago ninyo nag-offer kayo ng exploration, nag-post na kayo sa website ninyo, and then, according sa mga documents na nakuha ko, meron na mga purchase sa Globe and Smart eh. And that's the reason why I'm trying to tell you na potential to eh. Di ba? Dapat pag-usapan nyo na to ng PISAM or whichever part of the government agencies na i-explore talaga natin to. But the problem is, hindi kayo kumuha ng consent. Anyway, eto na, punta po tayo. Kasi,
Mr. Chair, just one small clarification.
Attorney Mucha, mahaba na salita mo
Mabilis
ha.
lang po, 10
sige.
seconds. Iba po yung Globe at PLDT, yun po yung co-location antenna. Hindi po sila gumagamit ng dark fiber. Ulitin ko po, hindi po namin pinagkakitaan ng dark fiber.
Uy, wala akong sinasabi, pinagkitaan nyo ha.
Kasi po yung business na sinasabi nyo, it
Yeah.
means meron na pong arrangement, meron na pong financial consideration.
Yeah.
Wala po yun.
But
Ang nangyari pong...
but the potential is so
Yes,
huge,
sir.
di ba?
Correct po. Kaya
And you
nga
know
po,
that,
ibinigay namin yan sa gobyerno free of charge.
Okay, maraming salamat doon. Punta tayo sa... Sige, kayo na mag-usap. Sige, go ahead.
Ano lang kasi, play with words eh. Diba? Sinasabi,
Wait, Attorney Matibag, do you want your opinion? Okay, Attorney Matibag.
just to clarify, kasi tama naman po si Congresswoman Dan, na kung nagsabi, baka hindi nagka-problema eh. Ngayon, dinajustify nila by saying na hindi naman engaging eh. But you're already soliciting for investment. Anong tawag naman natin doon? So yun lang po yung point ko, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I request a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair? Yeah. I know we're talking about energy.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know we're talking about energy, but it's already late and we are starting to lose energy. We ask how many pages will the chairman then will try to
Yes,
ask.
maybe we will have to give, because he waited for so long, no? That's why I would like to give him enough
Thank you, Mr.
space
I can
and
stop.
time
No
to be able
problem.
to raise all his positions.
Kaya, saka kay...
So you can raise all the arguments you would like to raise in,
Yeah.
he's been doing this since 2019 and let's give it to him. Honorable
para at least hindi lang
Honorable
mawala
Dan Fernandez.
yung momentum kasi papunta na tayo dun sa issue kanina na hindi clarified eh. We have to show our documents. Sa page 19 po kasi, sinasabi po doon sa inyong pong franchise law. Pakita po natin. Yan. Sinabi po sa franchise law nyo, the NGCP franchise law delegated yung power of eminent domain to the NGCP as Transco concessionaire. It provides that only private property may be acquired by NGCP for purposes of its franchise. Kasi ito, nag-expropriate po kayo doon sa social security system ng 60,852 sa Pasay City. 230 kilovolts substation project. At nire-require lang po doon 2,000. Bakit po bumili kayo ng 60,852 tapos ang kailangan ng requirement is 230 kilovolt na 2,000 square meter lang kailangan na lote?
Mr. Chair, again, may I be recognized? And may I be given
Please
wide
proceed.
latitude to answer? First of all, Mr. Chair, we begin with that the SSS expropriation has been abandoned. Second, strictly speaking, it cannot be said that there's an absolute prohibition from expropriating government property. Expropriation is allowed for so long as the property is held by the government in its proprietary capacity. Second of all, Mr. Chair, it's not unusual to have a substation that big. Again, maybe this would serve to invite members of the committee to visit one of our substations because these facilities are very big. It is not limited to the footprint of your transformer. There are several large lines that have to come into the facility in order to bring in and take out the the energy that passes through the transformers. So if I may po, no, kung imagine niyo yung mga transformer namin, giant version po ng mga 110 to 220 step down transformers. So pagpasok po ng kuryente, may malaking linyang papasok, meron din hong malaking linyang palabas. Meron din hong mga control center. Kaya malaki po yung kinakailangang footprint, hindi po unusual. Nung panahon po ng Transco, meron tayong mga facilities po sa Bulacan as well as in Cebu that are comparable size.
Gabi na, sadali mo na. Okay. Okay na, naintindihan mo na yun. Okay? Pero ang sinasabi po, 60,000 square meter yung pinapurchase nyo. Pero 230 kilovolt substation lang to. Hindi to nagre-require ng 60,000 square meter. Why? Transco. Ang laki ng 60,000 square meter. At sa 230 kilovolt substation project, does it require 60,000 square meter?
Who are you addressing that to?
Sa Transco, alam mo na to.
Transco, please reply.
Mr. Chair, based on my estimate that 60,000 square meters is too much for just a substation, even including the incoming power lines or the outgoing power lines.
Yun ang sinasabi ko. Kasi nga 230 kilovolts lang.
Before, engineer, kung masyadong malaki, ano dapat tama?
That would depend po kung ano ang capacity ng substation, ano ang...
Hindi, yung pinag-uusapan ng substation ni... Para sabihin yung malaki, dapat meron kayong pinag-babasihan.
Normally, a 2-hectare area might be already sufficient. So that's about 20,000 square meters.
What's the size now?
Hindi. Kasi yung 230 kilovolt substation, Mr. Chairman, hindi naman nagre-require yan 60,000.
Oh, so the 60,000 is 6 hectares. So sinasabi niya, 2 hektarya.
20,000.
Pwede na.
Hindi ho.
Hindi, kasi 20,000 ang binanggit niyang 20,000 square meters.
As I was saying, wala hong straightforward na tawag mo nito, sukat yan kasi marami pong factors involved like yun nga yung capacity, kung ilan po yung number ng...
alam niyo ba yung pinag-usapan ng substation na yun? Alam niyo ba yan?
Hindi ako totally aware dyan, but yun pong capacity na yun na 60,000 is too much for just one substation.
Okay. Ito bang property to, kung matanong ko po, malapit ba to sa SMOA?
I think so, Mr. Chair.
Malapit, di ba?
Yes. Mr. Chair.
So wait. May tatanong ulit ako. Kung malapit sa SML o MOA. Now, ang tanong ko, abandon?
Yung procurement of that property, yes.
Sinong nakabili ngayon nung property? Wala sa pangalan ng SM?
I have no idea, Mr. Chair.
Wala po kaya sa SM?
Nope.
Sa Pisam, we asked si Pisam, ano po nangyari dito sa property na to? Have you encountered this issue about the property? Importante po to kasi hindi natin pwede expropriate yung mga government property. Ang sabi sa franchise law, only private property may be acquired.
Mr. Chair, this is not part of the PISAM property, so I'm not aware, Mr. Chair.
So wala sa pangalan to ng NGCP surely
No, Mr. Chair.
Even yung
It's a
sa
public record.
even yung sa to, Laguna to, area ko to, sa Barangay Bitin, Bae, Laguna. In connection with the Lumban EHB Bay 230 kilovolts transmission line. Ayan, nakasulat doon kanina. Pakita nga yung number 619 ulit. Nag-file din kayo ng expropriation against the NPSAM on the properties in Barangay Bitin, Bae, Laguna. Meron kayo niyan?
Mr. Chair, again, we would like to clarify that strictly speaking, you can expropriate property held by government in its proprietary capacity.
Hindi nga, sinabi nga ng franchise law, hindi pa pwede Private property.
Mr. Chair, in
may
the
be
franchise law,
but not the government property. Nakalagay yung naliwanag ng franchise law. Di ba? O sige, next page tayo. So wala sa pangalan niyo lahat to. Yung sa Bitin, Barangay Bitin.
Yung alin, sir?
Yung pong barangay Bitin, yung sa may Laguna, Bitin, Bae, Laguna. In-acquire niyo ba to? Alam siguro ng PISAM to kasi property niyo to. NPCO yan National Power Corporation yan Sa barangay Bitin, Bae, Laguna. In connection with the Lumban EHB 230 kilovolts transmission line project. Wherein the subject properties are in the name of NPC. Pero ang ginawa, in-expropriate. Ang tanong, nasa atin pa ba yan or nasa pangalan na ng NGCP? Hindi nyo alam. Mucha.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, from the very beginning, NGCP follows the guidance of the laws and the rules in the concession agreement. If there were any properties taken, that would have gone through the relevant proceedings in court, and we follow strictly what and adhere to the law and the rules.
Okay, sige. Alright. Hindi alam ng PISAM no? Can you kindly submit to us, kung nasa pangalan pa ng NPC to?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Punta tayo sa number 21. Kasi kanina pa pina-mention tong si Mr. Liu Xiaoqiang saka si Mr. Liu Xinhua. Okay. Kasi si Mr. Wenbo. Kanina ko pala ditilig sila. Nung pang nakalaas ng hearing. Okay. Pakita po natin yung page 22. Sa page 22 po, kasi nga, we wanted to find out kung talagang itong mga sinabi natin mga Chinese citizen na to have issued documents. Pakisum lang natin yan. Ayan po yung NGCP Memorandum, reference number H, Human Resource Department 2011-08-457, showing the HRD manager requesting approval of the reassignment and deployment of drivers. Ang nakapirma po dito ay si Mr. Liu Xiaoqiang. Do you remember this document na nandiyan sa screen? Kasi, alam niyo po, very clear yung ating constitution Section 11, Article 12 The participation of foreign investors in the governing body of any public utility shall be limited to their proportional share in its capital, and all the executive and managing officers of such corporation or association must be citizens of the Philippines. Next page, 23. Isa pa pong request na sinulat naman, inaprubahan naman po ni Mr. Liu Xinhua, Chairman of the Board Audit Committee, is the approving authority for the filling of said position. Ayan, andyan din po yung request form, nakasign po rin dyan. At ito ay nung effective nung June 21, 2014. 2014. Kahit na nung paputo, Mr. Chairman, but because they hired mga hindi citizens of this country and appointing as executive and managing officers of that corporation, then they have violated the ating 1987 Constitution, Section 11, Article 12. At ito naman si Mr. Wenbo sa page 24. Next. Si Mr. Wenbo naman po, noong June 3, 2014, ito manpower request form, dated June 3, 2014 for the hiring of a senior engineer assigned to the Luzon Systems. Nag-hire sila ng senior engineer para sa Luzon Systems, sa Luzon Operations shows that Mr. Wenbo, Chief Technical Officer, is the approving authority for such hiring. Nagawa po ang hiring ito noong June 3, 2014. Alam niyo din po ba to?
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed to respond? Okay. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to be given the opportunity to verify the signatures because we are not sure about the signatures contained in these documents. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, even assuming that these are the signatures of the Chinese officials, they were allowed to do so because of the permits and the visas that were issued to them. But we will, we'd like to request
Yeah.
for the opportunity to
Yeah,
check, Mr.
we will
Chair.
give you the copy of this, ano? But,
Furnish them the copy of that
sir,
document.
the Constitution is very clear. Masyadong klaro po yung Constitution. Kailangan po, Philippine citizen po yung executive and managing
We are
of
aware of that,
corporation.
Mr. Chair.
Managerial yung ginagawa po nila. Appointment, hiring. Di po ba? Tama po ba?
Mr. Chairman, if it is part of the authority given to them by the DOJ, then they're allowed to do so.
Okay. Doon po sa page 25, Mr. Chairman, no? Kasi ito yung paulit-ulit na disregard of the Philippine Constitution. Nakipagkontrata po ang NGCP, $14.3 million. Hindi, susunod. Yan. I-zoom nyo. Si Wenbo, andito. Sayang wala na si Anthony Almeida kasi siya yung Chief Administrative Officer during that time at si Wembo yung Chief Technical Officer. At dito po, pumirma si Mr. Wembo ng contract with Sian Electric Engineering signed on October 30, 2014. I'm pretty sure hindi niyo natatandaan to. Tama? Sige, we will be giving you a copy. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, dito po sa documents that I'll be presenting, si Mr. Wenbo, nag-sign din po, susunod. Paki-zoom in lang. Ayan, si Mr. Wenbo, nag-sign siya po dyan, at as Chief Technical Officer, at yung Sales Manager ng Nari Group Corporation, si Alicia Ma, signatory, and yung ating Country Manager ng Nari Group Corporation, si Yang Fei. That's the reason why, Mr. Chairman, since ang Nari Group Corporation pa rin na nagmamanage ng ating pong mga equipment dyan sa NGCP, let's invite this country manager. I'm pretty sure andito yan si Yang Pei. Okay, Mr. Chairman, punta po tayo sa page 27. 28. Tanongin ko yung technical person ng NGCP. Are we compliant of all of these critical infrastructures po natin? According sa US, no, sa North American Electric Reliability Council Corporation, kailangan po natin ng protection. Are we all compliant with all these requirements para po sa tamang standard and audit according to our international accepted standard on protecting our grid? One, yung ating bulk electric system. Ayan, binabanggit dyan, no? Bulk electric system, cyber system categorization. Meron po ba tayo niyan to protect our grid? Number 3, yung security management controls, personnel and training, yung electronic security perimeters. Who can answer me on this?
To respond to the question of Honorable Dan Fernandez.
NGCP, yes. Kanina, nandiyan siya. Yes. Can you
Maybe the
give me
Sir Agustin.
Hey sir, Your Honor, magandang gabi po.
Yes.
Regarding po dun sa list, we have to verify one by one, but for NGCP, we have our cybersecurity framework. We have security measures in place in line with the cybersecurity framework prescribed by our government agencies.
Kasi yun yung pinaka-international accepted universal standard that are being followed by all of the countries. Especially that our grid is being managed by a private corporation. Only in the Philippines that the system operation is being managed by a private company. Wala na sa buong mundo na ang system operation is being managed by a private company. Wala na po. That's the reason why I'm asking this. Because this is very integral to protect our grid. Kindly submit to this representation, no, to this committee, lahat ng mga protection para na sa ganon, ma-secure po yung aming pong mga members of this committee. At dito po, susunod natin, page 29. Ito po yung website. Makikita po natin ang website ng NARI. Kasi ako, I will agree with Attorney Melvin Matibag with regards to the NARI that is being owned by China government. Dahil dito, pakita po natin yan, isum na lang po natin. Before, yan ang website ng NARI. Nakita nyo pa yung baba mo? Yung reference projects. Pero binabanggit nila, oh. Ang reference project nila include State Dispatch Center and main regional ones of Philippines. Doon sa kanilang pinaka-website nila, yan ang pinagmamalaki nila dati. Ang reference project nila, ang sinasabi nila, lalo na sa kanilang EMS o yung Emergency Management System, nandito sa Pilipinas. Ayan, no? And investigation said in November 2019, showing the Philippines as reference project, na wala na po yung website. Punta po tayo sa page 34. Para sa, Sharon, can you kindly confirm to this presentation? Ito pong, kasi under Republic Act 9136, sa kanilang, sa ating pong implementing rules and regulation, Rule 6, Section 8, sinasabi, submit an updated TDP or Transmission Development Plan for approval to the DOE on a timely basis. Sabi, timely basis. Each year, to integrate, for integration with the PDP and the PEP. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na di ba? Yung Philippine Energy Plan, PEP. At ini-integrate natin yung mga Transmission Development Plan na sinasubmit ng NGCP. Ang tanong, ayan, makikita mo naman yan, Yusek, compliant ba sila? Kasi kapag nakita ko yan, ang kanila submission, hindi sila nasa tamang panahon ng pagpapadala sa DOE and even in Congress. Can you kindly confirm with this representation yung submission ng mga documents pertaining to the Transmission Development Plan is on the timely basis?
Mr. Chair, only when we started in 2022, because talagang pinilit yun, Mr. Chair, na matapos yung first kasi the previous years, there were, there were issues with between NGCP and Transco, and the document was not filed timely enough, Mr. Chair.
So meaning, ibig sabihin, dahil mayroong away ang Transco saka ang NGCP, hindi po sila nagsasubmit.
Correct, sir. I think there was a TRO, and also there was a question because Transco could not sign it off, Mr. Chair, because they were not coordinating with each other.
So,
kaya ayaw din ng
violation
Transco.
ng NGCP. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is this true na hindi nyo sinasubmit sa DOE yung mga TDP? Attorney?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't get the... Apologies, I didn't get the...
Okay. Sabi po sa batas, sa Republic Act 9136, sa Implementing Rules and Regulation, Section C, Rule 6, Section 8, letter B, submit an updated Transmission Development Plan for approval to the DOE on a timely basis each year for integration with the PDP and PEP. So ang tanong ko, nagsasubmit ba kayo on a timely basis? Kasi sabi ni Yusek, dahil sa away nyo sa Transco, hindi kayo nag-submit. Is this true?
Mr. Chairman, nagsasubmit po kami sa DOE.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Our department order requires that the approval of, or well, not approval, that it's certified by the Transco. Eh, hindi po nasasubmit ang Transco.
So can we be clarified, Attorney Melvin Matibag, being the former Transco president?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah. What Yusek Garin was saying was correct, but I'd like to add, there was a department order issued by the then Secretary Kusi that the submission of the Transmission Development Plan before submitting it to DOE, padaanin po sa Transco for an endorsement. Ayaw nila eh. The reason being ito na siguro yung panawagan kanina nung isa nating congressman na dapat magtulungan tayo, sama-sama tayo. The reason being, ang ginagawa ng ng DOE is because eventually doon sa review magkakasama rin naman eh. But for reason only known to NGCP at that time, ayaw nilang mag-submit. In fact, I'm not sure, hindi ko na ma-recall exactly. They filed the case pa sa RTC sa Quezon City asking for TRO dun sa department order.
Ba't ayaw nyo mag-submit
siguro ang
NGCP?
bottom line dito, Mr. Chair, it becomes a habit of NGCP na pagka may mga problemang ganyan, they will go to court, punta ng Court of Appeals, punta ng RTC, punta ng Supreme Court. Well, that is of course the right of everyone, but eventually, ang nagsasuffer po naman dito palagi is yung taong bayan, yung public palagi. So,
Okay, maraming salamat. NGCP, with that statement that was delivered by Attorney Melvin Matibag, na hindi niyo po merong advice or letter si Secretary Kusi?
Department order po.
Oh, may department order sa inyo, idaan nyo sa Transco para at least bago dumating sa DOE. So, hindi kayo nag-comply sa department order.
Mr. Chair, the TRO was against the department order of the DOE.
The TRO,
Kami yung question yung issuance namin.
against sa inyo, so nagkaroon ng TRO. Nagkaroon ng TRO.
Mr. Chair, but it expired and na-archive because TRO is only good for 20 days. So
still,
hindi na rin tinuloy.
Having said all of that, still, hindi sila nakapag-submit on a timely basis sa panahon mo.
Ganun po, yun nangyari, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, so, ancillary services, you are mandated by the Imperial Law that kayo po ang system operator, kayo rin po ang ancillary services. Tanong, matagal nyo nang pinag-aawayan to. Gusto ko nang magkaroon ng clarity dito. Firm and non-firm contracts. Ayan na naman tayo. 5 taon na natin itong pinaglalabanan. Kumpleto na ba ang firm contracts? Mucha.
Mr. Chair, again, may I be allowed wide latitude to answer. Yung firm and non-firm, actually, the firm contracts were an invention of NGCP. We implemented that during Transco's time. Puro non-firm po yan. But we decided that it would be a better procurement strategy to do firm and non-firm. However, in 2021 or thereabouts, we were directed to conduct a CSP and contract all firm, which we complied with. We conducted a CSP in 2023. Around 2023, Mr. Chair, forgive me if my dates might be inexact. But we did comply with that directive of the ERC. But the CSP will relies on the interest of the bidders. So as far as I know, there are still some contracts that some capacities that have yet to be contracted, but only because there weren't enough interested bidders. We plan to hold a second round to complete that. So we are in compliance with the orders of the ERC in that regard.
ERC, same. Yung kanilang regulating reserve, contingency, and dispatchable. Kailangan lahat yan may ancillary services. Lahat yan dapat firm contracts para wala tayong brownouts. Kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng brownouts dahil nga non-firm eh. Hindi committed eh, di ba? So, tanong, doon sa tatlong tinatawag nating ancillary services, regulating reserve, dispatchable, contingency, so lahat ba complied na sila sa tinatawag nating firm contracts? Sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Iba-iba yan eh, di ba?
Mr. Chair, I think nabanggit na rin po naman ng NGCP, hindi pa po covered ng lahat ng firm contract. Pero siguro po banggitin na rin namin, Mr. Chair, na nasabi po kanina kasi nga merong kakulangan ng level of interest nung nagpa-CSP si NGCP. Ang maganda naman pong nangyari because nag-reserve market na tayo, lumabas po yung mga reserves. So meron po tayong enough reserves. Yung iba sa kanila kakontrata ng NGCP, yung iba po nasa reserve market. So isa nga pong tanong na
Sino bibili nun? Sino makipagkontrata doon?
ang bumibili po ng reserve si NGCP din po.
Nakakabili,
From-
nakakapag-comply sila
Apo, nakakabili naman po.
sa lahat ng
sa
ancillary
ngayon po,
services.
yes. Except
Luzon,
for
Visayas, Mindanao.
for some instances po I think in Visayas, tinatanong ko lang po yung level ngayon. Pero in Visayas po yung meron pa po tayo sometimes nakakulangan. Pero in general po, we have enough reserves.
Thank you, NGCP. At least nagko-comply na kayo sa ancillary. Okay, eto na. Last na to. Sir, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Kasi eto sa Transco, no? Kasi sa right of way, sino nagbabayad? NGCP or Transco or PISAM? PISAM, no? Di ba?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Yes.
Doon po sa mga dating or lumang transmission lines, Transco po ang nagbabayad ng sa mga claimants doon sa right of ways. Pero doon po sa mga bagong transmission projects, NGCP po ang nag-acquire ng right of way.
So pag nag-acquire nila, kaninong pangalan?
Yan po yung isang issue kasi dapat dahil yung asset sa Transco, in the end, dapat po sana nasa Transco. Pero the way nire-register nila yon nasa pangalan po ng NGCP.
O bakit nasa pangalan ng NGCP? Yung mga binibili yung right of way. Hindi po dapat nasa Transco yan dahil pag-aari po yan ng gobyerno, hindi sa inyo?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I respond? I refer to RA 9511 Earth Franchise, Section 4. It states that the grantee may acquire such private property as is necessary for the realization of the purposes for which this franchise is granted.
May acquire.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that means purchase or otherwise acquire rights to the property.
So, kaninong property? O sa gobyerno?
Mr. Chair, the obligation under the concession agreement is that we have to turn it over at the end of the period, but under the franchise, we are given the authority to acquire property.
Okay, ang tanong, kung iti-turn over niyo sa government, I agree with that. Sige, sabihin na natin.
Mr. Chair.
So, ay ma'am, sige.
Mr. Chair,
You said, Karin,
the concession agreement, which is a private agreement among the parties, says that it should be under Transco's name.
Nakalagay sa concession
Mr.
agreement.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Cynthia,
yeah,
wag tayo magkakaroon ng gross misrepresentation dito, ha?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair,
Oh.
if we may be allowed to respond.
yeah.
Sige, okay,
please.
go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's correct. Under the concession agreement, it should be in Transco's name. But if it is provided that if NGCP can get a franchise, then NGCP may acquire the property under its own name. That's what is clear under the concession
Okay.
agreement in relation to the franchise.
Okay, ganito na lang, sir. Para, okay lang ako dyan, i-allow natin. Ang tanong, ito. Halimbawa, nabili nyo ngayon ng property. Ita-turn over nyo sa government. So, magkano nyo ita-turn over yung property nyon? Anong value? Is it the value when you buy it or sa 2034 ang presyo? Nababalik
There's
sa
a
gobyerno.
mechanism, Mr. Chairman, under the concession agreement.
Yeah, you tell me. Kasi alam niyo yung concession agreement. You tell me, ano nakalagay? Kung binili mo property ngayon, ita-turn over mo sa 2034, magkano ang value nun? Value ngayon o present value ng 2034?
Mr. Chair, yun po yung subject to valuation na may proseso po yan sa concession agreement
tataas
kung
nga.
paano po evaluate.
Ayun na nga ang condition, Attorney Mucha.
titingnan po
Kapag
natin.
yan po ay turn over natin at the end of the concession, mahal na ang bili ng gobyerno. Eh baka mamaya hindi, yan na lang yung offset di lugi-lugi na gobyerno. Di ba pwede yun? Disadvantages to the government eh. Di ba? Yun ang sinasabi ng EPIRA. sa RA 9136, 47A.
Mr.
Liwanag ng EPIRA, oh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Di
may I
ba?
respond,
Ang sinasabi
please?
dyan, oh.
Please, you may continue.
Pakinggan niyo muna.
Wait.
47A, NPC, privatization. The privatization value of the NPC shall be optimized.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Kasi
respond.
malulugi ang gobyerno niya kapag turnover mo pa sa 2034.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I respond? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And can we ask her to respond? Okay, thank you. Kasi, okay, so we will ask her to respond. You now have the chance to respond, but please make it brief.
Mr.
You've been
Chair.
using the word wide latitude.
This
It's
one, I will be very brief.
It's already 10:30.
Yes,
okay?
Mr.
So
Chair,
keep it
past
brief.
my
Thank
bedtime
you.
as well. Mr. Chair, I will be brief. This was not a negotiated bid. This was a concession agreement drafted by government and opened to the public in open public bidding. This was there were 3 failed bids prior, and NGCP cannot speculate as to the wisdom behind the provisions of that draft that was provided to the bidders. Neither can we speculate on the provisions of the the franchise law when it was passed. We only know that we followed the law governing our concession and our franchise, and we have tried to do so from day one, and we have conducted our operations with full transparency to the best of our effort.
Section ano yan? Section 4?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will accept that, Mr. Chairman. But of course, we have to always consider na yung pong advantage ng ating pong gobyerno pagdating po sa mga bagay na ganitong usapin. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, last na po to kasi actually, itatabi ko na po itong huling dokumentong to, hindi na po, next time na po to. Ito na lang pong huli. Last na talaga to. Yung Transco po, kasi po, meron po akong nabasa, yung pong right of way, the Transco has yet to pay, ay umabot po ng 400 billion. Totoo ba ho to? Kasi, according dito sa documents, sinasabi, sa 2024, you need 5 billion for the right of way. Sa 2025, kailangan nyo ng 6.4 billion. Sa 2026, kailangan nyo ng 8.2 billion for right of way. Is this true?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond. Yung pong right of way universe namin is in the order of 300,000 titles. And our estimate is at around 300 billion for all this transmission, or rather,
Right of way claims.
Yes, sir.
Kasi nakalagay dito, over 197,000 potential right of way claims that had yet to be processed by Transco. Kaya umabot po kayo ng 400 billion na kakailanganin po ninyo na at taon-taon aabot tayo ng 5 billion. Saan kukunin ang perang pambayad nito? Sa concession.
Tama po. Doon po namin kinukuha sa concession fee na...
Ang binabayad lang sa inyo ng concession is 2 billion. Noong 2022, 2.8 billion. Noong 2023, 2.8 billion. Magbabayad ka ngayon ng 5 billion. Oh, saan mo kukunin?
Humihingi po kami ng additional funds sa PISAM.
That's the reason why itong ating pong, Mr. Chairman, ating privatization, hindi po talaga nagtutugma. Dati, nagre-remit sila ng 15 billion. Ngayon, kailangan nila manguha ng pera para makabayad sa right of way. Nalulugi po ang gobyerno. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Kung nalulugi po, may deficiency lang po talaga sa pondo. Now, idagdag ko lang po if you may allow, Mr. Chair, tungkol po sa titulo as written in the concession agreement. Sulat po sa 5.01 title, notwithstanding anything in this agreement, Transco shall retain title to first, all transmission assets, intellectual property rights, to all assets comprising projects under construction or new projects, and 3, all easements, right of way, or other real estate interest, and so on and so forth.
Now I understand. kung saan kayo nanggagaling, saka DOE, saka rin nanggagaling Ngcp. Nagbabangga yung dalawang provision, and we have to settle that. That's the reason why, Mr. Chairman, we really need to review. At considering that, kasi disadvantage sa government yun na pinapangalan nila sa kanila, dapat sa atin nakapangalan yun. Para sa ganun, pagdating ng 2034, hindi na tayo mahirapan i-transfer sa atin. Gastos yun sa gobyerno. At sinabi po, di ba dapat yung pong concession agreement o yung EPIRA law, it's always considering the privatization value ay in favor of the government. I-optimize natin, i-maximize natin. Kaya nga tayo nag-award, kailangan po, Mr. Chairman, yung present value natin na ibibigay sa gobyerno na proceed ay tama. At dito, may po, hindi po tama yung provision na binabanggit ng Ngcp, and I agree with the section of saan mo nabasa yan? Concession agreement?
5.01 po ng concession agreement.
Ano yung binasa mo? Kanina mo siya.
Section 4 of RA 9511.
Tingnan mo, nagbabanggaan yung dalawa Anyway, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po muna dahil alas 11 na po. Maraming po salamat. At magandang gabi po.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Dan Fernandez. Just for information, I was ready to prepare breakfast, no? Because I was worried about your line of questioning. So sabi ko, maganda kaya ako ng breakfast, pinastambay ko ng almusal. Sabi ko, just in case umabot ng 12 o'clock to. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Ann Matibag of the 1st District of Laguna. Welcome, ma'am, to this hearing. So, now that I'm sure we've been here for 10 hours, this is the second inquiry. We started the briefing December 23, and this is the second inquiry of this motu proprio hearing on Ngcp with the purpose of trying to bring down the cost of electricity. Pagkatapos po ng marami nating meetings, simula ng briefings noong 2024, lubusan nating sinisiyayat iniisang mga concerns ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa Kongreso, mga government agencies at ang ating mga constituents tungkol sa papel ng transmission sector sa pagde-deliver ng kuryente sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa na sa pinakamababang halaga. Itutuloy po natin ang ating inquiry habang iniintay natin isubmit ang mga dokumento ng Ngcp at iba't ibang ahensya. Tayo magpapadala pa rin ng imbitasyon at subpoena base sa mga napagkasunduan natin sa pagpupulong nito, lalo na sa foreign nationals. May we summarize the request of our members, invite the NICA to the next hearing, request a copy of the TSN in the Senate. This is the TSN, the notes, no? On the statements made, conduct ocular inspection on the systems control of Ngcp, subpoena dus stecum on shareholders agreement, and the role of the chair if he exercises executive function, and presumed to submit a redacted version of non-compliance. Of course, we also have the request of the Honorable Dan Fernandez, which was submitted earlier. And again, I would like to request the importance of securing our grid cannot be overstated, as we've seen in these 3 hearings, as it stands at the heart of national security and public safety. In an increasingly interconnected world, the stability of our energy infrastructure is critical, not only for economic prosperity of our nation, but also for the safety and well-being of every Filipino. Given this geopolitical complexity surrounding the West Philippine Sea, ensuring that our grid is insulated from external vulnerabilities is indeed paramount. A resilient and secure transmission system safeguards us against potential disruptions, mitigates risks of foreign interference, and strengthens our strategic autonomy. Tayo po'y nagpapasalamat sa mga membro ng committee at mga kasama, ang ating mga distinguished colleagues na nandito hanggang alas 11 ng gabi. Mga kasama natin sa Kongreso, mga resource persons, mga panuunahing na sa kanilang muling pagdalo. Maraming salamat. Inaasahan po natin ang inyong patuloy na kooperasyon as we navigate through this discussion to finally bring down the cost of electricity. On that note, we ask the NGCP, particularly Attorney Sagayo, to give the Secretariat the contact details of your new point person, since we understand that there's a new one, as we have been advised that the contacts have been changed and we do not have the contact numbers of those we need to get in touch with. Please submit that. We'd appreciate that.
We'll do that,
Attorney Paul.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Committee on Legislative Franchise continues to acknowledge the energy security as a cornerstone of our national defense and development. The committee, with its mandate, must ensure that the privilege of a franchise is given to those who commit to comply with our laws and work for the good of the Filipino people in always. By securing our robust systems, enhancing local capabilities, and fostering trustworthy partnerships, we can fortify our grid and secure a future where energy is a source of strength, not vulnerability. As former President Manuel L. Quezon once said, I prefer a government run like hell by Filipinos to a government run like heaven by the Americans. But unlike what President Quezon said, fast forward to a good century later, we now live at a time where Filipino engineers, scientists, and experts have been armed with appropriate and sufficient technical know-how to earn them the right to run our most vulnerable system. Sama-sama po nating siguraduhin ang ating sistemang pang-enerhiya ay nasa kamay ng ating mga kapwang Pilipino patungo sa panalangin nating makantamang isang ligtas at mapayapang Pilipinas at syempre ang ating hinahangad na murang at mas murang kuryente. Sa inyong lahat, bilang chairman po ng Franchise Committee, ako po si Gaston Bunting, ang kongresista ng Ikalawang Distrito ng Parañaque. Bobati sa inyo ulit. Maraming salamat at mag-ingat po kayo sa inyong pag-uwi. Magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, I was listening to the list of those members who made requests for documents. Even some of the members have raised a subpoena, a motion for subpoena, move for subpoena. Mr. Chair, just want to reiterate because I was listening to the list of the documents we required for them to submit. Earlier, I requested an appeal to NGCP to also forward to us the bids and awards, the guidelines, as well as ERC, and including all those contracts that they entered into with all the 18 Chinese companies that I have mentioned earlier. So just to reiterate that, Mr. Chair, and I hope our Secretary General, COMSEC, will have the list of all those companies.
Yes, our service director has taken note of that, and a written letter will be given of everything that is required from them. And I'm sure they also took their notes. But to make sure we're all on the same page, the committee secretary and service director will give you a copy. So again, sa inyo pong lahat, may I hear a favorite
May respectfully move to suspend the hearing, Mrs. Chair.
So at 11:10 in the evening, this session is hereby suspended. Thank you.
Yes.